had a lot of practice. They were at a pre-LAN tournament right before this. They've been together at the Toronto Shopify facility. I think that the way they play is going to catch FaZe probably off guard a little bit, but if FaZe adjusts very quickly, then they're going to be in a good spot.
Love to hear it. Do you know what, APG? I think I need you up here a bit more. You're a fantastic analyst. I think we need to get you back again. He's
a long time duo. Bring him back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brad, for coming up on the desk and giving me all of your thoughts on that series and the next one. I'm going to let you go, relax, have a drink, have a beer. You are in the UK after all.
You don't got to tell me twice.
Hey, take your time. I'll see you later tonight. All right.
Don't worry, I'll be okay.
Amazing stuff. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, though, we do indeed have our winners finals happening on the main stage. It's going to be FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion, and we'll see you right after this.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by Streamlabs.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Welcome to the stream, where our passions rule.
And communities get hyped. We don't just create, we create a scene.
Because when we go live, it matters. It defines culture.
We're not just changing the game.
We're building a whole new arena.
We demand intuitive tools that make a powerful impact.
That keep our creativity streaming, vibes flowing, communities growing. Because in the stream,
every view,
like,
follow,
chat,
sub,
counts. Streamlabs. Unleash your live.
Kicking things off at number 10 with Jaren over on the camouflage side, sniper rifle in hand, swinging a miss at the first, second one connects with the body, double kill with the DMR, repositions, lines up the camouflage player, his head gets ripped from his shoulders, is the overkill, lines up the kill tack, see you later fellas. In at number 9, Godzilla has climbed out of the sea to terrorize some players on live fire, gets a headshot for one, dinner for two, cancel, triple kill, locked in on that player over towards green, top middle, overkill, extermination, over to the man from San Antonio, Texas, Crewville, lands a pretty simple opener, spots the player over towards Nest, rips his face right off his shoulders, uses the lob wedge for the triple kill, connects with the body shot and a simple tap in for the overkill. In at number 7, on board with Mailman, truly eyes and ears, he's on Forbidden Capture the Flag, lands the no-scope onto one, lines up the second, body connects, double kill secured, triple kill, and the overkill, no-scope. Something tells me he's much like FedEx, he ships worldwide. In at number 6, it's Jaren back once again, this time with a little bit more quality. First kill, back tower, double kill, getting lined up, headshot onto Queen, lines up the triple kill, see you later friend, overkill extermination, and Jaren is the Money 8's menace. number 5 now, and on board with Gambino. Let's see what he's whipping up as he kills the demon for 1. Double kill onto that player over towards Nest. The player in the hill, he's not safe either. Triple kill as he heads up towards Nest, and the overkill to the player over towards Dice. See you later, Killtacular. Number 4 now, and it's Monster on a new input, deciding to use emailing equipment as his preferred method of murder. Playing the keys though, locks in a very quick double kill, triple kill onto Spartan. And the overkill, is it going to come? The answer is yes. Locked in onto Strikey, into the podium places now. Same monster, different map. A little bit of poke damage onto 1. Lines up that player onto Sewer. Double kill, goes back for the player down low. He manages to evade for now, but only for now, as breaking shot. And the overkill onto June. Good night. In at number 2, on board with SLG the Frenchman, and this is definitely one from his archives as it's a battle rifle start. Gets in a pretty simple double kill, but the triple kill onto Rhino, the overkill onto Mental, absolutely sickening. What's that coming over the hill? It's Monster again, no scope on Argyle, captures the flag. Double kill lined up, soaring in through the vent, triple kill for the latest victim, Sparky McFly in the ground, overkill, good night, sweet dreams.
Hello Halo fans and welcome back to the HCS London Major presented by Quadrant. We are in the mix right now. We just said goodbye to Space Station Gaming and Optic Gaming. They will go forward. They are waiting with very sharp teeth, I'm pretty sure, for whoever is going to be falling short in this next matchup in our winners finals. We have FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion, and to talk all about it, I have the wonderful Tony and Lethal. Gents, first of all, Championship Sunday, so excited, but you know what that means? We need an update on the KD leaderboard. Let's see who has been cooking this weekend. And right on the top, wouldn't you know it, Shopify Rebellion, Suppress and Cycle looking absolutely fantastic. Suppress sitting with a 1.38. So this is really big, no matter, you know, in terms of the damage and in terms of the KDs that we've just seen on the stage with Optic and SSG. Suppressed is still looking absolutely incredible, and Cycle themselves. So how do you feel about the boys in green being at the top?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it for quite some time. These boys are the real deal. They're both big-time damage dealers, and they both know how to pick and choose their fights so well. Suppressed, when it comes to gunfights, he is so confident. Meanwhile, Cycle just has a great bit of awareness of what's going on the map at all times, and when he pushes, that means it's a good push. It's never a dumb one coming from Cycle.
And a big shout, of course, to Snipe Drone from Quadrant, 1.26. Fantastic stuff. Said goodbye to them last night. And then also Tarlik as well from Proton Gaming, looking brilliant on that leaderboard. There's also one more person we need to talk about, and that is Frosty. He has been amazing this weekend, especially for that FaZe roster. Let's talk about them. FaZe, Lethal. What a rebound from Arlington we saw yesterday, going up against Optic Gaming. 3-0 sweep for them. They are looking really, really good. How did you feel their gameplay has elevated them as a team, especially heading into this next winners finals?
I feel like back in Arlington, it was just nitpicking here and there with some of the games they weren't able to close out. That was the main storyline going into Arlington. And it was very unfortunate a lot of times, but they've been in dominating fashion throughout the entirety of HCS London. And the next question is going to be how much can they continue that consistency going forward? I feel like they can. They seem a lot more well-drilled, a lot more structured. Back to the FaZe we used to know, with players like Renegade showing all the flair on the server, being an absolute demon as always. Snakebite being an all-round player, but somehow managed to get 2 minutes ball time on live fire, whilst at the same time bringing out a positive KD. Absolute madness on the gentleman himself. And going into Snakebite, speak of the devil, you can see there 1.93 to the kills a minute to ratio, which does not surprise me in the slightest. 1.75 KD, which is just absurd. And look at that damage per minute, 543. Unreal stuff from one of the legends here in the scene, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more from him in these next few series.
Yeah, he has really been a huge difference maker. I love that snake bite with a big bite, and that is very true. And Tony, you often say, if you get the fangs, you get the bite. What is it?
Mess with the snake,
oh,
you get the fang.
There we go. See, and that's why Tony is casting and I am not, people. But yes, no, he has been absolutely incredible all round for his team. I just feel like they are now hitting a completely different stride of comfortability. And you know when that is happening, I feel like when you see how they're performing, how they're flowing, and especially their comms when we get to a listening, Tony, you know when these lads are up for it and they're locked in.
Oh, they've been locked in all literally all tournament long. And I love how we saw Snakebite, and we saw a little bit of a low damage per minute. But what's more important, that KD staying alive. We talk about picking and choosing your fight so well. Also being unselfish when it comes to the objective. On the other side of things, you have a Renegade on the team, and the last time we actually saw Renegade, this man dropped 58 kills, 20k damage. Mind you, this is only 3 games. This was in a 3-0, and he drops almost 20k damage and 58 kills. And we're gonna talk about power weapon control all series long. He was a master of the power weapons.
On the other side of things, though, we do, of course, have Shopify Rebellion, and they are looking to really shock everyone here today by taking down FaZe, and I'm sure in a dominant manner too. They had a bit of a tougher run through pool play, but honestly, they weren't playing when it came to championship bracket. They managed to 3-0 Space Station Gaming, the previous champs, and Lethal, that is amazing to be doing that. I think as an online team who've really come forward with massive expectations heading into LAN, they're now just progressing in just such an incredible manner, and this growth, where does it end?
I think that's going to be the next question. I had to take a step back at one point and think to myself, how on earth is this happening? How on earth is this going on? And I mean, before this event, we were talking about Shopify's consistency. Will they break into the top 3 again? Will they be able to, considering their 4th place finish? Could they be falling back on themselves? It depends on the circumstances of how well drilled they're going to be. But honestly, my eyes were all on Cycle at one stage, and I knew that Suppressed will be able to bring up his slaying prowess over time. But Mental's also was a question mark for me during scrims over the last month, but I've got no question mark now. He's been phenomenal, one of the best players in the game for what we witnessed, and you can see the stats line there. You know, had a little bit of a shaky start going in against ITB, which was a little bit, you know, worse for wear, but look at that, 3-0-3-1 across the board and in clean fashion. But the main 2 points I want to talk about between these 2 teams is how similar they are in terms of style and structure, but the only difference between the 2 is FaZe has been around here, around the block again and again and again. It's the experience they have in comparison, which also means they'll be the ones to try and dictate the pace, even though they do have the similar styles. But the only problem for Shopify is they need to try and find that crack in the armor and be able to adapt faster than FaZe will. The question is, will they? They looked great yesterday. Will that see that same consistency going into today?
Well, I personally cannot wait to see what happens in this match. And don't worry, folks, you won't have to wait too much longer because we are ready to go on the main stage. FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion. Your winners finals starts right now.
Ain't nowhere to run when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' run high when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' live or die when the sky fall, when the sky fall. Ain't nowhere to run when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' run high when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' live or die when the sky fall, when the sky fall. Ain't nowhere to hide when the sky fall, when the sky fall.
It is Championship Sunday. It is winners finals time. It's an underdog story. There are fewer dogs bigger than the current reigning world champions FaZe clan. Rebellion have to get the job done.
Rebellion need to try and show what they did yesterday with incredible form against Space Station Gaming. They have not limped into this winners final. They demolished Space Station to find themselves here today. But we've seen this pattern before. We've seen teams get into the top 3 and then just fall off on that final day on Sunday. And it's going to be tough to overcome FaZe.
We've seen teams, like you say, make it this far, get themselves into the conversation, but it has been difficult to stay in the conversation. How big is it for this Rebellion team to win this series? This is the biggest series for some of those players on that stage of careers. Right?
It is the biggest series of their careers, and you look at that series layout, it actually matches almost identically to the elimination final that we saw all the way back in Arlington, bar one game type. And FaZe lost that to Optic Gaming. So this is a real opportunity for Rebellion to say, hey, this could potentially be weak game types for FaZe. We could catch them whilst they're down, catch them while maybe they haven't been as good at them. But what do we know about FaZe? When they lose game types, when they lose some of these maps and modes, they instantly go home, they instantly practice them and make sure they're at their very best.
And you speak about opportunities, and there's an opportunity for Rebellion here as well to get some revenge from Arlington. The only Slayer game type they lost was Game 5 against FaZe to send them home. And we're cooking now. We're loading into Solitude King of the Hill, Dan. What have you got for me?
Both teams have struggled a little bit when it comes to LAN performances. We've actually not seen either team win this mapping mode on LAN so far this year, but that has to change now. I would say you're probably going to favor FaZe ever so slightly, but Rebellion, if they can find that form, if they can find that momentum from yesterday, the way they were able to isolate fights, they'll be in for good nick here.
Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway here. Winners finals time, folks. Rocking and rolling.
Very important that Rebellion do exactly what they did to Space Station right in the very beginning of that semi-final. Shut them down. Make them know that you are a team that's going to be happy to take those individual fights, that you're not going to be just showing your belly and rolling over, taking those fights every single time.
How important is this map #1 for Rebellion, just to settle the nerves? We have players like Mental who have been in grand finals before, who have won tournaments in other games. Look upon that experience, look at him and say, I trust you to do the job that we need.
This is one thing you don't want to allow. You can't allow Renegade to start getting hot early. You want to make sure he's cold, you want to take weapons like the shock rifle off of him, and that is one way to do it. Brave enough to challenge his Soul Snipe. You've got to remember, he has been here before. We've seen Soul Snipe in a winner's final, but he's yet to get that one step further in Halo Infinite.
Trying to get over the hump. Got shock rifle now. Pried it from the hands of Renegade. Position top middle. Hill is clear for now. Renegade jumps up the window. Soul Snipe's not interested. Taking the shot. Takes the shields from Royal 2. Can he take the life from his veins? The answer is no. Royal 2 shuts that one down.
They're the kind of fights you cannot be losing, but at least Rebellion are there to clean up the pieces. Another thing they did very well against Space Station was they were communicating, they were cleaning up those one-shots. They didn't allow anyone to get away and be a nuisance later on. As I say that, Snakebite does just about get around the corner, but again, it is called out. Cycle's able to clean up. Rebellion, they're going toe-to-toe at the moment with FaZe. They've got over half this first hill. In terms of slays, they are outslaying them just.
Rebellion have got the progress on this hill. FaZe will now dip their toes in. Is the pool warm? A little bit frosty. Renegade will get a kill to help out Frosty here at the hill. Backs away towards Dips. Pressed down to no shields. Now down to no life. Cycle also will join him. All four dead for Rebellion. Good from FaZe.
Yeah, this is now FaZe's first chance to really set up alongside a camouflage as well. So Royal 2 is going to be the spotter. He can get into those positions where he can just watch over every single angle and get an indication of where this initial push is going to come from.
2 push blue. Royal 2 has that information. Backs away, yet to fire his gun yet. Just doing surveillance at the moment. CCTV.
Enemy team took the hit.
Mental into yard.
Enemy about to
Cycle down to no shields. And Rebellion very close to capturing this hill. And what a world of good that will do their confidence.
Unbelievable push from Rebellion to push through blue, avoid entirely the sightline of Royal 2 with that camouflage, and then get the hill, and now force FaZe to try and push off spawn to deny this first capture going their way. 3 dead for the side of FaZe, and Cycle can now just take a fight all around this hill.
FaZe have one more push. It's got to be perfect. They're going to spawn S1. Grenade from Cycle. Renegade gets the shots. Rebellion take the lead.
And Rebellion, they do start hot. They do continue from yesterday. Exactly what they had to do against FaZe. Give some nerves to this team. Give some nerves to these world champions and say it's not going to be an easy ride for you here in this winners final.
And if you're a team watching on for this, you have got to be rooting for Rebellion. They have to be the blueprint that you follow, that you can make yourself into a top 3, and that you can make yourself into a championship grand finals. Rebellion have it all to do, but they're already leading.
Already leading, and we'll have to see what happens with that one from the admins, as there's an issue on the stage between those two teams. But what a way to start from Rebellion, just incredibly surrounding the likes of FaZe whenever they had the opportunity. They didn't look scared whatsoever with their pushes, didn't look nervous. Sometimes when you get these teams that get into a position like this, they start to play a little bit hesitant, they're a little bit reserved, but Rebellion looked like a team who believe they should be here and deserve to be here.
And now that we have a little break in play and we can dissect what we've seen, now that the game's taken a little bit of a lull, and will that just suck the confidence out of the room? Will that take some of the wind out of their sails? Because they were looking real good there.
It certainly can do. It's always one of the frustrating things for players when you have to get any sort of restart, but it can also benefit you as well. you have a chance just to take a moment, speak about what happened, what was going right, what was going wrong, and just say, well, we've got a potential 1-point advantage here. We will see what happens from the admins. But I think that the good thing for them is they weren't losing too many individual fights. When you go up against a team like FaZe, they are so good at taking those pips. The fact that Rebellion are matching them toe-to-toe every single time, I think FaZe should be concerned about what they're going up against. And we saw it in Arlington, right? It was a 3-2. It went all the way, a best of 5 entirely. And FaZe now know that Rebellion are a team that can really threaten them.
And we just got confirmation. Rebellion will hold that 1-0 lead, and it'll be a full game clock reset. So that's going to do them the world of good. They have that 1-0 advantage, and we spoke about how big this game 1 was going to be for this team. They have to come in here, get that win under their belt, and then they can maybe push forward from there on. Because if they go down by 1, then they're into a Slayer, all of a sudden you're a bit nervous and you're a bit shaky.
I think Rebellion denying the shock rifle immediately from FaZe was a very strong start for them, and also negating the camouflage at times. I mean, Royal 2 was just stood top middle. An interesting decision because you are able to stand so freely and watch almost every angle, but there's one angle you can't see from top middle, and somehow Rebellion were able to suss that one out. They almost predicted that was going to happen, and Royal 2 was going to be in a position like that. You could have argued that maybe Royal 2 gets a little bit more aggressive with the camouflage to try and force them out a little bit more out of the gutter. Alas, Rebellion will be delighted with an early start, an early lead. When we do get restarted, FaZe, they need an answer now. They need to try and shut down this Rebellion momentum we've seen at this tournament.
Well, something that they were criticised in Arlington for, this is FaZe, of course, is coming out a little bit flat. That was the criticism on their shoulders, and they can't afford to do that here against Rebellion, who are just on this hot streak right now.
Yeah, I think FaZe have been given that criticism time and time again of being flat in certain times, whether it's ball play, whether it's on the start of a day, but they always have an answer. And I think Rebellion need to do what they did against Space Station in not allowing FaZe to get the foot in the door. Because even if you take map 1, if FaZe then reply and go 1-1, it suddenly changes the atmosphere a little bit for them. They get that confidence back. They believe that, okay, it was just a one-off. However, if you go 2-0 up, I think there are players on FaZe who start to get that hesitation in the back of their brain of, well, maybe we do lose this. Maybe it is going to be another one of those tournaments where we drop into the elimination bracket, and you have to take advantage of that. Just a lack of confidence at some times until FaZe are back on top.
And at what point do they start to draw on their experiences? They've been in this position before. They've been down by 2 games in a best of 5 and come back to win. They have that in their locker. Rebellion, they're a team that this is the furthest they've ever been. This is uncharted territory, and will the occasion get the better of them?
Well, I think that's what FaZe have to take advantage of, is recognizing even if they are to go a couple maps down, a couple rounds down, they're playing against guys who have just that little bit less experience when it comes to these finals games on a Sunday, and the pressure could certainly get to them a little bit. But at the same time, from what we saw yesterday and the way they performed, they look very comfortable on that main stage, and you've got players like Mental that you spoke of, that he's done it in different games, and if he is able to carry on and go through to a grand final, and God knows, he might even win the whole thing, he really would be a name that is up there with the likes of Formal for being one of the best console players. Best man on your screen,
Back-to-back Best Coaches Awards. How important he is for this team, just making sure that they navigate some of those difficult positions. So much experience in his career.
Yeah, you talk about people who have been there, that have done that. The fact that you've got a coach with that voice behind you who can say, look, let's keep it calm, or just try and encourage them and try and take advantage of that as well. I think Best Man has been an amazing addition to this Shopify Rebellion roster, and they've really gone from strength to strength, and I'm sure a lot of that is because of him.
This team, they were put together, they were forged to try and push themselves into that top 3, to win championships. And then knocking on the door now in this winners finals with players like Suppressed. These are the next up and comers. This is the future of Halo. Suppressed winning his first ever Main Slayer award on foreign soil as well. How big his career and how bright might his career be as well.
And you look at these 4 gentlemen on your screen, and every single one of them individually we've spoke about quite a lot at the past events, about how they're starting to rise, how they're starting to shine, how they could be the next big star. And now all 4 of them together suddenly are becoming the big team. They've broken into the top 3, and you're kind of asking, well, it's just shortly going to keep going further. How far can they go?
Taking a look at some of the keys to victories, as you can see, the records, both teams unbeaten, but someone's O has got to go. Top Slayers, Rebellion, the #1 Slayer team in 2024, and we've talked about that so often.
And I think FaZe will know that, and FaZe will be reluctant to go all the way and go to that Game 5, but FaZe will also have in their back pocket that they have beaten Rebellion in a Game 5 at Arlington as well. But I think the Rebellion are so good at Slayers because of that confidence that we've been speaking about. They aren't kind of hiding in corners. They aren't reluctant to be brave. They are always taking the risks at the right time. And if they go down together. I think that's what's important. There's never one player that's kind of just away from the rest of the team and sending himself in early and then leaving them short when leaving them a player down. They all are communicating perfectly.
Very important. You can see there for FaZe, kings of King of the Hill. And what are we playing in this game number one? They find themselves down by 1 hill, but they've been here before and they've still managed to dig out a result.
Yeah, King of the Hill, it does lean towards the way FaZe like to play. I speak about structure a lot for a lot of these teams that are in this tournament, but FaZe are definitely the most structured team in the league for sure. I will say though, Rebellion have already found ways to break that structure, just from the mere moments we had earlier when we were able to watch them. That pivotal moment with Camouflage top middle, there was a game plan from Rebellion to get through, and FaZe need to be aware that they have to have a backup plan to stop Rebellion from doing so.
Taking a look at some of the game records then that illustrate some of the things we've been saying. The 2 top teams in Slayer, Rebellion and FaZe. King of the Hill, FaZe, the only team left in the tournament still at this stage, 7-1.
But you look at that Slayer record, I mean, yes, okay, it's Rebellion in its phase, but Rebellion, they look so much better with a 12-2 rather than a 9-5. And I think everyone else in the tournament needs to be looking at Rebellion's success. Why are they successful? How many times at every single tournament after a championship win have we said, right, it was down to that game 5, it was down to that game 2 with the Slayer, and I think Rebellion have been working on it. They've been practicing it. We've seen so many teams during scrims that are just like, well, we don't scrim Slayers because you can't really replicate what's going to happen in the tournament. But I think Rebellion is saying, well, why not scrim it? Why not practice it? Because it really could be the difference maker here.
Important to note as well, Optic Gaming in that elimination finals are waiting like vultures for teams to drop down the hatch. And maybe they can pick away at the carcass, whatever team is the weakest. And for FaZe, for Rebellion, that's another daunting task you have to worry about if you do go on to lose this one.
We know Optic Gaming are more than capable of getting back into a grand final. A bracket reset could be what suddenly sends them to become champions once more, and you've got to stop that. You've got to be thinking about that in the back of your head, but at the same time, you need to be focusing on your first opponent here, and it's such a difficult scenario to find yourself in, especially if you're Rebellion, especially if this is uncharted territory, because your natural thought process is, well, we are likely to be losing this winners final to the reigning world champions, and if we do, we have to play the previous reigning world champions for that as well. So Rebellion really do seem like they're out of place at the moment, but as we start to see more of the gameplay going on, they're going to look more and more comfortable in this winners final.
And capture the flag, that's going to be our game 3. The map will be Argyle. Shopify Rebellion currently sitting at 2nd in this tournament for map records. Is that a map that you look at? That could be a potential swinging of the tide for either team.
Yeah, I think that any single time you have a map that can really swing something in their favor. I mean, Argo has changed a lot of teams' fortune, a lot of players' fortune as well, with how slow-paced it can be, how defensive it can be at times. You can really frustrate your opponent, and you can change your kind of perception of the other team based on how they're going to be playing.
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Rebellion and this tournament run that they've been on. They've been hot from the get-go. They haven't limped in, like you mentioned at the top of the series. They've kicked the door in. They've gotten to this winners finals. They clean swept one of the big 3 teams, and that's a statement in itself.
If they were to beat FaZe here, they naturally become favorites, of course, going into the grand final, having that bracket reset that would be on their side. But I think it would also it would position themselves in that top 3 solidly, right? I think if they were to finish 3rd place, a lot of people after this event would say, well, you know, Space Station's still top 3, right? Space Station's still a top 3 team, even though they just lost that one. Wouldn't be the case, I think, if Rebellion were also able to take down FaZe, or even an Optic and finish in top 2, right? But we have seen it a few times where teams have creeped into the top 3, then they've started to fall off a little bit. They struggle in the winners final, struggle in the elimination final. I don't think that is going to be the case here for Rebellion. I think there's too much individual talent, but it's also the teamwork that we're seeing on display is like a world championship side. If you can go against FaZe and you can out-chemistry them, if you can out-objective them, I think that shows that you deserve to be here.
I think if you can clean sweep Optic Gaming, you deserve to be in the conversation. And maybe the only question mark that we will have after this tournament is, can they remain consistent? Because like you mentioned, the likes of Sentinels in SSG's tournament, they managed to get themselves to 2nd place, but they sort of fell off and fell backwards. So for Rebellion, it's great that you're here, but can you stay here?
Can you stay here is the biggest question. Whilst we're getting the ruling on the main stage and getting everything sorted, we are going to take a quick look at a video. It's going to be the top 10 ranked plays. Let's have a look.
Kicking things off at number 10 with Jaren over on the camouflage side, sniper rifle in hand, swinging a miss at the first, 2nd one connects with the body, double kill with the DMR, repositions, lines up the camouflage player, His head gets ripped from his shoulders. Is the overkill. Lines up the kill tack. See you later, fellas. In at number 9, Godzilla has climbed out of the sea to terrorize some players on live fire. Gets a headshot for 1. Dinner for 2, cancel, triple kill, locked in on that player over towards green. Top middle, overkill, extermination. Over to the man from San Antonio, Texas, Provoo. Lands a pretty simple opener. Spots the player over towards Ness, rips his face right off his shoulders. Uses the lob wedge for the triple kill. Connects with the body shot and a simple tap in for the overkill. In at number 7, on board with Mailman, truly eyes and ears. He's on Forbidden, capture the flag, lands the no scope onto 1, lines up the second, body connects, double kill secured, triple kill, and the overkill, no scope. Something tells me he's much like FedEx, he ships worldwide. In at number 6, it's Jaren back once again, this time with a little bit more quality. First kill, back tower, double kill, getting lined up, headshot onto Queen, lines up the triple kill, see you later friend, overkill extermination, and Jaren is the Money 8's menace. Number 5 now, and on board with Gambino. Let's see what he's whipping up as he kills the demon for 1, double kill onto that player over towards Ness, the player in the hill, he's not safe either, triple kill as he heads up towards Ness, and the overkill to the player over towards Dice. See you later, Killtacular. Number 4 now, and it's Monster on a new input, deciding to use emailing equipment as his preferred method of murder. Playing the keys though, locks in a very quick double kill, triple kill onto Spartan. And the overkill, is it going to come? The answer is yes. Locked in onto Strikey, into the podium places now. Same monster, different map. A little bit of poke damage onto 1. Lines up that player onto Sewer. Double kill, goes back for the player down low. He manages to evade for now, but only for now, as breaking shot. And the overkill onto June. Good night. In at number 2, on board with SLG, the Frenchman, and this is definitely one from his archives as it's a battle rifle start. Gets in a pretty simple double kill, but the triple kill onto Rhino, the overkill onto Mental, absolutely sickening. What's that coming over the hill? It's Monster again, no scope on Argyle, captures the flag. Double kill lined up. Soaring in through the vent, triple kill for the latest victim, Sparty McFly in the ground, overkill, good night, sweet dreams.
Party's over. Belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
Welcome back, folks. If you're just joining us, it is the winners finals Rebellion up against FaZe Clan. We're on King of the Hill Solitude, and Dan, it got tasty right off the start.
It did get very tasty, and conditions still under review at the moment for that remake, but when we get there, we will let you know how everything is going to go down. I was looking at statistics during that little break, you know me, I love to look at my notes here and there. One of the key factors as to why Rebellion got so close to taking down FaZe last time at Arlington was shutting down Renegade, was keeping him under a 1 KD to just reduce those kills, reduce his slaying ability. And I think it was probably one of the reasons why at the start of that King of the Hill game, we found them in an advantageous position because they were able to find Renegade, pick him off, not allow him to roam freely, excuse me. And I think that is the same case for what they did against Space Station. You think about all the individual talent that's on the SSG, how many players can just walk off and get a double kill or triple kill on their own. They shut them down every single time. They always had tabs on where a player was going to be going. Every angle was covered. And if they do the same thing here, we might just see a victory against FaZe.
And we always seem to be in this conversation, right, in this loop, when you have teams who are performing well online. You know, we've seen this Rebellion team go to Orlando and lose to a pickup team. Now, mind you, it was a pickup team full of superstars. You know, the likes of Renegade on it, who was a legend and bound. I mean, Huss was there, players everywhere, superstars galore, wall to wall. Now, they lost Game 5 Slayer at Arlington to FaZe. Now, many will say, them included, that it was down to a fortuitous spawn that Snakebite got. So, if things had gone a little bit differently, a little bit of luck their way, and they would have eliminated FaZe, and all of a sudden the complexion of their team looks totally different.
Might have been important for them to taste the, well, I guess, defeat.
Bitter.
It's a bitter taste, isn't it, defeat? But I think it's important to be in that scenario and know what it feels like, because then you don't want to be there ever again, especially against a team that arguably you should be beating just because you are a well-practiced team, despite the fact there are superstars on the other side. And that would have just made them hungrier coming here into London. Well, actually, some of the players here don't enjoy the food in London, I have heard, and they dislike sauces. There's a lot of people that aren't happy with the food that they're having in London. But that just sounds like a them problem, and maybe they should just focus on the Halo.
I mean, garlic sauce is a perfect compliment for any sort of chicken. I don't know why we've seen players on social media giving out.
That I disagree with. I don't think garlic sauce should be accompanied with anything, but that is personal preference. Now, whilst we're still waiting for this game to be remade and the conditions to be accepted by both teams, you see that wonderful man on your screen, Soul Snipe. He has had an incredible career so far in Halo. Let's learn a little bit more about it.
A tied game currently. Credit where credit is due. Another rocket grab here for Native Red. They were able to get a lot of value off of this last time, and it seems like this time it's exactly the same.
Great play, and that's the second triple we've seen from Soul Snipe. He's charging, and he gets the overkill extermination.
Oh, sometimes.
Are you a magician? Are you a magician or something, bruh?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Don't post it, please.
My journey to becoming a Halo Pro was starting in like 2015, 16 when I first started competing. I was only like 15 years old, but you know, I just did it for fun. Like, I literally went to the Las Vegas event without telling my mom pretty much at first. I won $200 in this Astro free-for-all, and it was enough for my flight. And I just went with some of my teammates. Obviously, we did not do good because it was my first event, but it was really, really fun. I was able to see pro players that I looked up to play, and from there on out, I just started competing and trying harder and harder, playing Money Yates, getting introduced to the scene. I met Druck, obviously, longtime duo. We just took things by storm. We just kept grinding it out together.
Stronghold Rain trying to keep them out, and he goes down. Will they convert this pit? Stronghold back, and yes, they do. 90-27. Triple kill for Soulside, looking for the overkill. Will he get it? Soulside flying into blue base and gets the overkill.
I eventually found Manny with Case, and it was us four for a little bit. We started doing a little bit better, placing champ bracket at least. And then I eventually met Talik, and me, Talik, Manny, and Druck. We continue to just play the game together every day. A lot of criticism, a lot of arguments, because we're like best friends, and that's the steps that it took to be able to become who we are now. But pretty much we just have to keep grinding it out. And when Infinite came out, it was going to be an interesting leap, and we were really good at the end of Halo 5, and a lot of people doubted us going into Infinite, like, oh, these guys are Halo 5 kids, these guys are Halo 5 kids, and we knew we weren't. We knew we could do anything that we wanted to do. And we go into Infinite just like believing in ourselves and each other, and we do really, really good, and we just start off strong and so much passion flowing through all of us, and we just continue to do that and learn everything it took to be a professional, and that's why I'm here today.
I think Native Red, they're on a tear right now. I think they believe they can win a world championship, and sometimes belief is all you need. Confidence going into those BR fights, so this is going to be an incredible winners final.
It's 3 dead here for Native Red once more, and Soul Sniper's last alive, but the Rocket somehow gets out of there, might get 2! Blind Fire gets 3!
Are you kidding
on
me?
earth?
What in the X Games? Mr. Soul Sniper is now 22 and 13 and gets the stick and lives to tell the tale.
Camouflage down to the bottom mid side. Finds out the Sniper. Royal 2, where's your head?
That is 4 players who know each other inside and out. Native Red, the call-outs, a lot of kind of 1 shot here, 2 shot there, but you've got to imagine they know where they're pushing, they know where they need to push. A big double from Soul Snipe.
Don't post it, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the HCS Top 10. We kicked off our 2024 season with HCS Arlington, and we're kicking this one off with Legend against his old team Quadrant. Sick is on the point of view with the S7. He's got a lot of pressure, down 7 kills right now. Legend able to get that kill in the kill feed, picks up the S7, and now Legend goes to work, takes down SLG, hits the G-slide top mid, and ends the game with a punctuation on the snipe drone's head. At number 9, we're coming on board with Cycle, the new Rebellion squad that plays top 4. Dangerous as ever, and Cycle shows you why. He picks up the easy double kill, the thrust back, beautiful nade for the triple, finds himself an overkill to kick off his tournament. At number 8, it's Common on Darkest Hour. With the shock rifle in hand, down too low. Can Common make a play? Finds the first, the second onto Suspector is beautiful. He rotates over to the stronghold, hits King Nick with the lineup for the triple for Common. Coming in at 7, it's Suppress back with Shopify Rebellion. They're up against FaZe in the ELM semifinals. A lot of pressure coming through pipes. Suppress sits both of them down with the shock rifle. A beautiful double from Suppress. Coming in at number 6, Collect with the shock rifle. You know things are about to heat up. Pressure across the map, but Descendant spotted short box, able to take him down. Spot's precision, the movement is beautiful. Just to hit the shot is incredible. He's able to play his life, pick up the grapple, get his shield back, spots Ryan Noob, bottom Mangler, takes him down as well, and that's all 4 players eating the shock rifle to the face. Okay, here we are with number 5. It's Lucid. You know he was going to make a play. Camo is up, the battle ensues. Lucid finds himself a double, grapples up from the top rope to take down Stellar for the triple kill, killing spree, and he gets his team Camo with a full ball setup. Coming in at number 4, it's going to be Frosty as Royal 2 caps his flag. We switch point of views. First shot, Squall Eye gets no scope. Hot shot GG eats the second. It's beautiful from the Iceman himself. Number 3, it's going to be Renegade. From FaZe Clan against Shopify in the elimination semifinals, Renegade able to take down Mental, able to throw a beautiful grenade. Spot Soul Snipe on the bridge, gives him nowhere to run. Another beautiful grenade for the triple kill. And if you know Renegade with a bandit in hand, he can make a play. An overkill for Renegade on the Suppressed. At number 2, it's going to be Ryan with Camo Shock. hits the first on the dead zone, not looking at him. 2 players coming from pipes. Ryan, the killing spree, the double, the triple, all happened so fast, and body disrespects after it. You know I love that. And the #1 clip from HCS Arlington, Descendant, the young gun with a ton of talent. Spots the first kill trying to get away on mid-bridge, no problem. The second player top tower, quick scope, no problem. Camo trying to get away, guys, no problem. It's a triple kill. He gets the call up, the player's bottom elevator, the grapple is in, the melee comes through, and more body disrespect from Complexity.
Hey, what's up, Xbox Live? I'm Andy Bravo Dadinsky, and this is the Halo Championship Series update. All 4 dead.
Oh no! Oh my God, he's turned back time! Coach Bravo with the long hair!
What? It's a pleasure. It's a privilege for Bravo and myself to take you through the final chapter of what has been an incredible year of action.
My journey through competitive Halo and growing up alongside Halo and competitive gaming has been really exciting and really long. I started watching and playing during Halo 1. Had no idea what it would lead to, but I think my start is one that is going to be shared with a lot of people in the Halo community and in the gaming community at large. But 8v8 Blood Gulch lands and CTF games that seemingly didn't end and were more likely to end with a system link cable failure than actually 3 flags going in. So at the time, we're kind of discovering the best players in the world on places like halo-pro.com, because this was pre-YouTube, and to find clips you had to be on really specific sites where they were hosted or download kind of zipped files to be able to download montages and things like that. And starting to get an idea of what the competitive landscape looks like, and there's just so much competitive momentum going into Halo 2. Early on in Halo 2, we started to really understand, okay, this is the MLG rule set, and you're seeing things, man, it's amazing to think about. You're looking at the front page of Bungie.net, and you're seeing the leaderboards, and you've got Ogre 1 and Ogre 2 on the Team Skirmish leaderboards. You've got guys like Overshield on the Big Team Battle leaderboards, and it's really cool to think about, because even though these were some of the best MLG players at the time in Halo 2, they were clearly the best players in the world on the global leaderboards, and it was kind of another proof point of, yeah, these are the best players in the world. And it was just such an exciting time, and starting to go to local tournaments early on in Halo 2 on the East Coast. Luckily, the Jersey and New York and Philadelphia scenes were really strong, and just meeting more and more players, and eventually getting to my first events in the 2005 season and competing through all of 2006 in Halo 2. And it was 2007 where I was a junior in high school, really wanted to stay in the scene. I was completely enamored and in love with competitive Halo, the MLG scene, just the entire, it felt so big, it felt so, I don't know, worthy of investment of time. Like, you're playing online, right, each and every night, you're kind of chasing Team Hardcore ranks, you're scouring the MLG forums, you're watching as much VOD as you can in MLG's VOD package, and watching every POV from every match, you're going to your own lands. Like, it was truly becoming a lifestyle really quickly, and there's just, everyone in your high school was also playing Halo 2. It was just this total package of, I guess, like, kind of value and validation that this shit was real, just day in, day out, and it really became a lifestyle. 2007 was my junior year of high school. I really wanted to focus on getting into a good school, but I really wanted to stay in the competitive scene, so I just started to try to find a team I could coach. Coaching was really early. XXX was about one of the only coaches who was taking things seriously for Team Carbon. Everything else was more friends that were coaching their teams, oftentimes girlfriends that might be coaching their teams and things like that. At the time, I would say XXX was kind of setting the stage for, like, oh yeah, coaching can be really taken seriously. And I remember just messaging a few teams and asking if they needed a coach, and a lot of them were just like cold messages, and ended up coaching an amateur team coming into the 2007 season. We did well enough where I kind of bounced around top teams, eventually kind of amateur teams onto top 12 teams, eventually top 8 teams, got top 6 at, I can't remember the year now, 2007 Nationals with FBI Icon. and a lot of rosters that were kind of Halo players will remember things like Time to Prove, FBI Icon, Ambush, rosters like that, where I met people like Ola, Cloud, Big Timer, Havoc, the list goes on, kind of just Halo 2 rosters that I loved coaching. Doing it for no pay or anything, just kind of getting to events, and I just loved coaching the game at a high level. Slowly started to make a name for myself. And as luck would have it, in the 2008 season, I get a phone call on my landline at home at my parents' house, and it was Strongside, who I knew kind of casually at events. Side and I were hanging out, but we certainly had never spoke on the phone. And Side says, "Hey, are you coaching anyone for Toronto?" And I told him, I was like, I'm coaching someone right now, but that can change pretty quick. He's like, "Okay, would you like to coach Final Boss? We are landing right now at the Ogre's house in Ohio, and we want you to coach us for Toronto and the foreseeable future if you're interested." And I was just, I didn't even, who knows what I said, but luckily I said whatever I needed to get the gig. And I remember shortly after that, Ogre 2 calls me, and I don't even think him and Mike had spoken, because Ogre 2 asked me the same question, and I'm like, I've already said yes, but I'm gonna say yes again, and I can be there tomorrow. And I had to pack not only for the Ogre's house and Toronto, but I had to pack for my first semester of college, because I was gonna drive 8 hours to the Ogre's house, 8 hours to Toronto, and from Toronto, I had to drive 8 hours to school, and I'd already missed like the first few days of orientation in college because of this event. So I packed my car with all that. Remember, my car at the time didn't even have air conditioning. It's the heat, it's like August heat on the East Coast, and I just drive as fast as I can to the Ogre's house, and eventually coached Final Boss for 3 events for the rest of that season, and then was lucky enough to get the invite to coach Triggers Down in 2009. And Heinz kind of pitched me on joining the team. Funny enough, after they had won an event, they wanted to pick me up, and luckily had the best time of my life with Triggers Down, and won several events, and that's kind of like that was the height of my coaching career in terms of those event wins. And then from there, bounced around coaching kind of different variations of both Triggers Down and Final Boss rosters. And then eventually realized that I was investing so much time into these rosters, and kind of the success would ebb and flow so hard on how the team was doing, things like sponsorships. And all of a sudden, right, I'm graduating college, so I'm like, how am I gonna pay bills? That's the thing I gotta think about now. And I realized I just wanted to kind of go, I loved competitive Halo, and I wanted to kind of take things into my own hands. So that's when I started to do a little bit of commentating. Luckily, Puckett was kind of bringing me into the booth whenever we had an off series and I could talk about stuff. My brain was only thinking about gameplay from pro players' perspectives, because I had spent the last few years only playing with them, thinking about the game the way that they think about it. And I realized there's some value here, because I think about spawns the way that my teammates think about spawns, right? I can't take credit for the knowledge alone. I just know that when we're at a LAN and we're playing sometimes 44 games a day, right, you get knowledge baked into your brain. And luckily, I was like, oh, this kind of has value in commentary. And luckily, Puckett and MLG thought so too.
Got a killing spree from Bound, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. You have to talk about Bound hitting the repulsor jump at that timing. Actually got him out of the sight line of Trippy checking key door there on dummy door, and then he flies back and gets the double kill. It's just brilliant movement, brilliant timing from Bound.
If he can find his targets. Lucid changes to the barrel rifle smartly to make sure that rocket is still in his hands.
Oh my God.
It's Bound time!
Look at this, he's shooting some bodies as well. This is a rookie on a mission here. He leads this team in KD in this tournament. It's been an unbelievable performance, a triple kill late game with incredible rocket discipline as well. They now lead 44-37.
So in combination with commentating, I also launched a YouTube channel and had a lot of fun doing that. Was lucky enough to get a kind of a surprise ask from 343 before, just after Halo 4 came out, if I would consider joining the team and kind of helping them think about some competitive things that we didn't know what they were going to be yet. Fast forward and launched the Halo Championship Series alongside Tashi and a small team, and really proud of kind of what we did then, and even prouder of the team that has supported and built it now. And that's kind of the fast track through the things that brought us here today.
And how much does it come down to Bravo?
Look how happy he is, man. I've never seen Bravo so happy.
Sure, how long do you want me to go or not go?
You were locked in. It was intense.
I was, man. It was kind of crazy putting this jersey on again, looking in a hotel room mirror and putting a Triggers Down jersey on in the morning, and to be behind these guys, yeah, it was a blast. And it's crazy that the 15-year anniversary of Halo 3 falls on a championship Sunday to the day. Is kind of wild. So just big shout out to everybody here supporting the game, and I know everybody's been doing it for a long time, so yeah, it's a blast.
Pop it off, and maybe that's exactly what he's starting to do. Make it a double performal.
welcome back to Championship Sunday here in London. Thank you so much for bearing with us while the review was pending. The decision has been made. Rebellion will hold a 1-0 lead. The clock will be restarted. But Dan, there was some points of contention that FaZe were looking for some clarification on.
Yeah, FaZe just wanted to clarify, disputed it temporarily. The decision was made by HCS, and that will be that. 1-0 to start off in King of the Hill. So it's where we left it, and it will be a normal clock that we start with as well. So 1-0 to begin with for Rebellion. It will be King of the Hill Solitude, and we can get this winners final right back underway. Now, definitely going to be a little bit of a break for all of these players. I did see Rebellion were keeping warm. FaZe members were also keeping warm as well, just to make sure their shot doesn't suddenly go down the pan. So both teams should still be very much ready for this one. But there's always going to be that what if that all the players will be thinking about. And now it's a chance to prove yourself and try and make up for that fact.
It's funny that you mentioned shots going a little bit cold, maybe going down the pan. And speaking to Snakebite last night, and he had a wonderful day on Saturday. Some of the best slaying stats in the league. And the first thing he said to me was, I should have got that kill with the Commando on Argyle against Optic Gaming. It is crazy how a player that can have such a great and phenomenal performance can still look at the things that he should have done better.
Well, you know full well that there's that potential chance that that was caught on stream. Right? If you,
it was
caught on stream. If you are a player, even if you stream to your own Twitch channel, as soon as you have that wobbly moment, you're like, ugh.
Oh, no.
Hundreds of people have seen it, thousands of people, or hundreds of thousands, depending on how big the game is that you're playing. And it does get in your head, and you do overthink that thing. And just that one kill can be what you go to sleep thinking about. And you have to then make up for it the next day. That's just how people work and how brains work.
Now, with this break in play, we speak about momentum killers. This could be just that for Rebellion, but on the other side of things, FaZe might be a little bit irritated of how long the break was, because they would have liked to get straight back into things as well.
Definitely could be irritation on the side of FaZe for sure, but they'll be it could also inspire them as well. But it looks like we are ready to get back into this one. As we mentioned, thank you so much for anyone in-house and watching online for bearing with us as that decision was made. It's Shopify Rebellion, it's FaZe, and it'll be a 1-0 lead to start off here with Shopify Rebellion.
Interesting to see Rebellion employ the same tactics here, trying to shut down the shock rifle player and secure that camouflage again. Renegade was the man from FaZe to try and get there, close the distance, and get that weapon, but he was shut down. The shields are back up, and the weapons appear to still be hot.
They are still hot, they're still going, but it's Soul Snipe who's gone down first. This time, Renegade does get hold of that camouflage. This time, 3 members of Rebellion are down, but Renegade can't quite get the 4th. He did do the damage though, and it does mean FaZe get early control of this first hill.
Frosty with shock rifle then. Cycle on poster stairs, being a nuisance, being an irritation. Frosty's forced to back away, couldn't find the face. Oh. The Iceman heating up, and just as I say it, of course he does hit the shot. And another double kill for him. 4 dead for Rebellion, and FaZe looking to get right back into things.
Yeah, FaZe looking to negate that point as quickly as they can. It seems like they're a little bit pissed off, if I'm honest, as now they find themselves already halfway through this hill. Shock Rifle very much in control of Frosty. But this is where Rebellion found themselves before, but last time they didn't have to push against a Shock Rifle, and it's such a different way to try and push on this map, because you have to consider the angles where you can be looked at.
Still holding Snipe side, S4. Surveying the land, trying to get information for his team. Rebellion have given this one up, and we're all tied up.
Now for FaZe, it's whether they can just keep this momentum going. You can already see they're the first to get to the new hill. They already knew where Rebellion was spawning, and they are surrounding them right now. 3 dead again for Rebellion. FaZe are being relentless with their aggression. And Rebellion, if they're not careful, they will allow FaZe just to continue to snowball here, because they are going to be in split spawns and really struggle to match the pace that FaZe is setting.
I think it's important you mentioned Rebellion have to wake up here. We're back playing. It's Championship Sunday. They're 3 dead again. They can't allow FaZe to build up ahead of steam. A confident FaZe is a dangerous FaZe.
Enemy about to score.
And right now, they're having their way with Rebellion.
One last push for Rebellion to maybe stop this hill, but you saw the Hill Guardian medal coming in for Royal 2. It looks like it's going to be a comfortable second, 2-1. And that 1-0 lead very much has been stripped away from Rebellion extremely quickly here. And Rebellion, they do give it up at the end. They are going to start to focus on the next, but Snakebite should have played in that show match earlier. Played a little bit of duck hunt, but can't quite get away.
Almost evades the attentions of Mental. Camouflage no longer an issue on the map. Mental currently sitting at 2-0 and 5. Needs to pick things up, as do the rest of his teammates here. They've started slow in the reset. 4 minutes on the clock. Of course, that will stop as soon as any player steps inside the hill, which they have done now. Looking to maybe tie up the score here, close the distance. Mental over towards yellow. Yellow, excuse me. As he backs away towards blue. But it's important to note he's trying to hold a setup for his team, and he's playing a little bit more passive, a little bit more patient.
This is better though from Rebellion. 8 kills going in favor of them against a 3 of FaZe Clan in the most recent minute. So Rebellion are certainly clawing their way back into this one, and that's one way to get yourself going, to get the team going with a triple kill for Mental. Shock rifle, you can see that's on spawn as well, and Shopify Rebellion here very close to tying this one up to 2-2.
Closing in to eat away at that deficit, to tie us up. Renegade over towards Snipe, and he could be an issue if Rebellion are not careful here. Mental and Suppressed, the last 2 standing for the team. Royal 2 continues to output damage, but he was managed to stay in. We're all tied up 2-2.
Yeah, really well played by Mental. He knew he had to face, but at the same time, just stay alive in that hill to get those final seconds to tick over. Snakebite, the last remaining player. Everyone else is going to be on spawn, so his position is going to be crucial, and he doesn't get the kill, doesn't get the trade. And that means that the rest of the squad here are going to be fighting as a 3 off spawn. Again, it gives the opportunity for Rebellion to start catching up. At one point, FaZe were outslaying Rebellion by 12. Now it's only by 6. So it really has changed the pace of this game with Rebellion getting those kills.
Deflection changed. Rebellion find life, find their footing in the winners finals. As I say that, 3 dead for a moment. Frosty's in the hill. Snakebite's got camouflage, his second in quick succession. Suppresses in blue, firing out of the window. He's got a player on garbage truck as well. Snakebite's got some information that the players dip past Prius. He takes care of business. Cycle over towards posters. He could be an issue if he's not looked after very quickly. A Mental peeks inside yellow. Into flowers he goes. He dips and doodles. But ultimately gets taken down. And FaZe in control right now of this driveway hill.
Most importantly, the camouflage has been more favorable towards FaZe as well. Rebellion are going to have to keep tabs on that. You can't allow FaZe to just get extra goodies as world champions, as Snakebite does deny the thrust from Cycle. But this is a good hold now from FaZe. They should be able to secure this hill and get a 3-2 lead, because Rebellion are going to spawn all the way over towards Snipe. I don't think there's even going to be time for them to get to this hill, and they may just resort to playing for next.
Rebellion give it up. Like you say, playing for new. 3-2 the score. FaZe take the lead. Trapped inside yard for now, down to just a quarter shield. Snakebite will get his shields again. The bait and switch is perfect. Mental answers back with a kill. Suppressed gets one onto Royal 2 elsewhere. This is a good hold from Rebellion. And maybe giving up that hill was the right decision.
Important to shut down Royal 2 as a killjoy there. He was starting to get going once more and really increasing the kill difference between these 2 teams. Again, it's back at 10. So it does seem to be swinging back and forth, but it may just be that early start that we saw from FaZe that could do wonders for them. Remember, we saw that triple earlier from Mental that really helped them claw their way back into this game. It might just need another moment of magic from someone from Shopify Rebellion.
A little bit of inspiration is what's required here. Renegade gets a camouflage. 3 camos for FaZe, and that can be and will be the difference maker coming at the end of this game.
I mean, it really should be the difference maker. Such an advantage if you can have so many camos on your side. Shopify down to 2. They are pausing. They're stalling at the moment, waiting for all 4 players to be up before they make their push. But Royal 2 got a nade onto Soul Snipe, and that just means they have to push as a 3 here, because time is starting to run out. FaZe are getting close to taking this first map.
Very little time left. Somehow camouflage gets negated. Cycle continues to jiggle peek. 2 dead for FaZe. Frosty can only look on and try and help his team keep this hill. But the setup's been broken. It's been broken wide open. Snakebite falls, and here come Rebellion.
It was a desperate last push, but Royal 2's still there, but he'll fall. But Renegade now off spawn also can get in, and they're so close. One last stand for Mental. Maybe it will just about keep this one alive. But there's yet another player from FaZe.
Continuing to brawl. Back and forth they go. Very little time required now. Snakebite steps in. Snakebite takes the map. FaZe 1-0 to the good. Frosty getting low.
Not very often you see Frosty screaming across at his opponents. You could see what it meant for FaZe. That was a big victory for them. It was a long wait to get there, but they're going to be delighted just to be able to push that one map on their side and start to think about the rest of this series.
I've seen a Megamind meme. I don't know what it said. I've seen Rebellion, but I didn't see the bottom part. Maybe we'll have to revisit that later. But what we can say, I'm being told in my ears, I'm not being told again, so we won't repeat what it said. But FaZe Clan won to the good, Dan, and that little break seemed to have helped them.
Yeah, it's always going to go one of two ways when, so anyone's kind of disputing any sort of decision. It can really annoy you and it can encourage you to get into that game and play at your very best, or it can tilt you off the face of the earth. And it seemed like FaZe came into that game absolutely swinging, looking like they wanted to make a statement. And just purely by their reaction after winning only game 1, you can tell what it meant to them.
We mentioned how big game 1 was going to be, and we really wanted to see Rebellion come hot out of the blocks. They did, they got that 1-0 lead, but they just allowed FaZe to come back into it, and now FaZe have this 1-0 lead, and doubts start to creep in for Rebellion.
We've also got to remember it was a game type that FaZe lost at Arlington against Optic Gaming as well. To see this series layout for FaZe, they're going to be saying, well, we can't catch a break. We're going to be seeing the same game types we lost at the last event. King and Hill Solitude, Slayer Aquarius, they went 2-0 down against Optic Gaming, right?
PTSD.
And then Rebellion are going to say, well, actually, this could be our best opportunity. Maybe FaZe are going to be annoyed with this. Maybe they're not going to be good at these game types. To get that one on the board for FaZe and to say, look, it was just a one-off in Arlington. It wasn't our best event, but now we've made a statement already in the winners semis, and we are going to be able to take down Rebellion and get into that grand final, and they will be able to carry that momentum into Slayer Aquarius.
Slayer Aquarius, like you say, on the horizon now. Two of the best teams in the league right now on current form at Slayers. Rebellion, of course, we keep mentioning, will hammer it home. They lost that game 5 against FaZe. But how important might this game 2 be just to get them right back into things?
Yeah, interestingly, FaZe struggled with Slayer Aquarius online, but that is just online. Typically, it's going to be more of a practice environment. But more recent times, I think FaZe are quite comfortable on Slayer Aquarius. On the other side for Rebellion, it's a Slayer, so you're always going to give them somewhat of an advantage, and I think that they'll be coming into this one say, yep, okay, it's frustrating that we lost map number 1, but let's look at our roots here. Let's look at why we are in this winners final. A lot of it comes down to how good they are at being a Slayer team. So now I'm going to be looking at the likes of Suppress, the likes of Mental to be stepping up now and having a big performance on the big stage.
Sometimes a shootout is quite simply just that, a shootout. And that's where we're going here on Aquarius. FaZe hold a slim lead, 1-0. Rebellion have got to bounce back here, or they could be heading down to the elimination bracket finals.
Certainly one thing we learned was power-up control was heavily in the favor of FaZe, and Rebellion cannot allow that to happen on Aquarius, otherwise this may get ugly. We need to see better control, and we need to see more map positioning that allows them to actually even look at the objective if they're not going to be picking it up.
It is something that FaZe have struggled with in the past, getting the overshield on this map. Have they changed their fortunes? Have they tweaked their tactics? Royal 2 anchoring from the base, putting down some battle rifle fire, and already 2 members of Rebellion have fallen.
Did see an overshield was in favor of Rebellion though, but it didn't really do much damage. As FaZe have a very slender 3-2 lead to begin with. Now this game could very much start action-packed, very quick, very fast-paced, but then it will more likely slow down as both teams try and assess where the kind of setups are going, where people are trying to hold. Is it going to be more of a P setup, more of a car setup? There's already Royal 2 is trying to be a little bit of a sneaky beaver here.
How heavily do you rely on a player like Royal 2 in these moments? He knows what plays need to be made, and more often than not, he makes successful once he finds the opener.
Such a good push there from Royal 2 there. He asked for a grenade, he got his grenade, and he pushed off the back of it as well. It's small things like that. Just being that player who's going to clean up kills, and exactly what Royal 2 has done time and time again, trusting his teammates to get that initial damage and then finishing them off.
He's made a career on doing damage and cleaning up kills. Cycle and Mental Ants are back though, they needed those kills.
Wow.
It's a 2-kill game. Rebellion have a slender lead. Not going to see a power-up for quite some time now, so this is something that Rebellion can do. They can hold this advantage.
Great aggression from Rebellion, though, when they were kind of stuck in the engine there. A lot of teams would turtle up, and they would just sit back and hope that maybe the other team pushes them, they'll deal the damage. Soul Snipe was straight out in towards Car to shut down Royal 2 immediately. That's the confidence you need to be playing with against a team like FaZe, as now Rebellion have been able to turn this one around, a 9-7 advantage for them. Overshield's popping in 15 seconds. We need Rebellion more on top of these power-ups.
They're in your face, and they're not going anywhere. Soul Snipe in for a moment, Snakebite hits him with a grenade, so understandably he goes to the respawn screen. And a slow start, but quite a lot of assists for Soul Snipe, so he is in and amongst the damage, and in amongst the game right now. Cycle jiggling, drop on the shoulder, Snakebite falls.
Where did that overshield end up? It ended up in the hands of Royal 2, in the chest of Royal 2. And it was the perfect push from FaZe, and it was Snakebite initially delaying Rebellion, distracting Rebellion away from the overshield, and then And Royal 2 just comes in, nabs it, and now we can just continue on the path that we saw earlier. A war path of destruction, and eventually get shut down.
Something that was so impressive yesterday was the communication skills from Rebellion. They kept it calm, they kept it composed. Is it still the same here on Championship Sunday? Let's have a listen.
Mike, come inside bottom, Donnie. Donnie's inside bottom. 2 shot, you blue engine. He's front blue. That shitter's dead, that shitter's dead. Yo, throw some of my body, top car, soul sight. And they're going shocks from blue engine. Yellow engine right now. One shock's pushing yellow engine, 2 yellow engine, 2 yellow engine. Yo, kill this guy. Yellow engine weak, he's weak. He's one it, absolutely. Nice. Go. One yellow engine, man.
Right drop.
Yo,
Mr.
Front right, going to Richard right now.
I'm taking
That's him.
Yeah, Richard, I'm getting fucked.
Yeah, one shot. 2 shot. You're good. Front right, careful.
Yeah, I'm one shot.
Are they going car one? Yeah, car one, they're pushing. Blue gen.
Play up.
One's really.
Hey, nice.
Roll 2v2. Blue jump, you guys. Weak, our blue connector.
And yellow gen.
That's what's up.
Yellow gen, car one.
Yeah, there's one there, I think.
Car one trying to kill me. Car one snake bite, guys.
Might be 2 yellow.
Car one snake bite, weak. You're your door, Donnie.
Yo,
car two pushing blue gen.
Listen,
OB25. I need fridge. I don't know what's
P2.
Yo, you need them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna try to push out this man. They're pushing. Peter. And Peter. They're all pushing. Fight something together.
2 shot, one shot.
Flag. Nice, OB guys, we need to spawn out. OB.
Snake bite really weak too. Try to get trick. Sure, it's fine. They have heat wave.
You guys blue window.
OB.
One tap shield. Is that blue jumper? B1.
I'm gonna try to get green gun. Car 2 weak.
Car 2 one shot. Check out his OB. He's like front yellow somewhere.
Car 2 deck.
They're gonna pick. They're flagged. Listen, only down 5.
Yeah.
More energy, more passion, more footwork. That's what's required here. Rebellion struggling in the mid game to keep up with FaZe's tempo. Perfect kill for Suppressed. That's going to be perfect and exactly what the doctor ordered.
It was a great FaZe pinch over towards the blue base, just to ensure that Rebellion weren't able to sit there happily waiting. And you can see Frosty screaming again as he gets the double kill. Will follow up to get a third. It's not a triple, but it's going to be a big kill to now separate the teams by 7. Once more, it was perfect timing from FaZe when the overshield was popping. That was when they got aggressive. They denied Rebellion even having the chance to push out of the base. So once more, it's power-up control for FaZe. It's where Rebellion are really struggling here.
Talking the clutch before this tournament, he mentioned Frosty, he mentioned this FaZe team. When they're having listen-ins, when they're getting a little bit more energetic, when they're gassing each other up, when they're getting Larry screaming. You see Frosty every single time he gets a kill, screaming dead. That's the sort of energy levels that you expect to see, and when you do, that's a scary FaZe team to come up against.
It's a FaZe team you don't really want to be facing, but Rebellion are still keeping this one close, within 3 now, and we have to give credit where it's due. To find yourself down by 7 against the world champions, but being able to crawl your way back into it. Now within 1, we have to say Rebellion look like the real deal here in this winners final. It is not easy for FaZe right now. Even the fact Rebellion have not yet got an overshield to work with that has actually been free for them, they have struggled to kind of keep them at bay, to keep them in that spawn. They have been able to rat their way out and find themselves in spots that have really destroyed FaZe's momentum.
Rebellion managed to get 5 kills without reply, and those kills spread out amongst the team, 1 apiece. Overshield about to pop. This one could be huge. This could be the biggest one of the game. Renegade has it. It's in Renegade's chest.
It's another one for FaZe. It's too easy, really. And Rebellion, even though they positioned themselves there, it's the timing of which FaZe arrived to that overshield. They're not waiting on the overshield. They arrive just as it comes up, or even just a second after. Another 8 kills away from making this a 2-0 lead in this series. But again, it's only a 4-kill advantage. This is not out of the realms of possibility here for Rebellion.
Shots continue to be fired. Exchanging damage. Royal 2 on Car. Somehow managed to stay alive. Frosty and Royal 2 get a couple of kills, but 3 dead now for FaZe. 3 dead apiece, in fact. Mental against Snakebite in a partial and momentary 1v1s. The General who comes out on top this time has the heat wave in his back pocket to play with. And that could be spelling danger for the boys in Rebellion, particularly with only 4 kills required.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of heat wave kills going in favor of FaZe, and that, again, is one of the big difference makers in this Slayer on Aquarius. A 5-kill advantage. Now ripped down to 4. They try and push out, but Snakebite just waiting again with the heat wave. Finally runs out of ammo. But has the damage already been enough? You can see they wanted to find him. They wanted to shut him down. And it's now only 2 kills. Make it 1. Make it done! FaZe Clan, it's 2-0, and they are one map away from the grand final.
We've seen them here before. They are in championship winning form. Can Rebellion find a response now? That's the question. Down by 2. And is this one just a little bit too much to ask from them?
We've seen reverse sweeps. I mean, actually, SSG have reverse sweep 2 teams so far this tournament. But to do it against the world champions is an entirely different story. But for Rebellion, if they look back at what they were able to achieve previously in this tournament, again, it is still doable. They're able to find that form that we saw yesterday against Space Station, and they kept it close. But we have to look at the key factors as to why they lost that game. Overshield and Heatwave. They just weren't able to get hold of them, and it was only really being there a second too early. They were almost playing into the game plan of FaZe of, well, let's let them get close to the Overshield, we pinch them, and then we take that Overshield away from them.
And FaZe, much like the Wizard Gandalf, arrived exactly when they meant to, picked up the Overshield, almost completely scot-free. It can be down to the barest of margins, just getting there an extra second too late as the trumpet blows in the background. Maybe that's the sort of energy Rebellion need. They can push on now.
Argyle CTF is where we're going to be heading for map number 3. And with the way Frosty's been playing, by the way, I'm a little bit concerned for Rebellion. Because Frosty, if he gets hold of that sniper rifle, I'd put him above anyone else when he is in a mood like this, when he's in playing in that way. Double kills, triple kills, expect to see him.
I hope Rebellion have travel insurance because Frosty's been breaking ankles all tournament long and he's in fine form today. But Argyle CTF, Dan, I know you're going to look at the stats. You're going to tell me it favors one team or it favors another. We have seen in the past this has been a map that FaZe have struggled on. But recently, when they've had weaknesses, they've worked on them. And is Argyle one we can expect them to win?
They definitely would have been working on it, but you look at the stats on your screen there, the fact that 3 members of Shopify Rebellion have the highest KD on Capture the Flag at this major certainly bodes well. Because when we talk about sniper rifles, I talk about Frosty. Well, if there's anyone who can go toe-to-toe with Frosty, it's going to be Mental. Remember what happened against SSG when we saw Stella have the sniper rifle? Suddenly Mental rips his face off time and time again, shuts him down immediately, and the momentum shifted heavily in favor of Shopify Rebellion. We have to see the same thing from Mental here if we're going to see a comeback.
A little shout out to Druk and to indeed Sunrise, our Canadian and our French, who managed to sit at 4th and 5th on the Capture the Flag. But like you say, and rightfully so, 3 members of Rebellion sit at 1, 2, and 3. And they're going to need a performance here to get themselves back into the series because it's looking bleak right now.
It is, and I mean, it's always the concern when a team from outside the top 3 that we haven't seen at previous events breaks into the top 3 and has to then play in a winner's final. Is it going to be a 3-0? Is it going to be one-sided? Now, on paper, it might look one-sided at 2-0, but we have to say that Rebellion have kept it close. It was, you know, agonizingly close at times on King of the Hill. They were within touching distance on that Slayer as well on Aquarius. But you have to also say, FaZe working on their worst game types. Coming into this series layout, looking at them saying we've underperformed in them in the past, but now suddenly they turn their worst into some of their best. And that's why they're world champions.
And for Rebellion, we spoke about how this is, for some of them, if not all of them, the biggest series of their careers so far, particularly in Halo Infinite. We know Mental has won countless tournaments in Gears of War. There's not enough fingers on my hands to count how many championships he's won. But how big of a job is it now for Best Man to say, listen, we're not out of this just yet. Let's not pack our bags. We've still got time.
I think it's important because when you're in a winner's final and you know you have that safety net of an elimination bracket final, it's very easy to resort to, well, it's not the end of the world if we lose to FaZe. They're the world champions. We'll still have another stab at them later. You don't want to be playing with that mentality because then it's already in the back of your head and then you're not necessarily committing to fights as much as you might. But sadly, we do see it happen far too often in winners finals when we see someone go down 2-0. So you need Best Man. You need him to be saying, hey, I've been here before and I've reverse sweeped some of the biggest and best players ever existing in Halo. And if he can get that mentality to the rest of the squad, then there is still life here for Rebellion.
And you speak about getting life into the rest of the squad, but getting a sniper rifle into the hands of Mental. We've seen him yesterday on Forbidden Capture the Flag against Optic Gaming, putting on a clinic. He's going to be so important now in this next game.
You almost have to have someone good with a sniper rifle in Halo now. I mean, historically, we have seen teams that are just, they'll throw a sniper off the map because they just don't want the other team to have it and they don't feel as confident. I feel like now with maps like Argyle, like Forbidden, you need someone who is going to step up to the plate and be able to actually go toe-to-toe with the opposition sniper time and time again. And Mental is that man. Mental is that player. And when you think of sniping back Gears of War in the day as well, it helps having someone who knows how to hit those headshots, right? Rather than just the body shots. I know body shots can be very important. It can really help your team clean things up. But if you can whisk away a couple of heads here or there, it makes a push so comfortable.
Now looking at these two teams in this winners finals, I mean, last event, two different teams completely were in here. We had Optic Gaming and SSG. Now we have FaZe and we have Rebellion. Just how close these teams are all to each other. The top 4, top 5, they can win a championship on any given Sunday.
It shows the depth of the Halo Championship Series for sure. I mean, we were questioning, is it too much of a gap between the top 3 and the rest of the pack? Well, Shopify Rebellion have been able to deny that. They've been able to say we are within the top 3. We can actually get into that conversation. But now can Rebellion find themselves in the conversation of top 2? Can they somehow find a way to shut down FaZe Clan here?
They need to win this game. This is a big one. Up against the world champions. Mental has got to come to the fore. All 4 of them have to improve their performance levels here, or they will be sent down to elimination finals, and Optic Gaming will be licking their lips at the prospect of playing them. But they still have it to do. They still have time. On board with Renegade as he heads towards the vent.
That was Royal 2 with the sniper rifle. And he's already spotted Mental as well. I think the scary thing is we speak about who's going to be using the sniper on both sides. There are several players who can be hitting these shots. Of course, Royal 2 gets the favor off the spawn. At the moment, he's a little bit worried someone's behind, and they have already pulled the flag here, FaZe, so they are getting aggressive. Renegade's already taken down Soul Snipe. And if they do get a flag moving, if you've got anyone to cover you, Royal 2 is going to be in the best position here.
Oh, where did that nade come from? Suppressed. With a Hail Mary, Mental will ensure that flag won't make any more inroads. Sniper rifle in his hand now. And after getting tagged up, so there's an old football reference. Let them know you're there in hard from the start. That's what Royal 2 did. Mental now sitting top middle.
Look how every corner was checked by Mental as well. So important here on Argyle that you can't just get caught off guard by someone having a little sneaky sneak around a corner, camping and waiting to take you down. Mental making sure he's not going to be falling out of favor there, as he will see Frosty. Frosty gets his sniper rifle, but only momentarily. That's one thing that's very important as well, is being aware and keeping tabs on that sniper rifle to make sure you pick it up or a teammate picks it up and deny the other team ever getting 2 snipes.
At the moment, a lot of Halo being played inside Rebellion's half of the map. They're going to have to turn that around. Start to impose their will on the current world champions. Sniper rifle for Snakebite. What a tournament he's had so far. And he'd love to add yet another tournament win to his illustrious career. Cycle position over towards Vent. A warning shot sent by Snakebite, but he's just given up his position for now. Royal 2 gets the kill. Ultimately, it's a trade, though. 2 dead. Snakebite still alive. Looking to have more of an influence now as he pushes forward. Cycle will evade the first shot, not the second. Snakebite continues to fire that ammunition, hoping it doesn't get into enemies' hands. Expecting to die, but he still survives.
A good omen for Shopify Rebellion as they did beat FaZe in a capture the flag game back in Arlington. Bad omen for Shopify Rebellion is we've not seen them ever beat FaZe. The organization Shopify Rebellion has not taken FaZe down all the way back, taken to Charlotte of 2023. So FaZe have looked so good every time we've had them in this matchup, and they look pretty good now. Frosty with that triple. Renegade's got the sniper rifle. Rebellion need to be careful they don't allow FaZe to get too much coverage of this map.
Cycle positioned themselves in an unorthodox place, and that just caught Frosty off guard after that triple kill, and that just stops the momentum that they were starting to build. They hold the halfway line. Renegade's not too comfortable where he's standing, playing this one slowly. They know it's Rebellion who have to make the plays because they have a 2-0 series advantage.
I think that is one of the things you have to deal with on Argyle is you are never comfortable with the position you're currently in because there's so many angles that people can take to potentially get behind you, to nade you, to snipe you from. So you have to have so much awareness if you are the sniper player, and also knowing the responsibility on your shoulders, because if you give that sniper away, how many times have we seen teams get 2 sniper rifles and absolutely dominate the other team?
Renegade finally taken down. Here is Soul Snipe. He has the Wig Wobbler in his hand. And for a player like him, on native for so long, had a top 3 finish before at the World Championships in year 1. Cycle gets a kill on Snakebite elsewhere. The flag continues to move. They're driving this one forward. The flag's being grabbed on the other side. Could be a bit of a standoff. We're not too careful. But mentioning Soul Snipe again. He's almost like when Justin Timberlake leaves NSYNC. He wants to go on and have a better solo career.
And certainly at the moment, has been able to match said career, but can he go that one step further as the flag just gets grabbed? There's going to be one last-ditch attempt here. Psycho's going to be the last remaining player alive, but Royal 2 is going to have tabs on this from above, you'd imagine. The Rebellion really gave this everything they could to try and get that flag moving.
Flag still out, but in a precarious position right now. Snakebite finds out the hard way. There's a sniper on the map. Mental takes him down, suppressed down to no shields, and Royal 2 takes care of business. As he dips away, he will get chased and hunted. 3 dead for Rebellion. And an opportunity now for FaZe to push forward, get the reset, and maybe start to impose their will.
That could have very easily gone wrong for FaZe as well. As soon as Rebellion get that flag to bottom middle and they had the sniper rifles to work with, I was thinking maybe it was going to be a 1-0. Maybe it was going to be Rebellion's chance to get back into the series. But FaZe worked so well off spawn to be able to focus the same targets, eliminate them, and then take that space away from Rebellion, who were kind of trying to shadow the flag at the same time, but by doing so, gave up some of the most important map positions.
Snakebite playing slow, playing patient in the vent. A couple of kills have gone their way. Mental has a sniper rifle. And he's going to have a lot of world champions soaring at him very shortly. There's the first. Snakebite will evade the shot. Frosty will get bodied, but not enough to stop the push. This spells danger signs, warnings for Rebellion. They're in trouble.
Yeah, Frosty will want to get away slightly with the sniper rifle now. Does find Soul Snipe, and this is warning signs for sure. Rebellion giving away their sniper rifle under the kosh now on spawn. FaZe have the chance to pull the flag and surround, and Frosty's taking angles to find the spawners, but can't quite find the head on the first shot. Will clean up Suppressed, doesn't clean up Suppressed. So this flag can't move right now. Rebellion have done well to use 2 players to crack down low, but now Frosty gets that dub.
Frosty causing carnage, creating chaos. And his team have hands on the flag. This spells misery for Rebellion if they can't close the distance. They can't get close to stop this one. Royal 2 in the vent with a sniper rifle as well. And he's cutting across the map, splitting it in 2. The flag almost all the way home. This could be a dagger to the heart. And another nail in the coffin for Rebellion. FaZe take the lead.
Only 5 minutes remaining now for Rebellion. And with FaZe taking the lead, they can dictate the pace of this game. But with Frosty at 15 and 10, he had that sniper rifle, he had that chance. The positions he was taking just made it so frustrating for Rebellion to try and push out at that pace. I thought Rebellion did well to try and contest Frosty, but sadly, if you can get 2 for 1 like that, you're probably going to see a flag go in favor of the opposition team. But now Rebellion starting to get a bit more aggressive.
5 minutes for Rebellion to change the narrative, for a twist in the tail.
5 minutes.
Well, their winners finals lives will be up and will be over. Mental's moving the flag to 3v3 on the map for now. Frosty has gone down. That's going to help the cause as they push this one forward into Engine and down across the elbow. Do they have support? Are the players positioned where they need to be? Royal 2's fallen again. Rebellion tie us up.
Don't count them out just yet. What a response that is from Rebellion. So many teams, I think, would have rolled over at this point against FaZe Clan, but Rebellion saying, look, we are not going to let them win that easily. Never say never with what Rebellion have been able to offer so far this tournament. The underdog story is still very much alive, but they still have to find a lead here. And it could all stem from Mental trying to shut down Frosty right now! But Frosty denies. And this is what we said just before the game started. Give this man a sniper rifle. He is in the form of his life right now.
The Iceman just playing that quarterback position now, pulling the strings for the team. And they have the flag out. It's moving fast. Frosty puts one into Suppressed. Will eventually get shut down. Will that sniper rifle be used? No, it will not. 2-1. FaZe retake the lead.
So difficult to do anything against a team like FaZe when they are playing in this way. They weren't even slightly fazed by the fact that Rebellion had got that flag back in the matter of which they did so. And instead, FaZe, they utilized the fact that Rebellion gave up so much of that map. They took those power positions, they got that sniper rifle in a spot, and they instantly found themselves with another flag lead here. But now I wonder whether FaZe will try and play this one slightly differently. Seeing how Rebellion were able to worm their way back into the game previously, are we going to see FaZe go for a slightly more defensive method, rather so they try and win this one with 3?
FaZe currently outslaying Rebellion by 7. They hold a 1 flag lead. Suppress is trying to send his flag back home. And the issue that they have right now is they're playing defense. They're not playing offense, Rebellion. They have got to get themselves further up the map.
Well, it's because FaZe answered my question straight away. No, they're not going to play defensive. They are going to continue to push forward and continue to pressure Rebellion. They are outslaying them by almost 10 kills at this point. They realize they are in the ascendancy, and they want to take advantage of this momentum right now.
FaZe smell blood in the water. They're circling. Can Mental find a response for his team? Snakebite shuts him down. And with every single time they're sent to the respawn screen, a win condition seems to be taken away from them.
They need to take the sniper rifle off of Frosty's hands. He's got the grapple as well, which will allow him to escape if he gets a little bit dicey here, if anyone tries to contest him. Only 2 minutes left for Rebellion to try and do something, but every single time they walk into the reticle of Frosty, he's got an answer. It's body after body.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Whoa. Spider-Man. And somehow gets the kill.
Well, we knew he had the grapple, and he certainly knew he did as well. 22 kills now for Frosty. Again, just continuing to be aggressive onto Rebellion, not allowing them to breathe, throttling them at this point. But now Cycle has a sniper rifle with 7 bullets to work with as well. QT is going to be up. That will allow Rebellion to maybe get hold of it. A chance to get a free push. Cycle doesn't get the connection onto Royalty that he was looking for.
Still a chance. Still some time to play with. Not a lot, but some. Frosty goes down. Renegade answers back. He has the sniper rifle on the other side. Snakebite being a nuisance, being an irritation, gets a kill across the map, and that could just stop the push. Even further, Renegade finds another face.
Finding a few Rebellion players that are caught alone and unaware at the moment. You can see they're beginning to panic ever so slightly. Trying to force something, trying to get a little bit further up the map, past that halfway point, so they can at least get a glimpse of the flag, let alone touch it. But FaZe have been denying it. FaZe now are starting to get into defense mode. 50 seconds left to defend this flag and deny Rebellion from getting back into the series whatsoever. And only 45 seconds now to potentially be in a grand final.
FaZe digging themselves in, awaiting the Rebellion push. Do they have enough? Mental has touched the flag, he's pushed it out. So a chance to cause something.
30 seconds.
Turn his eyes towards them. Frosty, top middle, gets a kill onto Mental, shuts him down. Cycle still has that sniper rifle. Flag is in the front base, but Renegade's just marshalling it here. Suppress takes him down. 15 seconds remain. Snakebite to the halfway point, looking back towards the flag.
10 seconds.
Do they have what it takes? Can they get the touch? They're running out of time here. FaZe continue to hold the line. FaZe continue to stand strong. FaZe gets the kills. And players fall, but Soul Snipe has hands on, but does not have the players in position. All 4 dead for Rebellion, and FaZe Clan are going to grand finals.
It is a world champion team performance from FaZe Clan to be able to shut down the momentum that Rebellion had coming into this series was something to behold. And we have to take our hats off to Frosty with a performance like that as well. It's always a possibility when he's in that kind of form that he can just run a game. As for Rebellion, they gave it their best attempt, and remember, they still dropped to that elimination bracket. Their tournament is not over. Maybe they'll get another stab at FaZe later on today.
Elimination bracket, finals, Optic Gaming away. They fall down the trapdoor and Rebellion have to pick themselves up and go again. But for FaZe, they now head into that grand finals with the opportunity, with that bracket reset in their back pocket, how big that could be. We've only ever seen a bracket reset and a team in the lower half go on to win a championship once, and it was FaZe.
And this was the FaZe we were expecting to see at Arlington, right? When the Bandit came into play, we were like, it's going to be easy for FaZe. They're going to dominate the competition. That wasn't the case. In Arlington, they certainly fell short, but now we've just seen back-to-back 3-0 sweeps for FaZe Clan. And they look like a team that are here to prove a point to the rest of the tournament.
There were some doubts in heading into this competition, turning them into believers now. 3-0, a clean sweep, and Dan, it was dominant at times.
It was very much dominant. I think that FaZe knew if they were able to take that first game away from Rebellion, they should be able to carry through with the momentum and stop Rebellion having that belief that they can even get to a grand final, because it is a tale as old as time. It happens so often where we will get a winner's final where one team will be a reigning champion, one will be the new up-and-comer. Will we see that underdog story come to life? And we just so often see the reigning champion absolutely pummel them into the ground. But that wasn't the case. A 3-0 on paper, but certainly we saw Rebellion give their best effort and made it very close in some of the games.
And for Rebellion, now they have Optic Gaming to stare at, and they look pretty good here today as well. That's going to be a tasty matchup.
Oh, I can't wait to see what happens in the elimination bracket as well. I mean, this is going to be an incredible rest of Sunday. But Frosty, the man who got an unbelievable amount of kills with a sniper rifle, he's having an interview with Blaze. Take it away.
Thank you so much. London, make some noise for FaZe Clan as they go to the grand finals. And I got Snipe Guy Frosty. Man, we watched the master class on the main stage. How do you make the scope look so easy?
I mean, I'm just doing my thing up there. I'm hitting flow. I feel like all four of us are kind of flowing together. So whenever we're on the same page like that, I feel like I can just do no wrong.
You definitely can't do no wrong when you are in your flow state, and even scarier when the entire FaZe roster is there. You know, what has it been like playing in this crowd? We got the band in the background. Every time you guys get a map, the trumpets are going. What has it been like for you in London?
It's been insane. I mean, we already know the crowds here are top tier. So it's been awesome. The support has been insane. This is my third time in London, and I feel like every time it's always a good time, and especially competing in front of the crowd. It's been amazing.
It is. Let's get a crowd check. London, do you guys love FaZe Clan? They definitely do. Now, you know, winning this series was so important. We heard the casters talk about how FaZe is the only team to come from the lower side and be able to reset that bracket and get a championship. So I know you are feeling comfortable on that side, but the job's not done. What do you want to tell these FaZe fans as you guys get ready for that grand finals?
Just know we're coming locked.
They're coming locked in, and they not playing around, everybody. That's going to do it for me and Frosty. Lottie, let's break it all down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, what an incredible series we just saw from FaZe. I think there's one thing kind of going through my mind right now, and that is how much work they must have put in between Arlington and now, because the map pool to me seems so deep for these guys. They have worked tirelessly on being able to get better across every single map and mode. I have to say, that CTF Argyle, I was thinking, okay, this is Shopify's comeback time. This is where it's going to happen for them. No, sir, because the work has come through. They are looking unbelievable and a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they really have cleaned up their map 10 game mode type. I mean, that was a 3-0 earlier against Optic, and we just saw what they did against Shopify Rebellion. FaZe are back, and man, does it feel good to say that. That's another grand finals that FaZe are going to be going to, and this time, they're the favorites to win.
Letha, what particular moments were you loving watching from FaZe that you just think, okay, this is working, this is gelling, this is exactly what I want to see?
I would say that final game overall, you saw that they barely gave any kind of hope for the likes of Shopify to regain their landing control, you know, the most closed off area on their side of the map to at least help in some way defensively, and you can see time and time again just trying to get numbers. Look, it's just a great example, but only one player was in their way, and that was Frosty with the snipe, just denying that landing control, which also forced their opponents to go around snipe, bottom snipe, around stickies, and end of the day, they had to push around the open side. They didn't have the numbers majority of the time, but they just couldn't break any of the setups which the likes of FaZe was employing. But another thing I want to add as well is that in terms of the King and Hill game time, FaZe have not dropped one so far this event, and they continue with that trend, which is not really too much of a surprise considering how well structured they are. And the final point is, I did mention before this series started, these two teams, very, very similar style, but FaZe have more experience in this situation.
And with that speed, with that confidence, there's two players that I was looking out for, and that's that always icy Frosty, who we just heard from, and of course, the 6'6" Phenom World 2 coming in with that highest KD. Both of them maybe a little bit quiet in the past so far in this tournament, but this series, they were loud, they were proud and they were damn good.
They certainly were indeed. We're looking across at the stats right now from that 3-0 phase. Just amazing stuff coming across the board. I mean, the damage that's being dealt, it is significant compared to Shopify Rebellion. I think the stats also, I'm sure a few people are looking at Renegade stat line. I just want you to understand things that there's only enough kills to go around for certain people.
True.
Not everybody can have the most perfect stat line ever. You know, that was really Frosty's time to shine, Matt's time to shine, Royal too. I mean, it's just one of those things. You have to kind of give a little bit sometimes and work as a team. And that's exactly what we're seeing from FaZe.
We certainly are, and this is kind of the old school phase which I was looking for at Arlington leading up to this event here. They've clearly been head case a little bit in terms of what needs to be done, what needs to be rectified, and all the corrections need to be made. I'm sure they had a huge shopping list of the things to go through. Gone through most of that, and I think it's nice now to see that all the setups they prepare for, all the prep they have for all these power-ups and power weapons, and all these niches here and there on each game mode and map, they actually managed to solidify. It's looking to all come together. It's that final jigsaw puzzle they needed from Arlington to London. They brought it here. They brought it for the entirety of the weekend. And you can see the stats speak for itself. The fact that Frosty got 15,000 damage. He was so proactive. Any person who was in his line of sight just got absolutely decimated.
Yeah, he's on it today, as well as the rest of the team. I mean, that moment there on Argyle where he is out of bounds and grapples back up. So not only just save his own life from falling off of the map, from G-sliding a little too far maybe, but then to get the kill on top of it. When you hit moments like that as a player, especially on a main stage for the grand final position, that dopamine, you can't really replicate it. Moments like that you have to create yourself, but it just shows you how incredible these individuals are, Tony. What do moments like that make you feel?
It really does, and let's be honest, sometimes you're in flow state. Maybe it was a little bit too much flow state, got a little bit too much flow on that grapple, but I'm happy he had 2 more in order to get back on that map. Otherwise, maybe it would have checked him a little bit if he would have fell off the map, but hey, that's what great players do. You know, they find the crack, they find the weakness within the arm of the opponents, and they pounce on it. And of course, when things don't exactly go their way, they adapt.
I think we're actually going to see it a little bit at the end here now from Frosty in this gameplay. Here we go. Oh, it was a grapple too far. Here we go. He goes off out of bounds, but don't worry about that. I've got a grapple in the back pocket. Up he goes. And we're hoping he finishes this kill just for the clip, because why not? Stunning.
He was just teasing this a little bit, weren't he? Let's be real, which is understandable. We'll let him off for that one. And I do feel like between Shopify and Optic Gaming now, yes, it's going to be the Elimination Bracket final next. One thing they need against FaZe is creativity. That's the one thing they'll need in order to try and break through FaZe. If they don't have that, or any signs or indicators of that, there's going to be problems.
Certainly will indeed. Why don't we take a look at our brackets though to see where we are at? Of course, it is Championship Sunday, stage 3 of the London Major, and as you can see, we have FaZe Clan in the grand finals. Shopify Rebellion will go down 3-0 into the elimination bracket, and here we have it where they will end up going up against Optic Gaming. And again, it's a lot of green on the board here, so wondering who's going to have the green light to go forward into that grand finals is my next question. Shopify Rebellion, Tony, real quick before we head to a break, how are you feeling about this roster, about picking their heads up, now touching the elimination bracket for the first time and having to go against the green wall?
As far as their abilities, I'm feeling good because I know what Shopify Rebellion are capable of. We've already seen them 3-0 the likes of some of the powerhouses that are in this tournament. But fresh off of getting 3-0'd and the way that they look, I hope that their mental's intact. I hope that maybe the leaders and the best mans are able to come in and say, hey, look, let's bounce back. Let's reset, because that's what's going to be necessary. I believe in the ability of Shopify Rebellion. They got to get through Optic.
Well, as Sherzy once says, shields up, weapons hot, because you've got another series on your hands, Shopify, going up against Optic next. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be our elimination final, and we'll see you after this.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by Streamlabs.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Welcome to the stream, where our passions roll and communities get hyped. We don't just create, we create a scene. Some of us game, others want to break out. Some of us come to hang out, while others come to shout out. We may be here for different reasons,
but what we all have in common is the need to share. Whether it's a hobby or a profession, it's definitely not a phase.
This is our moment. Because when we go live, it matters. It defines more than who we are. It defines culture and community.
We're not just changing the game. We're building a whole new arena. We demand intuitive tools
that make a powerful impact, that keep our creativity streaming, the vibes flowing, and our communities growing. Because in the stream,
every view, like,
follow,
chat, sub
counts. Streamlabs. Unleash your live.
We're not just changing the game. We're building a whole new arena. This is our moment, because when we go live, it matters. Streamlabs, unleash your live.
Party's over. Belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Hello London and welcome back to the HCS Major here in the United Kingdom, and we're into our elimination final. This match is about to be an absolute brawl. My name is Lottie, I'm with Tony and I'm with Lethal. Gents, Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Who would have thought it? That we'd be knocked down to this point in time with these two teams in this very moment, and so much on the line for both of them. Looking across our screens right now and looking at Optic Gaming to make that bounce back, this is what they need, and they've rallied so far today, Tony. They have been so good. I mean, what we saw against Space Station Gaming, you couldn't have asked for a better series from these guys. How are you feeling about the gameplay now?
Optic Gaming have been a very special team literally all tournament long, and maybe a bit of a hiccup over towards the winners bracket to put them in this position, but a chance to make it to another grand finals, which that's usually when we see the best of Optic Gaming. Will they bounce back, and will it be brick by brick, as it says in the title?
You know, a discussion that we had was about the way that this team had been operating, right? They'd actually been playing a little bit more like a team, and we hadn't seen any kind of superstar pop-offs as of yet. I don't feel like that happened until the Space Station series. I felt like Lucid really stepped up to the plate. We saw him getting so comfortable, a cheeky little bit of disrespect happening here and there. He felt it. He knew he needed to do this with his team, and I'm liking that. I'm liking seeing some of the ice and the clutch factors coming forward for this Optic roster, and that can't stop now. This has to happen for Shopify.
I think a lot of the players on Shopify, they could be a little bit deflated by what happened against FaZe, and I think anyone would do. Of course, with a 3-0 victory for FaZe, we did say it was going to be same styles, but they won't be able to dictate the pace. But with Optic Gaming, it could be a little bit different. But Optic Gaming have been looking so damn good, all taking it turns to be that game changer. And one player who doesn't really get enough love on Optic Gaming is Dead Zone. The fact that he complements his roster with his unpredictable positioning, he can be a very scary player, and people need to be a lot more aware about him, because how he lurks, how he gives out the damage here and there, you know, he's one player who can be a bit of a thorn on the side and will be, especially for Shopify.
You're completely right. Dead Zone tends to stay alive and be in the mix at the times that the opposition wished he wasn't. You know, just totally denying any type of control, any comebacks. He's almost there as the antifreeze, right? So like any ice that the team are trying to build up, he's there with his little, you know, squeegee, whatever it's called, spraying the antifreeze everywhere, and they are not able to come back. They are not able to ice up, and he is that type of player. And you're right, it is extremely dangerous. But for Shopify Rebellion, how dangerous will it be? How are they feeling on the other side of things? Shopify obviously coming out of a lackluster performance, to say the least, against FaZe. They just couldn't get anything going. And these Rebels, can they rebel against Optic Gaming, Tony?
I think Rebellion know what Optic want to do. Optic want to be able to slow the game down because they're a phenomenal defensive team. They want to build up that green wall, so to speak. Shopify Rebellion are in a perfect position to upset because of the way that they approach the game. It's fast, it is perfect timing, and it is very in your face. They want to muddy up the game and make it difficult for Optic. So you know your play style can play well towards that. I still want to know, like you do, how are you feeling after that winners bracket finals? Because you almost made it to the grand finals right there, and then FaZe, it shuts you down a bit. So as long as you're in the right headspace, as long as you come into this match ready to go at it, Shopify Rebellion very much are in this elimination bracket finals.
Something that we had discussed coming into this tournament about Shopify Rebellion in particular was their mentality. So it's really good questions about how they're feeling there, Tony. And to be honest, I've seen some improvement from it. Previously, we've seen Shopify not able to kind of pick themselves up in the middle of a series and keep trying and trying again. But that hasn't been the case so far this tournament. We've seen bounce backs, we've seen them push through all the way to game 5 and clutch up, and that's been fantastic. They need to do that more than ever right now. But what I'm afraid of is I'm afraid of their consistency coming through against Optic Gaming. Optic, their bounce back has been huge already. They've already had to do that. This is their second time around. Shopify, did you see enough out of them in that FaZe series to convince you that they can actually do this against them?
Yes and no. I feel like they need to speed up the pushes when they have on the counter-attack or counter-offensive. We saw it a lot of the time in Argyle CTF. They were kind of questioning what they should do and sit around, wait, and then try and debate how to go about it. They can't hesitate. Hesitation is one of the key factors which is going to be down to your demise. It's going to cost these 3-0s. Also, I'm going to say that FaZe, it did heavily favour them to be up 3-0 in terms of that victory and series scoreline. The games that did heavily go in their favour, but it's going to be a little bit more different this time round. But We need to see if we can speed up the pace a bit. Stop hesitating. Every time I see someone with a half a second or a second amount of hesitation, it's just going to cost them games left, right, and center. Any minimal errors or mistakes, it's going to cost them this series as well. And Optic Game are absolutely gunning for them right now.
They certainly are, indeed. Well, you probably heard the trumpets and the drums. They're ready to go. I think everyone in this arena is ready to go, and I hope you guys at home are too. It's our elimination semi-finals. Actually, that's a lie. It's our elimination finals, folks. This is it. It's make or break. Go hard or go home. It's Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's meet your teams.
Ain't nowhere to run when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' run high when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' live or die when the sky fall, when the sky fall. Ain't nowhere to run when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' run high when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' live or die when the sky fall, when the sky fall. Ain't nowhere to hide when the sky fall, when the sky fall.
Starting to get late here in London, and we have ourselves the Elimination Bracket Finals set. Optic Gaming coming from the Elimination Bracket semifinals, beating SSG, and then just watching Shopify fall short in the Winners Bracket Finals. It's Clutch, joined by Dave himself, the man, the myth, the legend. You played in plenty of Elimination Bracket Finals. Actually, you probably went through the Winners Bracket success, but I'm sure at some point you find yourself in this matchup coming from both ends. One, a nice elimination bracket run on the side of Optic, and Shopify, they fell short and have got to be a little devastated about how that series in the Winners Bracket Finals went. Dave, who are you favoring coming in based off the different trajectories that both these two teams have?
I mean, like you said, one of these teams came out from winning the elimination semis. The other one handily got beat in the Winners Bracket Finals. Now, I'm actually favoring Optic because of this. Yes, we've seen Shopify play well. Have we seen them step up to the level where they're consistently beating these top three squads in the form of Space Station, FaZe, and Optic? I have yet to see that. We've seen it once. They can absolutely do it again. Prove it today to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you got to prove it. The pedigree of Optic Gaming and the accolades that they have had, they have been there, done that. They have weathered storms in the past. We don't know that of Shopify just yet, but as we take a look at the series layout, we're starting this one off on Stronghold, Recharge, and then you have Live Fire, Slayer. So these are the two game types that will probably dictate early momentum. What are you thinking Shopify need to do early on in this series to weather the storm and kind of create some kind of a momentum? Because if they don't win one of these two games, this series could get ugly quick.
Well, one thing you and I were talking about on the side prior to this match is when we were watching Shopify versus FaZe, it felt like there was plenty of times throughout the neutral game or when they're on the back foot that they did fine against FaZe. You know, they were able to answer back with a couple kills. But it felt like they never were able to actually ever take control of the game. It never felt like they got all four down and were going for spawn kills and dominating any sort of fashion like that. At some point, you need those runs. Halo is a game of ebb and flows. You're going to have those times where you're on the back foot and you're taking losses, you're taking hits. But you also need to have your gains. You have those times where you are getting significant advantages as you get the team on their spawns, as you get the power weapons, and we weren't really seeing that from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I think it's a superstar league, and clearly the FaZe superstars stepped up in that Winners Bracket Finals. Frosty having so many highlight clips, a superstar that FaZe needed to step up. On the side of Shopify, they may not be household names, but is there a potential superstar on Shopify that you're looking for early in the series to start making some noise and give his team a little bit more light?
Well, I mean, Suppressed throughout the tournament was KD leader up until this moment. And then also you look at the rest of that roster. I mean, there's nobody that's on that squad that can't step up, that can't slay. But if I had to pick out a specific individual, I mean, I'll go with the words out Soul Snipe's mouth himself. He said Cycle is the best player in the game. Well, if he's the best player in the game, let's see him step up to that
Cycle has also been at the top of a lot of our leaderboards throughout this weekend. I feel like I didn't get to see much of his point of view throughout that entire series. I know it was a fairly quick one, and we're going to showcase the winning team most of the time, or the team in the lead in favorable positions. But yes, Cycle, a player that had a fairly quiet winners finals. Can he turn it around? Can Shopify turn it around? Or is the Green Walls momentum through this elimination bracket after beating SSG? One knock off the list, one knock on the door. The second step to Optic Gaming's run to the grand finals starts here and now against Shopify Rebellion. And we're kicking this one off at Stronghold's Recharge. The camouflage is traditionally the point of focus here early on this map, and as we kick gameplay off, I love the idea of starting with Lucid. He was on fire against SSG in that game 4.
Yes, the 2022 MVP. Let's see what he can do off the beginning of here on Recharge. Looking at both these teams so far throughout the 2024 season, when it comes to, Stronghold's Recharge, we've seen Optic, they're 1-0, whereas Shopify Rebellion are 0-1, so very small sample size.
All right, early momentum, early kills going in the favor of Shopify, and who else but Cycle to find 3 kills early on. Soulside's going to be able to get B, but as he goes back into pipes, he's going to get his life taken from him and lose the shock rifle as well. A great job by Dead Zone to prioritize the player with the power weapon in hand on on Shopify Rebellion.
We're going to see what Cycle decides to do up here. Look at just these non-stop peek shots. Even when down in shield, even when down to nearly 1 shot, still just going to challenge that and be a nuisance. Taking up so much attention. Both Dead Zone and Formal didn't know what they could really do there. They decided to opt on different fights. Dead Zone eventually gets taken down, but Cycle, just a non-stop turret here over at the tower, at control.
Top Red 1 shot, Needle 1 shot, Needle dead, Needle 1 shot again. Cycle dealing so much damage to these players. He's going to run out of ammo, Dave. He's only got 8 shots left. He needs to find somebody's dead corpse to run over. Is it going to be this player bottom elevator? I think he actually ran out of ammo there. That fight a little too difficult. As Dead Zone able to get the better of him, but the damage has been done, and it was an early lead for Shopify. But since then, A and B went in the favor of Optic, and they have recently taken the lead.
But goes to show how many shots he's laying across the map, all that he did towards that killing spree. But that's also a bit worrisome when you see those sprees. As we talked about before, Wes, you want to see your team gaining some sort of lead. So you don't want to see your team equalizing somebody out as you're getting a spree, as you're laying those shots across the map, and as you're staying alive.
Yeah, it maybe needs to pick up the pace a little bit. If you're about to run out of ammo, that probably means you've got success in your favor early in the game. But Optic, the more efficient team so far, 56 and 18 to climbing is the score. Mental has made his way into blue pipes with the new camouflage. Second camo of the game goes to Shopify, and he's going to get behind enemy lines. One player on Optic Gaming to deal with here. He's going to do just that. Gets knocked to no shield, but he's going to be able to play his life.
Yeah, and an interesting route, because I feel like as you have the camo, you can be taking a bit more open route, especially when you have the opposing team so far down. But must have known that Dead Zone was going to be sneaky back there and wanted to secure that kill and make sure no one slipped around through blue pipes.
Cycle hitting a nice shock rifle shot there from the third person point of view, as he continues to build momentum. 6-2-2 and Suppress 5-2-2 right behind him. Both Shopify Slayers stepping up in this first game. Almost a tied game now. It is a tied game, and Shopify with A and B controlled will now gain the lead.
2 down a piece. Formal feels like the play is going to be at elevator. Decides to flank on in and then jumps into the hill. Not just yet. Want to see if we can angle or some sort of damage first. Feels like it's too good to be true. Trying to find out where the Shopify resistance is going to come in from.
Just as Shopify take the lead, Optic strip it right back. A, B now in the control of Optic Gaming. Formal anchoring this elevator position. Able to pick up those platforms before they get taken from him or they get shot. Formal with a lot of responsibility. He is by himself on this side of the map. You can see the rest of Optic Gaming over towards the pipes and batteries area right now. Formal is on an island and needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's waiting for his teammates to call someone out on catwalk. He doesn't want to be the first one to meet the resistance of someone in control. Wants his teammates to lay down that damage first, and then he gets the finish. They bait that trap in that open path.
Yeah, Formal doesn't overstep that entrance into bottom elevator right there. Plays his life so well, able to stay alive, and it has really been him just anchoring this A stronghold for his team as the rest of Optic Gaming have been doing work across the map. There's a trip cap now in effect. The points are starting to climb. The camo god himself, Trippy, has found himself the third camo of the game, and Optic are rolling.
This is going to be a tough one for Shopify to break out of. They're trying to desperately capture B. This can sometimes go out well, but if you just give up the deaths anyways, and Optic recaps it, that can be all for naught. That's going to be B being converted, B getting grabbed back by Optic. What can Shopify do to break out of this? Looks like they're finally able to break out of that bad spawn over at Pipes. They're now getting elevator, and they get to at least slow down the damage, but same point, they need to get a second hill.
Look at the difference in camo success right there that we've seen from Optic and Shopify so far. You saw the play, Cycle only able to get 1 kill and it immediately gets traded away with his camo. Trippy gets 2 kills and an assist during this trip cap. That camo has given him all of the space and all of these points, now up over 100.
And just like that, Shopify, they decide to go fully on the offensive. Optic read the play and they convert on over at A and get trip cap. There was 0 resistance there from Shopify because they were more concerned about getting Pipes and getting B. And because of it, now a temporary trip cap.
191 and climbing, and Tommy Wilson is on a tear. 13-3 and 5. Lucid back to MVP form, and he started hot against SSG, and you have got to be aware of how special of a player this is when he gets rolling.
Yeah, and every single time you see Shopify Rebellion trying to break out of this position, a player gets picked off, and all of a sudden they're trying to make this push without suppress. Cycle somehow getting a kill on a Trippy. This could be the opportunity they need, but just as I say that, Soul Snipe falls. Killing Frenzy for Lucid, and just everything going right for Optic Gaming. Suppress doing everything he can, trying to fight off players from the B Stronghold. Gets the kill and playing that London style objective because he's in it.
3 go down for Optic. Lucid's first death in about 5 minutes probably will result in Shopify finally getting control. They're going to get a camo as well, and they're going to have a trip cap to play around. This is the moment that Shopify can win this game, can come back, but it's got to be perfect.
They have to play this right, just like you said, Wes. They cannot charge and give up free kills, but they do need to continue to press this advantage. Cycle, the one shot with camo. Is he going to get that finish? Somehow the nade does not connect. Re-engages against Lucid. Gets the help he needs, and there's the 2 pickups. No trip cap, but still, they are doing great right here.
Yeah, I like this play by Cycle. You need a trip cap if you want to plan on coming back against a team like Optic Gaming at this time. The last 2 players for Optic are stuck back blue. The collapse is coming in. The respawners are already in A. So now you have to get C because Optic now have A and C. You will be able to get C, but defending B while getting C right now because those kills took so long is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, you called out perfectly there. It's just because the kills took too long. If they could have executed that faster, but they met too much hot firepower from Optic there. The fight dragged on too long and spawns got across the map, so you can't hold a trip cap. You need stronger forces across the map in order to keep a trip cap.
240 and climbing, 1 last hoorah here from Shopify Rebellion, and Optic will take game 1. A trade from Lucid is everything you want to see from the Green Wall fans, as the rest of the players are no shield, no problem, not in a stronghold. Game 1 goes to Optic.
Not the start you want to see if you're Shopify Rebellion. Same time, we did see a moment of hope there. You know, at the end where they got that trip cap and they were forced to press it. I feel like it's generally a situation they would not have charged, but they realized that they were down by about 100, 120 points. They needed to have a larger run, so they went for high risk, high reward.
Yeah, you got to get those players out of back blue faster, and unfortunately for Shopify fans, it took too long, and you also traded multiple members in order to get those kills. And the numbers advantage, the timings, they were all off from that point. Optic Gaming playing the situation perfectly as well. You got to give credit to the players that were back blue for playing their lives a little bit longer, allowing their teammates to respawn and get A so that the trip cap continuously was stalled, and you know if Optic buy enough time with that significant of a lead, they'll figure out a way to close it out.
Yeah, you just had to keep pressuring them, and just comes down to execution at some points there. Little, too late, but all good there, because Shopify Rebellion get to try to answer here on Live Fire Slayer. This game mode fairly evenly matched as far as the recent stats we've seen within the 2024 circuit. It is 3-2 for Optic and 3-1 for Shopify Rebellion, if I remember that correctly.
Shopify Rebellion stats in Slayers is where my mind goes when I see a game 2 in this series. Shopify have been the best Slayer team throughout the early year of 2024, and right now they need to rely on their biggest strength. What is that, Slayer, to get right back into the series? They have lost 4 straight maps now here on Championship Sunday, and you're starting to wonder, are we ever going to wake up? What's that got to feel like from them after getting bounced from the winners finals, being in such a promising position, such a hopeful position, waking up today and getting ready for this tournament? And now all of a sudden, not only did you lose that first series the way you did, game 1 was not close.
Yeah, this has got to be the best position that some of them have ever entered a Sunday for a lot of these players on Shopify Rebellion. And like you said, they have to go with those ebbs and flows. If you take your hits from someone like FaZe, you need to be able to bounce back. We know that a lot of these other top rosters can bounce back. You've seen someone like SSG be down 2-0 in a series.
Several times.
Don't count them out just yet. Whereas I don't have that same installation of confidence yet in Shopify Rebellion. If I see them go down 0-2 again here, I don't feel like that comeback is as likely. So you really need to get some form of momentum back. Why not do it here in the Live Fire Slayer? Don't put yourself in the impossible situation. Don't make it a better story. Just get to the end of the story.
Well, let me tell you, an impossible situation might start with Lucid getting the S7 at the start. He's found himself the snipe, and let me tell you, this kid, when I get him on my team in matchmaking, he goes off with this weapon in this mode. Starting to pop off right now. Lucid doing Lucid things. He's going to lose his entire team right now. Can he deny Camo by himself? He hits the body shot, but unfortunately, because all of Optic are coming off respawn, the Camo guy's going to get away, but not everyone's getting away. Lucid's starting to rip heads.
Just so tough. You do everything right against this guy, and he can just sometimes hit shots like that.
He's just better. Such a special talent. And denying the power weapon is step 1. Once that weapon is in his hands, you can almost guarantee fireworks are yet to come. A 6-4 lead as the game slows down. Lucid's going to be trying to play his life. I believe that's probably the Camo player getting behind enemy lines. Suppressed, taking the snipe out of Lucid's hands, does the biggest job, step 1, for this team to get back into this.
Suppressed everything right there. I only just saw that from the kill feed, but I saw Suppressed got a back smack prior to that. Somehow catches Lucid off guard, gets the kill on the sniper, and a couple bullets in their hands.
Assuming Suppressed was the Camo player, his Camo probably ran out as we went to his point of view. Those couple of kills, though, put Shopify in a much more manageable state. Snipe out of the hands of Lucid is everything Shopify wanted to see here. 10-9 the score. Optics still up 1. Trades across the board will make it even at 10.
Mental winning that huge 1v1 against Lucid. As they're both one shot, Lucid had the positional advantage. Mental still just keeping calm there, getting that last headshot onto Lucid, and it's rewarded with top tower. One last death.
The one veteran on the squad, the one with championship pedigree, Mental. Can he get his team back into championship form on Champ Sunday with some play of his own? Great job anchoring this tower position, finding kills. 3 go down for Optic, and Shopify find their first lead in the series.
1 kill lead. They'll take it, though. Now they had 3 dead. I'm curious, were they going to press that advantage a little bit more? It looks like Formal takes out this first kill on Suppressed, but I'm a bit surprised here. It feels like they had an advantage. They just kind of felt really stagnant there, at least just watching it from that one POV from Mental.
3 dead on both sides here. The battle for Camo is everyone's focus right now. Suppressed is going to win his one-on-one against Lucid. That's a big one as this Camo is still up at its spawn. But still more work to do for Shopify to try and acquire this Camo. The pressure from Optic respawners is here. Dead Zone and Trippy find kills, and that should be an Optic Camo grab.
This Dead Zone jumping up. I believe his teammate grabbed that Camo, and then it's hightail it out of there. See who can stay alive. Everyone scatter.
Lucid was the one that grabbed the Camo. Lucid actually got taken down. A respawner for Shopify had to hit a route and took down Lucid before he could get away with that Camo. Massive kills over towards the screens there to deny that Camo opportunity for Optic Gaming. Now Soul Snipe with Snipe in hand finds himself back tower and a 3-kill lead.
Soul Snipe hitting a nasty angle down there over near the nest. Gonna keep trying to get some picks here. Don't want to see those trades, but it looks like Suppressed just gonna take out Lucid for now a 6-kill lead. This is actually a healthy lead that we've seen for the first time.
I want to see how Shopify play this, and as I say that, they lose 2 members pushing as their sniper is still anchoring the tower position. He's forced to throw it off. I hate that play by Shopify Rebellion. If I am Soul Snipe, I am commanding the troops, sit back and let me go to work. That snipe gets neutralized, removed from their hands. A good job by Soul Snipe to play it, but you have to take advantage in that situation because now you're looking that what was once a 6-kill lead in snipe control is now a 2-kill game just in Shopify's favor.
Yeah, one articulation I used to hear before is who's winning the trade right now, or who's winning the stalemate? And if your team is coming out ahead by playing it calm, just let your sniper do the work, let your camo do some work. Of course, you don't just turtle up and hide, but you're not going to try to force a play unless you know you have the guarantee or opportunity.
What I wanted to see was them push a lane that the sniper can watch over so that you have everybody cohesively playing together. Soul Snipe caught out in that position of being able to impact the play. The game now 31-all as combat still ensues. These back pillars, Mental playing his life, but too many members of Optic will give Optic the lead back in their favor, 32-31.
Yeah, that's a bit devastating because I do feel like, yes, Optic executed and ended up getting the kills, but I don't feel like they do anything miraculous there to break out of that situation where Shopify had the advantage. It just felt like Shopify were having success being aggressive and stepping on the gas, but they got punished for it. And they got punished in a time where they could have calmed it down for just a little bit.
The big thing to pay attention to as Shopify becomes the team they are is are they able to understand and read the state of the game at all times and make correct decisions based on that? A little bit of premature pushing there has costed them dearly in this game. They will regain the lead with a clean 3 kills on the Optic Gaming. Shopify back in the driver's seat. So even with those mistakes, continuing to have a puncher's chance here in game 2.
And right here, Mental unaware if any other members of Optic have somehow pushed across bridge or across nest to get close to him. That was a situation that there could have been maybe more pressure over towards green, but now it's going to be a couple separate fights. It's going to be Mental fighting on his own near Nest Bridge, and his teammates fighting on their own over at green, but it doesn't matter. Somehow they're cleaning up all these kills. Trippy, the last one alive here for Optic.
It might not have been flashy, but that was an amazing play by Mental to get his team this 3-kill lead. He got 2 players in no shield, distracted a third, had everyone on Optic's attention, and the rest of Shopify were able to pounce and get the kills they needed to capitalize on Mental's damage. He didn't get a single stat from that play, but that was a game-changing play the way he played that life.
Soul Snipe, second sniper in hand, and gets just barely juked out there by Trippy. You're not getting those unfortunate lunges for or against you here. This is LAN, and that spacing is so crucial. 2 snipers in Soul Snipe's hands, 2 snipers out of his hand. Not totally effective there.
What a big kill from Trippy, because ever since then, Optic have had map control and space to play around. Respawners to Shopify were spawn killed. 44 now to 41. Optic have taken a 3-kill lead.
And Trippy, now the new target they're calling out. Cycle able to neutralize Trippy. Sniper back on the plat. Whichever team can get that, slow it down, is in prime position. Yes, it's a 2-kill game. But still, that sniper can easily help close out these final moments.
Trippy's going to push by the middle. Formal looking over his shoulder, but Formal, not to no shield, is able to stay alive with the nades. Mental, his chance with the ES7. First time this game, hits the body shot on the Formal, trying to push a bridge. There's a player below Mental as well. 2 players below Mental as well. Optic, flank back tower, take down that sniper. Cycle gets the camo, but at what cost? The rest of his team gets flushed out. Suppressed, somehow able to play his life back tower, make it a 1-kill game. Now Cycle camo in hand can make the play for Shopify.
And they found Trippy over on the side. I was worried if that was going to be the flank that could end the game there in favor of Optic. 49-48. Camo no longer in play. So how does Cycle and crew decide to play this? They just have to somehow get 2 clean kills before Optic can get a trade out.
No power up, no power weapon to play around right now. Snipe and camo are not a part of the conversation. Optic turtled up in the house. The problem here is Shopify will eventually be the team that needs to make a play, and the kill time on the Bandit will erase a member of Shopify if they are caught out alone right now. So Shopify needs to be so careful about their spacing.
Yeah, Shopify right now are also deducing where Optic can possibly be. They're checking a few of those corners. They're making sure there's no one at Van. They're checking Rat Tunnel. They're just making sure nobody has slipped by and seeing if they can get some sort of free kill. As they slowly eliminate each of those locations, they might decide that, all right, they're all stuck here. Let's make a charge.
Optic are on the move, starting to create some space. Formal making his way bottom middle. Nobody top middle in the hole, he says. Let's clear out dummies. And now this is the moment. Suppress jumps up top tower. Nobody watching the dummy rip. Suppress gets got out. He turns the corner, though. No shield. Formal trying to play his life now. Forced to back up. Optic Gaming are around Formal. They're going to back up, go back into house. A risk by Optic Gaming almost pays off in their favor, but everybody makes it out alive, unscathed, and now Camo may become a part of the conversation if this goes back into a stalemate.
Everyone's too timid to commit right there. No one wants to make that game-changing mistake over commitment. I did like that play by Optic, though. They're always so tricky with some of these situations as they seem to be fully turtled up, and then they feel like, all right, we're going to push out, a minute or 2 minutes later and catch someone off guard. Camo coming up soon, though. Let's see how this decides this fate.
Good God, Shopify.
I feel like this Camo, everyone's just treating it as bait. Right now, no, Optic sure could go and grab that, but everyone's kind of on the outskirts. They're kind of waiting to see who's going to make a move, who's going to be in this next position that can see it, but no one's really going to be going for it.
Yeah, Formal actually just sits back. Camo is up right now. Shopify are staring at it, but they have no intention of going for it because they know if they were to go for it, they will lose one player. That is too open of an area, too exposed of an area to try and get out of. All of Optic going to be in a prime time position here. A few members of Shopify starting to move up on the cuts. They're going to back up to tower. Nobody's going to try to make the play just yet. Several players on Shopify receiving damage now. A lot of information for Optic to play around. I will not be surprised if they start to move around the map.
Also keep in mind, everyone's going to be pretty fully loaded when it comes to grenades, secondaries, pistols, plasma pistols. Everyone's had time to gather those gadgets across the map, so it's going to be a firefight when this goes down.
Eventually, time becomes a factor. A minute on the clock, and all of a sudden, Shopify have a realization that they are going to have their hand forced at some point. The one kill difference allows Optic the comfort of sitting back and waiting for what Shopify has to say about it.
And Lucid getting a couple shots on the side, realizing that he's going to be a target. If he's not shot that much, did that Camo get snagged? Did that actually get snagged? I have to double check on that one.
Camo gets snagged.
Somehow by Suppressed.
Suppressed.
The cojones on this guy in a 49-48 game.
The plasma pistol is actually a weapon that this Camo player wants in his hand. This could be the moment. Where is Optic Gaming? 3 players on his team sandwiching big door, but Optic are out of dodge. Optic got out. They snuck to the rat hole. They made it all the way to tower. The Camo's gonna run out soon, and Suppressed with 10 seconds has to make the play. He gets the kill on the dice. All of Optic are at tower.
Oh, no.
Dead zone, and Optic Gaming gets the kill off screen. And oh my God, the chess, the decisions that was being played during that game too is actually incredible.
Those Optic rotates are so difficult to play against because it's not like Optic says, we're gonna move out to the 30-second mark, the 1 minute mark. They give us some time in a neutral stalemate, and they say, all right, enough time has passed. We can try to slowly make a move here, try to make a push. And that catches teams off guard when they're trying to just go by standard variables.
Throughout all of that chaos, it's all about the information you're gaining at every single second. How Optic read the 3 big door, 1 Camo guy top middle push, and somehow chose the 1 lane.
Got that where nobody is at, yes.
Yeah, the 1 lane. What a decision made under the most pressure that they will ever see in those final seconds is unbelievable. And Optic continuing to make perfect decisions now put themselves up 2-0 here in the Elim Finals.
What a beautiful ending of Halo we just got to watch there.
That was chess.
Suppressed was able to grab that Camo. The rotation from Optic, realizing that they're gonna collapse in, it's gotta be up high.
That was chess right there, and Optic, the kings of chess here today, so far in their elimination bracket finals. Win yet another close game, another step closer to a grand finals for the Green Wall. And as we take a look at the highlights back and forth, these two teams went exchanging leads several times across the way, but it was those final minutes that the games turned into a stalemate. Minor damage at best was being dealt. One attempt from Optic to push up the dummy ramp, a risk taken, but somehow everyone gets out with their lives. Although Formal and Suppressed and several members were in gunfights in very exposed positions, they somehow all ceased fire, reset the map, and at the end there, Suppressed thought he probably got his team the game-winning play, and unfortunately, that's what I was afraid of. Just 49 is so different than 48. No room for error, and that little wiggle
Can't go for a melee, can't do none of that. One thing I did see in the kill feed there was Dead Zone got that final kill. It was a melee onto Mental. So if I had to guess what happened, I'm guessing Dead Zone perfectly trapped something like dummy door or some location like that where someone's running through just unsuspecting, gets that 3-shot melee, ends the game.
Yeah, it really is the big difference between 49 and anything under 49. You have at least one death to give up. And so Optic, the win conditions in their favor, the time in their favor, 10 seconds on the clock. If there's 15 seconds, Suppress might not go for the guy on the box. He might be able to have a little bit more time to kill the guy top tower first and then be behind everybody, but he goes for the first kill he knows he can get, and during that time is where Optic pounced and ended the game in their favor.
So well done there by Optic. Valiant effort there by Shopify Rebellion. Backs against the wall, 0-2. We talked about so many squads having that veteran, that veteran leader or that history of coming back from situations. I think Shopify still has to prove that, and what a better location to do that than here at HCS London. For Mid-CTF, this game is going to go on for a minute.
What a better map to see from Shopify's point of view. They dominated SSG on this map yesterday, 3-0, and it was fast. Mental went off with Snipe. Mental starts the game with Snipe, puts it to work. 3 go down for Optic, and it should be an early overshield grab for Shopify.
Mental deciding to back over towards his.
It's actually Penguin that gets it.
Dead Zone has that OS and is trying to just go back in the base, clear out this member. Wants to first be defending on his side. Now that his base is cleared out, decides to push on out. The top target both these teams are going to be opting for is, can they take over the opposing Snipe Hut? Can they just get them spawning over in the back base or towards sewers? Snipe Hut's going to be that spot that you can really guard your flag, where you can guard the run.
Yeah, so traditionally do we see that flag going under the snipe route from these top teams, and that's where you want to have control of if it's yours, and that's what you want to control if it's the other teams. Right now, the duel of snipes is between Lucid and Mental still. They're going to concede here as they're going to relocate, knowing that each other are looking for each other, but Lucid wants to get active and find someone. Unfortunately, he found Cycle. Cycle found him first, and Cycle takes down Lucid to give the S7 advantage to Mental and the boys on Shopify.
Looks like Mental decided to reposition over towards back flag. Generally, he has been over at Snipe, but just trying to see whatever picks and damage he can get. This is actually fairly dangerous here for Shopify. Even though they're getting some kills here, they're stuck in the back of their base. This is almost just equivalent to spawning.
Yeah, defense wins championships, but we need to win games if you want to get back into this Shopify. Right now, playing defense is not a recipe for success because Optic will bend and eventually break you in half right now. 2 steps of the 3-step process to get to the grand finals is already underway. Lucid might miss the flag run, maybe a little on purpose, because Lucid, we know he's better without the flag in hand as his teammate able to get that flag on the move.
Like my hand, I haven't washed my hands recently. I don't want to pick it up.
I didn't grab it. I didn't grab it.
Dude, yeah.
Oh no. I have to shoot my gun.
Oh, you got it, man? All right, you got it.
Yeah, you got it.
It's on your way, right?
All right, 2 dead. That's usually what Lucid's saying. It's Trippy, the best flag runner on Optic, gonna punch this one in. 4-0-2 for Trippy right now. Allowing Tommy Wilson to do his thing, of course, and Trippy doing his, punching that first flag in, and now with 9:20 on the clock, time not a factor, but Optic getting to play from a lead this early in the game, that's got to concern you.
So comfortable. I mean, the other part that's concerning is Shopify, like I said, they were just playing defense. It's one thing to like go back in your base and clear someone out. at a certain moment in time, just to get the extra safety. It's a different thing to be playing from the back of your base. You essentially eliminate the situation where the opposing team has to kill you twice to be a factor in that flag run. Instead, they only had to kill Mental once, and then they got to run the flag, versus killing Mental once over at Snipe Bridge or top ramp, and then having to kill him off the spawn.
Yeah, you're allowing free progression on the map, and right now, Suppress denying some free progression, but that flag next to Lucid, as he returns it, Suppress and the boys on Shopify had a flag on the move, but nobody was able to take down Lucid before he could return that flag. A frustrating moment for Shopify. Suppress did find the kill. It just wasn't on the right side of the map once again. Another map being reset. Snipe in the hands of Trippy. 5 bullets to work with. And as he narrowly misses Mental, the battle for map control is an important one, because this overshield coming up is a power swing that you think at this point in the series, Shopify are gonna need.
Yeah, Trippy trying to help get some kills over at the opposite Snipe. Suppressed behind enemy lines again. Also getting the help he needs. Ooh. Where did he get his help from? This could be so huge for Shopify. They got so many kills. They just killed Trippy. Trippy's not going to be any sort of factor in this flag run, and they're running it sewer.
Yeah, they're running it through the sewers. It's a long road to cap this flag. Optic are spawning towards the Snipe, but look at what Cycle has in his shield. The overshield top middle goes to Shopify. I said they needed it. Now they need to put it to work. Formal's playing his life so well right there with the Snipe, and Dead Zone behind enemy lines has been able to stop this flag. They need to take down Dead Zone, but Formal's going to get impactful here. He's on the plat. Cycle focuses on the Formal. Trades across the boards, but that flag still neutralized.
Yeah, the flag's not in the greatest location. In fact, I would love to see them maybe run towards back cut and then go all the way back through Mohawk. But we'll have to see how and when they're going to get this touch. They get the touch. That's enough kills on the board. You should be able to see this move back through back Mohawk. We will see here soon, though.
Now they're going to have to get one more set of slides. Two players on their street right now to deal with. This flag is not going to go in until a couple of kills go in Shopify's favor. Formal does go down, so that's the start to something great. Dead Zone goes down as well. Lucid has a long journey to try and impact this fight. Trippy goes down, and that's going to do it. That's Shopify's moment to tie this game 3 up.
Such a great play all around, especially by Suppress there. First one getting that double kill and pushing it into the Optic base. Eventually, somehow staying alive long enough from, I believe that was Trippy, who was trying to hunt him down. And then they just run that flag towards sewers. Once they got it back on their half of the map, they just realized they can trade kills, and in theory, they'll eventually get the flag moving fast.
And what a big moment. Finally, some momentum for Shopify. Down 0-1 now, tying this up. If that flag got returned, you know Shopify would have been pretty gassed from the situation that occurred. That was a fight they needed to cap to get this game tied up, to give them some belief that they can make this comeback a reality. Overshield and Snipes are both coming up, so all the power you could ask for to change the outcome of this game now favors Shopify. As Cycle picks up that Overshield, 2 players on the plat, Jiggle peeking. Cycle can't figure out a way to get either kill, and the Overshield gets removed. Lucid eventually goes down, but the other Optic player looks like he's on the flank. It's Trippy. Cycle head on a swivel, able to get another assist. Great job by Cycle to use that Overshield to control top mid. It transitions into 2 kills.
And more importantly, that sniper was acquired. I believe it was by Dead Zone or Formal. Yes, it's in the hands of Formal. That was the one thing you could see that Cycle originally was worried about, was throwing down that sensor
for good
over at the opposite hut, just saying, all right, how do we eventually get control of that hut?
Because they got the first 2 kills. It was a 4-on-2, and somehow, some way, off-screen, Formal doing Formal things changes the outcome of the state of the game right there. It removes the map control from Shopify, but as I say that, Soul Snipe somehow takes down Formal from his flag with a snipe. Soul Snipe trying to do it all. Can't hit the shot, but the flag very advanced right now. Slay's gonna start to benefit Shopify as well, so honestly, a phenomenal play by Soul Snipe as he advances that flag so far towards this tunnel. The last 2 players from Optic need to get taken care of, though. Mental trying to play his life around this pillar is going to have help from Soul Snipe, who respawned as he plays his life, but it's just Soul Snipe up, and that touch won't come through. Soul Snipe will concede that flag, let it return, and the map resets. Again, a defensive stance by just 2 players on Optic in a 2v4 situation.
Yeah, and Soul Snipe did so much there. I mean, got the kill, got the flagpole, tossed it so far. You had to think he was just hoping or wondering if his teammate was going to be able to pick up one other extra piece in there to continue that flag.
And if they had, that flag would have probably been capped, but coulda, woulda, shoulda, didn't right now. The game's tied, 4 minutes on the clock. Formal being an absolute terror right now in the base of Shopify. He is the last player alive. He is sandwiched by the last 2 players on Shopify, so a great job once again by Shopify to stand strong on their defense to keep this game tied, and they are rewarded with the next overshield.
It feels like Cycle's the only one timing it.
Yeah.
Cycle every single time has been top center, ready to go for that overshield and just grabbing it.
An advantage Shopify need. They've used it so often to try and get this map control, and this is the moment. This is the moment for Shopify. A kill with this overshield. 3 go down on the side of Optic. It's just Lucid that's alive right now. He is able to kill Suppress. Cycle starting to receive damage. Respawners are surely on the way for Optic, so it forces the hands of Cycle. He goes down to Trippy. Lucid, somehow, the last guy that was alive, yeah, he's a problem. He finds 2. Optic get the return.
And that is just a huge play by Lucid. Not only getting that opening kill, buying enough time for Trippy to be a factor, and they just don't hesitate. They charge on over towards Snipe Slide / Sewer and get the recov. And that, to me, I thought was a guaranteed Shopify flag. You know, once you're on that corner in Sewer and you have the kills, it's over.
Nothing's guaranteed against Lucid, apparently. Last man standing, I'll do it myself, he says. That flag stops because of him. Suppressed, starting to pick up the plays, though. That commando shot on the player Snipe, unbelievable. 21, 5, and 11, a +10 performance here as the game is still tied. 2.5 minutes. Next cap may be the deciding factor of whether Shopify gets to continue to play Halo this weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say, reality starts to sink in for probably both these teams. They're realizing that's likely just a one-cap game here. It's not going to go on that much longer. It's not going to be like one team's going to cap and the second team gets a great counter cap. Sure, that's very possible, but reality is set up one good, consistent push to get that cap, and it could start with this overshield popping in 5 seconds. You know who's there again. It's Cycle.
Last overshield of the game unless we go into overtime here, and Cycle tries to make his way towards that overshield. He gets taken down, so this time around we have to have a different story, surely. Suppressed able to get a kill to trade some things out, but it does look like Shopify and Optic still competing for this overshield. Dead Zone gonna be able to get the kill, but not the overshield. I believe the overshield falls off the map there, and that's not gonna be a contributing factor to whether a cap gets scored here in regulation time. 1.5 minutes on the clock. Cycle spots out Trippy, takes him down, gives his team man advantage momentarily. A second player down in this sewer area. Cycle's able to read this flank as he spots out Lucid. He tries to play his life, does a ton of damage, but somehow, some way, Lucid stays alive.
What is going on? Explosions all around. That's going to be 2 down. Formal and Lucid both taken out. Can Shopify Rebellion turn this into a better position? Can they get the opposing hut? Not going to really see weapons be much of a factor here at the end of this game, and looks like he has snuck behind, or is he?
Yeah, look at this route. He's behind enemy lines. A decent movie, but let's see if Soul Snipe can turn the sequel into something special. As all of Optic is overextended, his flag's getting pulled. Unfortunately now, Soul Snipe realizes maybe my flank was a little bit too long. Maybe I was out of the play, but 3 go down for Optic. The damage that Soul Snipe was able to do actually promotes a flag opportunity. Soul Snipe, as those Optic members go down, he is in the enemy base to pull the flag, hasn't been touched yet, and is getting it through the tunnel. The return about to come through. Still members of Optic to deal with. Trippy is going to be at his Snipe. Lucid's going to be his top plat. Here comes Formal as well. What do you do in this situation? High pressure moments. He's going to go for it. It gets denied. Optic are here now. 2 dead. The touch comes through. The cap comes through. But a counter cap opportunity at what cost? Shopify Lucid's here. Running the flag. Taking half shield, but he turns the corner. This flag could go in. It's sudden death. We got a pie chart, for God's sake.
Are you kidding me? Somehow they get this counter pulled. The one thing I said that likely would happen.
It gets stopped.
Flag is down. Pie chart is counting down. Can someone get on for the touch? Dead Zone gets the touch. Tries to run in. We got a flag standoff here at the Optic base. Mental, the only one alive. Dead Zone trying to play this time as best he can. His teammate Lucid coming in to help get the counter cap, and that's going to bring us into an overtime.
You want more Halo? We'll give you some more Halo, at least here in Game 3. We're in overtime, sudden death, first cap wins, and the battle for Overshield is the first priority for everyone.
What a wild ending there. You saw Shopify were just like, we just gotta get this cap in, and that's all we gotta worry about. Not how icy Optic could be. And somehow they get all 4 down. They're
still dead.
It does. This is going to be a tall order. I don't know how Suppress has angle. Trippy slowing down. Could that be the difference here? He has unfortunately cost his team about 1 or 2 seconds here. Will it matter?
Oh.
Maybe, maybe not. Flag on the plat. Does Lucid go in or does Lucid go for the slays? When in doubt, slay it out is always my mantra.
One player alive may have an angle to say something about it. Lucid playing his life. The kills come in. The caps come through. Formal lets them know you're going home. And Optic are going to the grand finals.
Just clutch after clutch there from Optic. Those games, especially the last 2, could have gone either way. We were treated to a 49-50 Slayer. We were treated to an overtime CTF. Well, all people are going to see in the future when they look at Liquipedia is they're going to see 3-0.
It's the same thing with FaZe and Optic in the last tournament in Arlington. Happens here to Shopify in this series. And these boys are going to feel pretty down right now with the opportunity that they know they let slip through their hands. But sometimes you got to look at the positives. In a couple of weeks, it'll feel a little bit better, and they will understand that they truly belong in the top 3 conversation, in the top 4. No longer is it the big 3. There are 4 teams that can push each other the distance in any given game. The way that they beat SSG yesterday, the way that they just went toe-to-toe with a very hot Optic, tells you everything you need to know about the young guns over on Shopify. Sometimes you gotta lose in the winners finals and the LIM finals before you win a national championship. I'll be the first one to tell you that, Dave.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go originally with, after the big 3, it's just Big Me. The way you're looking in that shirt right now, Wes, you're looking real strong in that. But you are right, they have taken their beatings here today. Let's be real, those ones are heartbreaking.
It'll sting.
You know they went today saying the absolute worst we can do is 3rd place. And nothing feels worse than taking the absolute worst you can do there. So they went to this event. They went today thinking this is our event. We're going to win it. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what areas went wrong. They had moments of panic. They had moments they could have played better. Individually, we saw shots. We saw things go very well for them, but just not as clean and polished and mechanical as some of these other top rosters.
As Optic prepare for another grand finals, they'll meet FaZe Clan, and if that series is anything like the games that those 2 have played so far at majors this year, we know we're going to see a lot more close games. We're going to see a lot more clutch plays, and the excitement is going to continue to create fireworks here in London. I'm hearing that Blaze has an interview with APG. I want to get his thoughts on how that series went.
Thank you so much for the cast, Wes and Walshy. Make some noise, London, for Optic Gaming as they move on to the grand finals against FaZe. And I'm with APG, man. We were watching this series. Talk to me about what you saw from your perspective, Shop. It was the last 2 maps were absolutely close. When the last time you saw something like that?
Honestly, I think that Optic just came out today on fire. I think that Shopify just came out a little bit flat. Shopify's been playing great this whole weekend. They've been playing great this whole season. I think they just honestly just have to come out a little bit, with more fire. But Optic knows how to play on Sunday, and they're showing it.
They definitely did show it, okay? And now we have all been blessed with another El Clasico in London. It's Optic versus FaZe in the grand finals. It's gonna be electric. You've been in that position before, APG. What is your prediction going into it? What does Optic gotta do to take down that hot FaZe?
They honestly just got to keep playing confident. Keep playing confident, keep playing aggressive. I think, judging by their gameplay, their comms are very, very good right now. They wouldn't have gotten that last cap if their comms weren't on point. So if they just keep doing their thing, I think they're going to be able to at least make a bracket reset.
All right, let's see. You heard it there. He can get the bracket reset, okay? But APG, that's going to do it for me and you for now. I want to bring in somebody else over here towards the interview booth. One of our good homies. It's Collect. Make some noise for Collect, everybody. Man, Collect. You've been watching the grand finals. Just tell me, how do you feel, seeing these matches?
I don't know. It's a really fucking insane Halo going on right now. That Shopify series was insane. Optic is playing great as well, and then I mean that winner's final phase is playing good as well. So it's been great.
Both of them have been playing good. Now, Collect, you've been in London, okay? You've been in the crowd. What has this event been like for you? The atmosphere, the experience. You know, how is it from your perspective?
I mean, honestly, it's been great. Yesterday we played Quadrant. That crowd, they were fucking loud. Yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying it. It's been a great crowd. It's been a great time.
Been a great time indeed. And lastly, Collect, anything you want to say to the Halo fans out there watching at home, getting ready to watch this grand finals? It's going to be hype. I don't think they should miss out.
Just, I don't know, have fun, have a good watch, and yeah, see you guys.
Have fun and have a good watch, everybody, okay? That's going to do it for me and Collect, but let's throw it to the desk so we can get this game set.
Thank you so much, Blaze. We love ATG and we love Collect so much. Good to hear from those guys as they watch the rest of this day. Of course, Championship Sunday. What a nail-biter of a series that was. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. So many different situations in so many of those maps that had me just so nervous and so excited all at the same time. Let's talk about what happened at the end of that CTF, though. And it's, of course, our AMD power play. And wow, what an incredible way to be able to overcome such a difficult situation. Optic with that counter cap, Lucid taking the most incredible route as well. Tony, talk to me about those final moments.
Yeah, I mean, the craziness to be able to get that counter cap and to force that overtime, and then from there, like, I'm not gonna lie, overtime, I'm like, okay, this is a round-based mode. You know, Mental's prepared for this. They're gonna have a great start. They're gonna come out and win this cap, and it didn't happen. We're seeing that final moments here. It was a fight. It was a brawl. At one point, I thought the return could happen, and just didn't.
Just so many different situations there where you weren't sure who was going to get away with it. I mean, pull after pull, and then cap potential after cap potential. I've got to say that the defense from Optic, the entirety of that map was huge. It was pivotal, honestly, for them winning that.
Biggest talking point is just how you should value your life. And Dead Zone and Lucid showed that perfectly, especially with Lucid's, my goodness, just Ferrari peeking around that pillar consistently across the board and just getting so many shots in whilst he was no shield, just abusing the map geometry, which is exactly what is required in order to not just keep yourself alive, but make sure your teammates get there in time to coordinate afterwards and be able to reslay and get that juicy cap to clean up the series.
And I love that Dead Zone gets his shields back before going in for that cap, and then Lucid, who looks like he's gonna be the one to punch it in, instead he plays a bit of a meat shield. He plays the shield to Dead Zone to make sure that Dead Zone is able to punch that in. Like you said, that starts from keeping your life, having the wherewithal to know that your shields are important in this engagement. If he doesn't and goes in too early for that cap, he goes down. Lucid gets focused, and that capture doesn't happen.
Indeed, it was the insurance policy, and he paid it with his body. He literally was right there, hoping that he was going to protect his comrade there. We can see the stats on our screen to see how incredible Optic Gaming really looked in that. But I just also want to say that Shopify, they did put up one hell of a fight as well. I know that the score is 3-0. But I've got to say the games couldn't have been tighter. And Lethal, we were talking a little bit about what happened on map 1 and kind of the dominance we saw from Optic Gaming as well. What was it about Optic that didn't allow Shopify to get anywhere near them?
Well, just before I start, I was actually a little bit surprised because Shopify, this has been one of their best game modes, period, this event. And Optic just made it look easy. And this is where I was starting to think to myself, this could be a clean sweep. But to make it one of their best game modes, one of the hardest to even fight back from, then you knew it was going to cost them. But everyone knows that AB set up on Recharge Strongholds. Everyone knows that it's all depending on like where you should be positioned, where you should be holding. But I was saying before, if you actually stick around blue box corner, top gold, whirlpool, and top A, those are the perfect positions in order to feed yourself info from top gold and whirlpool, because you've got the almost open parts of the map. You're the ones who have to call the info. You're the ones who are going to say if they're going to push from tower or if they're going to push through long, and then you can debate exactly the circumstances of how you're going to use that individual or capability and that skill and the position to then push on out and clean up. Because you remember the players around blue box and around top A, they're completely closed off. They're just holding the angles, and they get prepared for the people top gold and whirlpool to say, right, they're pushing this way, they're pushing that way, or they're forking around a different format. But honestly, it was perfect positioning, and if anyone wants to know how to play Recharge Stronghold, that was a perfect example example of how to hold A and B.
Yeah, an A-B setup starts from your perimeter. You know, you have that player towards the gold side, you have the player towards the A side, and they watch each other's crosses. If anybody crosses over, your cross-map teammate has to let you know, has to get that early fire in. But then if you get into a battle yourself, you have to be able to fight off and tell your teammate, hey, I'm not watching your cross anymore. I'm getting pushed right now. So the level of difficulty at the pro level to be able to hold something like that is absolutely crazy. But Optic, they make it look easy at times.
They certainly do indeed. And talking about making it look easy, you know, Dead Zone, you mentioned him, Lethal, and how important he really is to this roster. And that's exactly what he was, important in that Slayer. That last bit with the camo and thinking that Shopify might have just managed to get everything they needed to get that extra 2 kills in the win. And it doesn't happen because of Dead Zone. And like you said, he's always there, sneakily, around the corner, waiting for his opportune moment to push. And he did just that. That's what happened off screen, right, Tony? You were looking back at what happened, and Dead Zone was the one to follow up the cuts. And I think it was mental, right, the kill?
I literally had to watch it multiple times because we saw at one point Suppress go through the A side and realize that Optic are no longer there. We've seen that full map rotation time and time again out of Optic Gaming. They flipped the map over towards Tower. Suppress, though, sprints even with camo towards the mid-map, which can be a little dangerous at times, and he's ready. The one thing I noticed was Mental was pushing up over towards the camo, then eventually the dummy side, and Dead Zone's waiting in a corner on C-plot.
This is what I was talking about. He's a sneaky guy, Dead Zone. But I always feel like he doesn't get enough love in this team, and I wanted to really reflect on how well he's been doing for this team, especially this event. Like the fact that that one game you're talking about on Live Fire Team Slayer, honestly, he went 14, 17, and 12. That's like roughly, what, 62% in terms of like towards the kill feed, towards for his team. Like, that's unheard of. But not only that, his KDA's had a huge uptrend ever since that series.
It really has indeed. Wow. Well, it was a quick one, folks. A 3-0. Optic get it done in the elimination bracket. They send Shopify Rebellion home. And I want to say, GG Shopify, you performed so well this weekend, and I can't wait to see what you're going to do when you come back to LAN. But Optic Gaming, they will head on up, of course, to that grand final position, where they'll face FaZe now. Now, folks at home, if you are tuning in for the first time ever watching Halo, you will see that Optic have to win 2 best-of-7 series to get this done against FaZe, considering they have already dropped in the elimination bracket, and FaZe have had a clean sweep through winners. FaZe will only have to win 1. So Optic have quite the journey, but we have seen teams do this in the past. Unfortunately for Optic, one of them is FaZe. FaZe have literally managed to do the impossible. Can they win this cleanly, or can Optic turn things on their head? That is the question that we will be answering after this quick break. We have our grand finals, FaZe versus Optic, and I'll see you guys right after this.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by Streamlabs.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
of us game, others want to break out. Some of us come to hang out. We may be here for different reasons, but what we all have in common is the need to share. Streamlabs. Unleash your live.
It is grand finals time on Championship Sunday here at the HCS London Major, hosted by Quadrant. And I am so beyond excited to be talking about this matchup once again. It's a Classico Halo Infinite, would you? I mean, Optic versus FaZe. Once again, a rivalry that we have known and loved so often and had actually differing results. Will this time be different? That is the big question. But before we do get into all of that chat, I must say, folks at home, thank you so much for tuning in and watching with us all weekend long. And if you are sat on your sofa at home and think to yourself, gosh, I really wish I could be here just enjoying all of this crowd and all of this fun in person, well, don't you worry. We have plenty yet to come. We have an incredible roadmap this season where you guys can get your tickets to go to some of our events that we are having on show. And we'll be there, won't we, Wes?
Should be.
Hopefully, if we still have jobs after doing this weekend.
Barring any catastrophe in my life, which seems to always happen, yeah, I should be there.
We should be there. We actually have Atlanta coming up next, which is going to be absolutely incredible. Of course, FaZe are going to be hosting that one. And Atlanta, Georgia, I think that's where you're from.
That's
right?
Tony's house. It's a party on Friday night of that tournament. At Tony's
I need
house.
you to stop telling people that.
Everyone's invited.
Nobody
Call
is
your
invited to
family.
come to my. Stop it.
Hold on, Tony. Can we not come?
Of course.
I'm calling
everybody party at my house on Friday night. I'll give you the address later.
I'll tweet the address.
I will say, though, I'm very excited about Atlanta purely because of what we've seen here this weekend in London. There are so many teams who have been sent home who are raring to go, I'm sure, for the next LAN event. Clean up a few things in the downtime off, but it's going to be incredible. As you can see, folks, this is where we're going to be. Split 1 is coming to an end, and Split 2 will be starting Atlanta, Georgia, then Salt Lake City, and then we're hitting up, of course, Seattle, Washington for our Halo World Championship. You guys can actually get your tickets. We have a pre-sale happening right now for Atlanta, so make sure you go on head to the link, get those tickets, get yourself there. It's going to be an absolute blast and you don't want to miss it. Now, with that all being said and done, let's move on to our grand finals, people.
It's time.
Oof. Where do we even begin with this? It's always so back and forth. You never know what you're really going to get. We were joking about that, weren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, we've never seen these two teams. Oh my goodness, what is going to happen? Well, I'll tell you what, it really does depend on how both of them come out of the gates. Are they coming out hot? Are they feeling locked in? Are they vibing with one another? On one side of things, we of course do have FaZe, and they have looked formidable this event. Clutch, something that you had said about this roster heading into this weekend was that you saw a different side of them at the end of their scrims coming into London, and you were feeling really good about this team.
And it was the level of disrespect from all the rumblings I was hearing about where FaZe stood across the top of the food chain here in the HCS, and FaZe have responded just as I thought with dominant performances. They have been locked in all weekend long, getting better and better every series, and they are going to need their best to take down this Optic Gaming roster that is swept through the elimination bracket and look like they are going to be a serious contender here in the grand finals.
Two world champions will collide, and we will crown one a champion here at London. I'm so excited. We've seen 2-3-0 so far on land. The last 2 times they've matched up, one has went to Optic. The other has gone to FaZe right here in the winner's bracket. Will FaZe be able to repeat that?
Momentum is the name of the game between these two. Who can gain that momentum, because it provides so much confidence throughout the rest of the series. Optic will have to win 2 best-of-7s if they want to take this grand finals. FaZe have given themselves the advantage that they have earned throughout that winner's bracket run that they were on. But none of it means anything as soon as things start to go in Optic's favor. So I'm looking at who can get off to a hot start here in this grand finals.
Something that you would be loving right now as a FaZe fan is looking through their results, because it's only getting better and better and more dominant as we go through the weekend. This is where they need to really start to put their kind of mark on things against Optic. You're talking about momentum on the side of Optic, of course, and they're going to have a little bit of momentum coming out of that incredible 3-0 back-to-back pretty much.
Yeah.
They've done really, really good to get here. But the question is, FaZe, they have 2 series to kind of rely on, to fall back on, right? FaZe, they could get their momentum maybe perhaps in this first series if they don't manage to do it there. What is that going to spell out, do you think, for Optic? How are they going to be able to continue that if we're seeing a dominant FaZe like we did previously?
Yeah, I'm expecting Optic to come into this series and take some early games from FaZe. Can FaZe find a way to weather the storm is the big question I'm going to ask myself as this goes on. I want to see how strong Optic look in the early games of this series, and in specific map mode combinations specifically. FaZe have always been preaching since Arlington that they have been working on their oddball. They know where their weaknesses lie, so as soon as they see the map modes, they will have a great understanding of how they and when they can have advantages against a very strong Optic team, because I feel like Optic's map pool is a little bit more consistent than FaZe's, but FaZe are flat out better at very specific moments and modes.
I'm gonna be honest with you, at first I was a little worried about Optic Gaming, knowing that this was a 3-0 in the earlier bracket. But how many times have we seen this kind of scenario where a team gets, dominated over toward the winner's bracket, then we get to the later rounds of elimination or even grand finals, and it goes the distance, a game 5, a game 7. We've seen that time and time again. I think Optic are ready to step up when it matters most.
They certainly are indeed. Of course, their journey looks a little bit different on the other side of things here, a little bit more of a bounce back needed at certain times, but they managed to get things done, and it was very clean in the last series that they had against Shopify Rebellion. I know you were casting that one clutch. What really kind of impressed you the most about this roster heading into this grand finals?
It was their scrappiness. Optic are so good about being dominant in dominant positions. They continue to control the pace of the game, but Shopify had moments in that series where they were starting to gain momentum, where they got to play from a lead, where they had favorable positions, and Optic's scrappiness is what allowed that 3-0 to transpire. Lucid being the last player alive, stopping an entire flag run by himself. Plays like that from special players like Lucid are what keep Optic in games that should be going in the other team's favor. This is a superstar league, and there are several superstars up on that stage, just about 8 of them, honestly. And it is about making plays and who can do it in the opportunities and the moments that are the most impactful as far as the scoreline is concerned. Stopping a flat cap by yourself is one of those moments.
It certainly is indeed, and we've said it so many times, and I feel like it's the theme coming into London, but it is the margins, right? And it is the margins between these two teams. And for folks who are tuning in for the first time, they couldn't be closer, these two teams, in terms of the margins. It really does often come down to one decision in the wrong way or in the right way, and one kill in either way as well. And it is so small. The room for error is so little for both of these teams. Who are you fancying yourself right now, Tony? Looking at all of our London records, looking at all the stats that we have in front of us from everything that we've had this weekend, who are you really feeling for the series?
I mean, as of right now, these two on land here in 2024 are 3-3. You can literally flip a coin right now. I'm going to go the easy route. FaZe already 3-0'd Optic in the earlier bracket. I'm actually going to go FaZe.
Oh, okay. He's going FaZe with it. All right. And Clutch, looking at some of these, I mean, Oddball, it's lovely to see that FaZe are cleaning things up on Oddball. 2-0 currently in that. Map 1s as well. Optic off to a really hot start in the majority of their series, including FaZe as well. Obviously, numbers are slightly different because Optic have had more series to play, but things are looking very even.
I'm going to go into detail. Optic win the first series probably 4-1. I think the second series goes to FaZe. I think FaZe's comfortability and their longevity across this map mode suite that they will see, guaranteed they're going to see a ton of maps if they have to play both best of sevens. I think Optic, their steam, the snowball, their momentum right now will give them an advantage in this first best of seven. FaZe are the champions that they are, though, and I think that they're going to eventually respond and outdo Optic here tonight.
Indeed. I also want to say, in terms of superstar potential, we do have a KD leaderboard as well. Of course, we've been looking at that all weekend long, and Frosty has been popping off.
Exactly what I thought.
Yes. So this, for me, is massive, and it's funny because this is actually the bracket KD only, just for you guys to know in terms of the numbers. But Frosty is leading the way in terms of the bracket KD. At the bottom is Lucid, and the reason why I'm highlighting the two top and bottom here is because, for me, these two are going to go toe-to-toe. They have been insane in their series, opening things up for their team, and I do think that we almost have a 1v1 here.
The difference between FaZe at Arlington and FaZe in London is the difference in Frosty being the best player in the game this weekend. Right now, he is flat out disgusting. He is making every play for FaZe. If he plays like he has this weekend, FaZe never lose. So I'm expecting, if we see glimpses of Frosty doing special things we know he's capable of, that will be great for FaZe fans to see, because when he is rolling, the game is so easy for the rest of the boys. He takes over.
We already know Frosty's going to be icy, so it should be no surprise that he's taking that #1 spot. And we also know that Renegade and Roar 2 are no slouches. 3 out of the top 5 spots are occupied by FaZe members right now. I want to remind you guys, this is bracket play right now. This is when the competition is at its highest, not including pool play where you can maybe stat pad a little bit.
Lucid's up here. It's towards the bottom of the list, and you got to give a shout out to him. He's playing phenomenal through this elimination bracket run. I thought he was honestly in contest with Legend for best player in the game in Arlington. His consistency is unbelievable. The reason you see FaZe on top right now is because obviously FaZe come from the winner's bracket side, right? So they haven't lost this series, which means their KDs are probably going to be pretty good. So no surprise to see 3 members there from FaZe, but I want to see today's KD leaderboard because I bet Optics would be pretty unreal as well.
Yeah, they probably would be, 100%. I've got to say, all incredible players in their own right and all doing things that need to be done to be in this position. Let's be honest, they're both in a grand finals position. This is exactly what they wanted. One maybe not in the position of the grand finals that they would have liked to have been Optic, but we did call them resilient pretty much the entirety of these last 3 years of Halo Infinite. Let's see if they can do it once again. Folks, we are ready to go. Your grand finals of HCS London are here. We have FaZe versus Optic Gaming. Let's meet your teams. Hello and welcome to the Halo Championship Series. That's right, we've got the HCS back in London.
Stem the flames are starting to pick up for FaZe.
Oh my, he's gonna do this! He can't drop down on Royal 2, an unbelievable 1v1.
Not being returned just yet. Loose it down. Immediately going over to the side of FaZe.
Oh! And just always at that front line, you see.
Oh, Trippy!
Getting 4 transpires right now, 27-10.
Oh, taking them. Where was the player who took down Spartan? Oh, in that camo snipe in the last.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now as we get ready to head into our grand finals. London, have you been having an awesome time watching Halo today? Over here across the pond, we got the 2 best teams in the world about to battle it out on this stage, and I'm ready to set this stage ablaze. Our first squad coming out, you know them and you love them. Make some noise for FaZe Clan!
It's time to bring out their opponents. We've watched them all morning reach that flow state, get back to prime form, but can they reset the bracket? Greenwall fans all around the world, stand up and make some noise for Optic Gaming. We got Dead Zone, Lucid, Formal, and Trippy. Optic Gaming looking to reset the bracket and tear up the stage. London, are you behind them? It's absolutely electric here in the Iron Fortress. All the best fans in the world ready to get this one going. Now, London, I'm gonna ask you one more time. Are you ready to get this grand final started? On set, bro. Let's rock.
Well, welcome along, everybody, to the grand finals here in HCS London. And this isn't any old grand final. This is a grand final years in the making. It is a special moment for Europe. It is a special moment for everybody here in London who has come along to the arena today to be a part of history. We have a grand finals ready to serve up to you. We have FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming sat on our main stage ready to throw down.
We really couldn't ask for a better grand final here. It is El Clasico coming to London. Halo's returning for the first time in 6 years to a main stage on English soil, and we could not ask for a better matchup. And for FaZe Clan, the gentleman on your screen, the Revenge Tour is fully underway.
It certainly is indeed. This is a team, well, they probably felt a little bit disrespected from some of the talk that was going around. Will they make a grand final? Was it a disappointing performance back in Arlington? Well, they're in the grand final with a series advantage as well. As you can see, your series layout in front of you, it's Optic Gaming who will have to win this one if we're going to see a second best of 7.
That's right, they got their work cut out for them, but after we saw Optic winning back-to-back matches against FaZe in Arlington just a few months ago, FaZe Clan has answered back. They 3-0 Optic Gaming earlier in the tournament to now find themselves in the winner's bracket. As you say, Optic Gaming will not only need to win this series to win the tournament, they will need to win a second best of 7 as well.
And FaZe, of course, look like they've done the work to adjust, right? Look like they've put that hard work in that they're so synonymous for, to bounce back from that performance in Arlington, to put themselves in this position in this grand final. You're looking at some of the contributing factors to that, and you can look at gameplay, you can look at comms, but the one word that really jumps out to me is what summarizes what difference we're seeing in FaZe now is intensity.
It really is. They are intense, they are refocused, and as we said, we knew that a disappointing finish like they had in Arlington, there was no doubt we were going to get a different FaZe Clan here in London. They have flown very far, and for good reason, to prove that they are a different team than we saw just a few months ago. They are undefeated here at this event, and they are looking to close this out in one single grand final.
And of course, on the other side of the stage, it's a team where wherever they go in the world seems to have the fans behind them. It's Optic Gaming, the Green Wall, back in the grand finals for 2 events in a row, but will want to have a different result come the end of this series.
That's right. For anyone that missed it, let's not forget Optic Gaming narrowly lost the last event against Space Station. It was a Game 5 in the winner's bracket. It was a Game 7 in the grand final. They are also out for revenge, as the Greenwall fans have been loud and proud here in London as well.
Now, we need to talk about this series layout just a little bit before we get into the gameplay, because it's a fascinating one, right? We were talking about what game types favor certain teams, what records they've had in the build-up to this on certain game types, and one thing we took away from it is kind of putting all that to the side. Some of the greatest Capture the Flag Aquarius games, which is the first game in this series, have been between these two teams. We're talking last-second flag caps to draw, to send to overtime, last-second caps to win games, to win series. Well, we get it first up in our grand finals.
We really do, and we should mention also the records on this specific game type here in London. Optic Gaming is 2-1 on Aquarius CTF, FaZe 1-2. So statistically, might be a slight advantage for Optic Gaming in this game number 1.
And then you look at game number 2, right? Slayer Recharge. You would say, oh, the suite of Slayers that we have, and we talked about how Slayers can be so influential. FaZe probably fancy this one as one of their best game types. Again, we've seen them win tournaments. We've seen big moments from FaZe in this game type. And then the big one for me is game 3.
Yep.
Talk of Oddball and FaZe. Disappointment from them in Arlington. Looked like one of their weaker game types. Well, the work has been put in. But Optic, are the best oddball team, in my opinion, in the game at the moment.
That really is. We're going to be watching that one as well. 3-1 Optic Gaming on that oddball streets, 2-0 for FaZe. But as we said, 1-2 record for FaZe coming into this one. Can they turn that into an even record in the game number 1? That's the question. 12 minutes on the clock. CTF Aquarius, of course, 5 flags to win, and we're about to get underway for our game number 1.
Well, London, we've had to wait a long time for this moment. Europe has had to wait a long time for this moment as well, and I'm sure as soon as we see some guns firing, Andy, the crowd is going to get loud. We're going to have drums, we're going to have trumpets. It's a unique atmosphere in this room, to say the least.
It really is. I got to say, it's so good to be back in the UK. The very, very few cities are able to get crowds as loud as this city. And as loud as this nation tends to be here, whether it's an esports event or otherwise, they tend to be loud, especially when you have FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming in the building as the players are now loading in to that first match. But as we said, FaZe Clan, the gentleman on your screen, they were looking very different. They've done the hard work to prepare for this event, and they're looking to get back on top. Let's not forget, just in case you're tuning in for the first time, these are your defending world champions on screen.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. Don't forget about how good FaZe are. They've proved it already in this tournament, but for them and Optic Gaming, that is all that matters. That trophy you see in front of you right now, that is what they play for. That's why the hours are put in. That's why the tough conversations are had, because they are the teams that want to lift that trophy.
We should also talk about later on in the series layout, if we get there on map number 6, King of the Hill, a very, very interesting game type between these two. Both teams are undefeated in King of the Hill as well. Optic Gaming is 4-0, FaZe Clan 5-0.
Now, I've got to talk a little bit about the atmosphere and what a special one it is in this room right now, because most of the people who are sat in this room right now have had to wait years for this moment. They have watched late nights, early mornings when they go to work, looking a bit sleepy, looking a bit bleary-eyed as they turn up having watched a North American tournament. Well, this is your moment, London. This is your moment, Europe, to prove to everybody that the HCS belongs here in Europe.
I gotta say, it's been so cool meeting so many fans for the first time as well, saying all the different regions, parts of whether it's the UK, whether it's Europe, where they flew in from, where they took trains in from, and so many people coming up and saying, I've been watching, just like you said, I've been watching this game for 10 years, and this is my first ever LAN, and now we get to see it in person back in London. Optic Gaming versus FaZe. As we said, CTF Aquarius, your game number 1 between these two.
All right, then, let's get this one underway then. The grand finals is ready to go. London, I hope you're with us, because this series is going to be special. Optic versus FaZe Clan, 2 of the best in the game, are about to get it on.
Cannot wait to get underway, and what a table setter this game number 1 is going to be. We are underway here in your grand finals at the HCS London Major.
Well, early on here, it's going to be a great pickup for Trippy. Gets that overshield almost immediately. Little advantages at the start of the series can turn into double kills, which can turn a little bit of early momentum in your favor. Renegade, though, a little sneaky play early on, getting behind enemy lines and getting that flag moving.
You already get the feeling it's going to be a loud grand final here. Only a few double kills exchanged in the room, and already a lot of cheers coming in for fans on both sides.
Trippy trying to fly in, and will fly in to get that trade to clear out his closet. 2 dead on either side at the moment, so the battle for mid-map control is what we're looking for right now. A little bit of an open created on the car side here by a combination of Optic players, but Snakebite will shut that down with a double kill of his own.
Really, really even here. Only 7 to 5 kills in favor of FaZe Clan overall off the opening breaks. That was 3 dead momentarily for Optic Gaming. It'll be a big trade that comes in here. Instead, Lucy stays alive to keep things interesting. Eventually, that kill will be taken down, however. It buys Optic just a little bit of time for the moment.
Yeah, you can see how closely matched these teams are as well. It's just a constant battle for mid-map control at the moment. The only moment we really saw one team get into the base was that early kind of overextension in the opening strategy for Renegade. I will say that when the teams walked out, it feels like there's some heroes and villains, if you're asking where the fandom is in the room.
It really does. It's probably been quite some time since we've heard such a big split in terms of the difference of when Optic Gaming came in, it was loud. You heard a few boos when FaZe came in. Certainly, they will play villain. 3 dead momentarily for the side of Optic Gaming.
4 dead, you would imagine. As Trippy does get taken down, the flag is moving as well. FaZe have got this one back to the closet, and they might be the ones to strike first here. Trippy's still stuck in that respawn screen, and it's a clear run home for Frosty. It's FaZe who strike first.
Talk about weathering the storm during a Let's Go Optic chant. The flag goes in, and a few boos are exchanged as well. FaZe Clan is clearly the dark horse. However, all they're worried about is the score on the bottom of the screen. They now lead 1-0.
going to be the second overshield being picked up by Optic Gaming, and this is their opportunity now to push a little bit of map control. The first time we've really seen FaZe trapped inside of their base, sherpering that flag back and making sure they capped it, puts them in a position now where you can see the pressure can be applied by Optic. It's an opportunity to pull this flag, and I love this from Dead Zone. Seizes the opportunity, seeing those players trapped at the back of the base, and with FaZe finding kills not going their way, this could be Optic time.
Unbelievable timing here, like you said. Dead Zone's going to bring this one into this fight's going to go. Yes, indeed. And the room loves what they see. We are tied 1-1. Let's talk about the timing there, right? Dead Zone comes in with the overshield. He's in a 1v2 in the back of the base, but he perfectly times the shots and the dip there to just get the flag off the stand. By the time he was in his own court, he still had a sliver of overshield left. It's really great timing. That's why they picked up Dead Zone. For plays like that, we are tied up here 1-1 after 3 minutes of play.
And you can see it's not just the cap as well. Optic have managed to keep a little bit of map pressure onto the FaZe base. FaZe still find themselves with 2 players in that respawn screen. And you can see that Royal2 is having to fight back through his base at the moment. The flag is going to be thrown out here by Lucid, and FaZe find themselves 2 dead. And Royal2, he's going to find himself dead as well.
Lucid does so well to not trade there. Snakebite is your last player alive. Let's see what he can do. That's traded out as well. That will be 4 dead. It's staggered spawns based on the numbers. This should be another Optic flag.
Well, from 1-0 down to maybe 2-1 up. Trippy is trying to force this one home, but Renegade will get the stop early on. However, Formal is there to scoop that flag up and slam it back home. Optic are up 2-1.
Who else but Matthew Piper? You might have seen on Twitter today, Formal saying the crowd in London, they always show up for the green wall. And my God, can you ever hear it there? The MVP chant in the room as well. This is a one-sided crowd, to say the least.
I was going to say, maybe they're just cheering for APG. He was on the desk because he did a great job a little bit earlier on. But this grand final is all about these 8 players on your screen. 10 seconds until that overshield comes up. And just a little reminder, it's Optic who have got it both times so far in this game.
See how this one plays out as well. Formal just trying to hold down Fridge, wants to be close by. A lot of pressure, though, coming in from the FaZe side. Perfect shots coming in from Formal, but will it buy them the overshield?
2 dead here for FaZe. Overshield here for Lucid. It's 3 in a row for the green wall. FaZe find themselves 2 dead again, and look at this, the Formal flank is coming in. Snakebite's going to get a kill in the base, but now is the opportunity for the pressure to be put down. Formal will go down in the back of the base, which creates a 1v1 opportunity, but Renegade from bottom middle is doing so much damage to Lucid, and that overshield will be neutralized.
It's a huge play from Renegade. That's not easy to do. You saw the numbers there. They were down in essentially a 2v4 on that push, and you had Lucid pushing in with the overshield. For Renegade to take that bottom mid route, to go cart bottom mid, to totally not only take the overshield off, but also take down Lucid, it's a really big individual effort that will keep the game within 1.
Well, no surprise with the slays and the score the way it is. When we're looking at total team slays at the moment, Optic, they're 37 kills on the board. FaZe Clan 29, so just lagging behind a little bit when it comes to those slays. And Lucid, he's having to move in at the moment to try and maybe get a touch on this flag. Trippy's there to be the bodyguard. He's running this one back. FaZe still find themselves 2 dead. It's a 2v2 on the map, and Trippy might have just created the opening with that kill.
Oh, here they go. They're going to go double this flag up. This flag is definitely going home. Yes, indeed. Optic Gaming up 3-1 off of some fantastic double G slides. It's a perfect route, perfect run. There's nobody else you'd rather have better movement tech running that flag through car. Lucid brings that one in, and just like that, with 6:30 left on the clock, it's Optic Gaming with a 2-flag lead.
Well, you just mentioned that they run it home. It feels at the moment, with the crowd the way it is, that Optic might feel like they're at home with the fans that are getting behind them. Lucid trying to double up with Trippy once again. Instead, turns his attention towards Frosty, who has had a fantastic tournament up until this point. But Lucid, he's had a pretty good one himself. He's got that thrust, and he's causing FaZe problems.
Really, really great damage coming in there. Lucid right now is already 13-8 in the game.
2v2 on the map. Renegade was last player alive there for a few seconds, so the importance of that double kill cannot be understated. Now he gets that flag moving and turns his attention towards those respawners. He's putting pressure onto all of the members of Optic, and from a position where he was last alive, now he gets the last kill, and he can run this flag.
4 dead, perfectly done. You might have saw there in the player camera. Renegade looks over to make sure the Fridge kill was going to be cleaned up, and then he turns his head right away. That was 4 dead. This one should go for FaZe Clan.
And also FaZe have the overshield. They send the flag back home. The boos come in because FaZe Clan are going to put themselves within 1 flag, and you're looking for maybe one of the reasons for it. Renegade's, of course, ability to get kills and clean up damage when he was last alive, but the overshield has been a difference maker once more.
Well, I really don't think I've seen a one-sided crowd this heavy, and with perfect kills like that from Formal, it's just going to add insult to injury for FaZe Clan, but I have not seen this one-sided of a crowd probably since the MLG days. This is an Optic Gaming fan base here in London.
Snakebite takes him down finally, just to clear out the base. Dead Zone moving in though to clean up the damage. FaZe find themselves 2 dead once again. Frosty, weak in the back of the base. A beautiful defensive grenade, though, is going to buy him a little bit of time, maybe to get his shields back, re-challenge, and a little bit of dancing around that pole. Dead Zone times the burst beautifully. And with FaZe finding themselves 2 dead, Optic just doing a job of securing their base. They know they have that flag advantage.
Good shots exchange once again. There was 3 dead for FaZe for just a second. Snakebite in the back of the base was your first spawner. He does very well to keep Dead Zone at bay, but here comes the push.
FaZe trapped in the base and in the fridge. It's not a good place to be. Dead Zone wishing maybe he had a couple of frag grenades to make this job a little bit easier. That's why he's just trying to bide his time, trying to play this one a little bit slow. He doesn't want to be traded out, and traded out he won't be. Frosty cleans it up though. Optic find themselves 3 dead. Trippy last alive, and FaZe, for the first time in what feels like a minute or so in this game, can progress across that 50-yard line.
Big responsibility here from Trippy. If he falls, this overshield will be even more challenging to grab. There's going to be a lot of eyes on him in just a moment.
1v1 from Frosty gets 1. Formal cleans it up immediately, and even though Frosty won the 1v1, Snakebite finds himself last alive, and the perfect timing and the perfect grenade from Formal means the pink side is secured, and off the back of that, so is the overshield.
Take yourself back just a few moments. What did we say? Trippy needed to stay alive as long as he could bottom middle, and he gets that early position in the end. They're able to clean up the kills off of the delay from Trippy. Formal checking his corners here. 3v3 on the map, going to see if he can get another flag going. It's off the stand.
It's a good question. Is Formal going to try and force this? Maybe force some FaZe players to show themselves before doubling back. It's exactly what he's doing. He knows that they don't have the numbers quite yet to force this, but with 2 FaZe players going down, and with Snakebite in his vision, he might be the one to get the kills to force this flag across.
World 2, the only player alive. Flag is out. Dead Zone will jump that return. Formal's going to bring this back through the gen. Not able to stay alive, but Dead Zone's there for the return and the touch.
Yeah, there's the baton pass, and here comes Dead Zone. He's going to run this one in. It's going to be 4-2 to Optic Gaming. 1 more flag, and they will take game 1.
3:15 left on the clock, but based on the pace of this game, you get the feeling that we might not need it. Optic Gaming only 1 flag away from taking the first game.
And the most English chant that you can imagine of "Who are ya?" is being asked of FaZe Clan right now. And let me tell you, maybe you don't want to poke the bear quite yet. It's 4-2. But with Optic Gaming losing a couple of kills and Snakebite G sliding back to his stairs with a flag, it might be a 1-flag game.
Snakebite perfectly hitting exactly every G slide that he needed to. They're still 2 dead, so this delay should ensure that this flag goes in, and it does. And it's answered back by another series of fierce boos. We got a 1-flag game, 4-3 with 2:34 left. It's not over yet.
Well, FaZe heard the chant and they said, hey, this is who we are. We're world champions, 4-3, and it might be 4-4. I mentioned how sometimes you don't want to poke the bear.
2 dead though.
And they might have to pick up a few more kills before they secure this flag.
Oh, Renegade! Gonna be big! That's gonna be big! Snakebite's on the spawn. The flag will go. We are tied up at 4-4. The next flag will win.
2 minutes left on the game clock. Overshield, the next point of contention for both teams. Frosty picks up 1, Frosty picks up 2. Snakebite,
oh boy,
he's going to pick up on Overshield, and all of a sudden, from 2 flags down, FaZe have got all the momentum.
This was 4-2 moments ago. Here comes FaZe now, Overshield in hand, making the push. 3v3 on the map.
Renegade gets 1. Snakebite's trying to buy time. He wants to play off some damage from teammates before he flies into the base because he knows that Optic are stacked up. But if Optic are stacked up and they don't get the kills, then FaZe will be able to run this flag. A couple of kills being traded, and it looks, to be honest, like Optic might have neutralized that push.
Formal there with a big kill from the fridge. As you say, slow things down just a bit. You get the feeling that both teams now realizing just how much is on the line here. The game's slowing down. We are in sudden death, essentially. Whether we go to overtime or not, the next flag will win. 3 dead, though. Dead Zone is your last player alive. Here comes the FaZe collapse.
Oh, he's about to be the meat in a horrible-looking sandwich. Dead Zone gets taken down. Trippy, first one off spawn, but I'm not sure if he's going to be in a position to really influence where this flag goes. I say that, he gets a kill, and FaZe all of a sudden find themselves 2 dead.
That flag had gotten so far, they were already in the courtyard. Somehow Trippy and an Optic spawner, they stopped the flag in the court.
Look at Royal 2. Royal 2's on a massive flank for Trippy. He's managed to get inside of the basin. Never doubt him. I said he was first spawner. There might not be much he can do. Well, he's proven me wrong right now.
Trippy's 4 dead. Where's that flag?
Optic are 4 dead. And now you can see that flag is back at the FaZe base. Surely it's just a case of grabbing it, running it home, and turning this game completely around into a win. FaZe will win game number 1. And the intensity you are seeing from Renegade and Frosty is synonymous with what's brought them success so far.
Wow, Renegade already exchanging just a bit of chirps across the stage here. After that game number 1, let's not forget, it feels like not very long ago that FaZe Clan was down by 2 flags in a 4-2 scenario. and they bounced back, stealing the win out from underneath Optic Gaming, and in the end, they narrowly outslay Optic 78-76 after being outslayed for the entirety of the game. They were down by 12 kills. It was 62-50 in slays, and they brought the game all the way back over the course of about 2 minutes of play. Let's take a look at some highlights from that fantastic game number 1.
I mean, it was a great start at the start of this game for Optic Gaming. They got themselves in such a good position, and we always talk about how momentum can swing, and I think a lot of it was based around the overshields. What way they were going in that game was influencing that next set of kills. Optic got the first 2, and then FaZe started to fight for a little bit more. Managed to get into some team fights, win a few of those when that overshield was coming up. And from there, they got just, I think, a little bit of confidence, a little bit of belief back into their game. And then I will say, one thing from both teams that was exceptional, when that flag went out, it usually went home.
It really was. The flag efficiency was unbelievable from these 2 squads, and that's what you'd expect with the 2 teams that have exchanged world championships so far in this game. It's awfully fitting that we find ourselves with these 2 in a grand final. We know what they're capable of. There's been some team changes over the years. And at the end of game number 1, despite it looking like an Optic victory, a sure thing at 4-2, in the end, it's FaZe Clan that closes it out.
It's interesting that you say it's a sure thing we can, of course, endorse is the fact that we still stand by the fact that Aquarius CTF between these 2 teams never disappoints. A 4-2 comeback from FaZe in that game to put themselves one up in this series. You've got to wonder what Optic are thinking going into game number 2.
Yeah, you got to think they just need a mental reset here without a doubt. As we said, a game type that had lent in terms of overall statistics in favor of Optic coming into that game. So FaZe is now going to be 2-2 in that game type overall. Let's take a look at some Slayers here, Lucid and Renegade on your screen.
Interesting game type, of course. We talked a lot about it throughout this weekend and how Slayers have had such a big influence on who calls themselves the winners at the end of the game. And certainly at the end of the series as well. But this one, we were talking about it before we got into the series. FaZe on Recharge, you would say if they had to pick one map to play Slayer on, this is where success has been had. They can play a little bit slower, they can play a little bit more methodical. We'll have to see if this is the game type that puts them 2 up or if Optic can respond.
And here we are in game number 2. As we said, FaZe right now 2-0 in this game type, Optic 2-1. FaZe going to look to extend this series, and if they do win this game, they would only be 2 games away from closing out the tournament.
Camo going to be the point of contention, as always, here at the start of this game, and Lucid is going to find it. But the next question, as always, is where is that shock rifle? Who's managed to pick it up? Well, the one thing for FaZe is they don't want it to be Lucid, and unfortunately, it's going to be Lucid here for Optic.
Lucid goes for the drive-by there on tower, but wisely just retreats to pipes. Gonna repeat that.
He got stuck!
What?
He got stuck!
From where? Stay what? No! Snakebite from distance with the stick on bat ledge, unbelievably timed from distance, will take down Lucid with the camo shock in what might go down as one of the best sticks in the game so far.
But the crazy thing is, as brilliant as it was, as amazing as it was almost like a 2-kill swing because of the fact that you take the camo, the shock, and Lucid out of the game. It amounts to nothing because FaZe went 4 dead off the back of it. And Optic have taken control now, 8-5, and calm because Dead Zone has the shot back, and Frosty just found that out.
Unbelievable. Snakebite 4 kills already on the board. Trippy as well in that same camp. 8-6, now 9-6 as kills are exchanged. And as we've said, it is such a game of margins between these 2. And it's going to continue to be that. Dead Zone barely stays alive, but the Pipes now 10-9, just a 1-kill game.
I was going to say, Frosty just did something that he probably shouldn't have got away with. He challenges, he wins the first fight, and then he gets more damage onto the player in Pipes, which is immediately cleaned up. So Frosty, that impactful entry Slayer in that situation in the team fight, does so much for FaZe to break into the Pipes. 13-10 is the score for now. Lucid having a backup, having to retreat. That shock is going to be out, but all eyes now turn from shock to camo.
As you say, all eyes bottom mid. Big battle here for Lucid. Should be able to hold down that angle really single-handedly. And there it is, Trippy with the camo here. Optic Gaming with a 4-kill lead, game in his hands here. An opportunity to really extend that lead.
Renegade, no shields. Trippy looking to close him down. Renegade is not playing games at the moment. The only game he's playing is Ring Around the Rosie. And Trippy, again, for Optic Gaming, maybe doesn't make the most use out of that camo. It's 2 in a row now. The first one, you would say, a little bit of fortune, a little bit of brilliance from Snakebite to take down, but that one in a trade in a situation where Renegade is no shields, you look back on that and think, maybe I could have done a bit more.
Yeah, you really do, as a lockout-esque stick there. 16-13 now in favor of Optic Gaming, and an opportunity to get a listen in with the green wall. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We promise you it wasn't that quiet. Unfortunately, we can't quite listen to Optic Gaming right now, but one thing we can tell you is that they're looking pretty good when it comes to the scoreline. It's 18-17. It's a 1-kill advantage, but just as I started the sentence, by the end of it, it feels like it changed. 1 kill the difference, and Frosty now has that shock rifle. Headshots in this situation is what you expect in a grand finals.
Just 1 kill. Look at the pings that are coming in from Frosty saying Trippy is in this corner here. Hydra. Oh! Shot caller gonna do the work himself.
Beautiful shot. He knew he was there. You could see, like you say, the frantic pings. And Trippy only had to show his face for a few seconds before Frosty went peekaboo.
It really was. I don't know if we have another example of someone pinging something so heavily and wanting a kill. And Frosty says, again, you know what? You want someone to do a job, get in there and do it yourself. Frosty gets the pick, and that will now tie the game up 18-18.
It's not just Frosty screaming dead at people to get the team going. It's also just frantic pings across the map to try and energize.
Oh, here's the Shroud.
This phase lineup, Camo coming up now. 2 players stacked up. Frosty's trying to fire blind through the Shroud, and what a difference that Shroud made to the push.
What a push there. Let's see if they can close it out, though. Right now, the advantage is still flying here in the way of FaZe, even though Optic did have a very nice push coming through.
Look at this, though. Now the pinch is coming in, and all of Optic, even though the push was good, they forgot about Renegade, who comes in and manages to clean up some of this damage. For the first time in the game now, FaZe have the camouflage. 22-21, they go into a lead. But this really could not be closer between the two.
Really could not, but Royal 2 could change things here. A historic, of course, location for him, especially in this matchup between these two teams. Comes off the bat ledge, picks up the first kill.
Still a 1-kill game. 2 players stacked up on pipes. Deadson kills him and does not go down himself.
Wacky angle there. Somehow, I don't know if it was a backwack from another player in pipes or it just... goes without saying, caught off guard. 24-23 now. Optic takes a narrow lead.
Three camos so far in this game, and nobody's really done anything with them. They've just been traded out by 2 or 3 miraculous plays. Showing again the counter strategy to those camos from both teams that we saw a little bit earlier in the tournament is still very much true now. 27-25. FaZe with a very slight lead in this game, just the 2 kills. But Optic have to be careful here, because when FaZe get into a lead, and it's a little lead, if they find a kill or 2, they get you on those split spawns. Before you know it, it can be 30-25 going into the back end of the game. And these Slayers where FaZe do best.
Just moments ago, we had Optic Gaming leading here. And you go back to that Shroud push, right? It looks so good on paper coming in from tower to elevator before the power-up was popping. And in the end, FaZe gets the upper hand in that battle, and they get the power-up as a result. And you can't help but think that's really what's led to the 2-kill lead right now as well.
Shock rifle with plenty of ammo here for Frosty as well. He's just going to try and hold angles, hold lanes, and maybe, again, reintroduce himself to Trippy. For the second time in this game, Trippy's going to tell his teammates that Frosty has the snipe.
Shock is still a bat ledge. Might be the comms. 2 dead for FaZe for the moment, though. And look at this. An opportunity for Optic Gaming to get back in this game. They're only down by 2. Lucid with the camo. Let's see what the play is.
The story so far of the camos has been how they've been neutralized. Nothing has happened. Well, this is where maybe the story is going to change as Lucid flies in. Lucid will get 2. Lucid finds the shock rifle as well. And although FaZe have a 1-kill advantage, it might change in a few moments' time. If Lucid can use this camo, find an angle, and find a head, then the game can be tied up.
For a moment, there was a little bit of deja vu. It's a 1v2 push. Very nicely done in long haul from Optic Gaming. And there's more here if they can get the kills.
Royal 2 manages to find one himself, though. This game is tied up at 34. Lucid trying to help out Formal in the tower. It's going to have to be a trade for him. And those trades go in the favor of FaZe. A 1-kill advantage still to the team on our screen right now.
Shock might have had a little bit more ammo. Very good shots from Renegade. The drive-by, perfect reversal. Picks up another one as well. It's a double kill. That will now extend the FaZe lead even further. Not afraid to back down from the battle. However, Formal gets a little bit of an upper. Oh! Renegade with the repeat.
You knew he was going to challenge it. He's off the back of that double kill, and he fancied that fight all day long. And now Renegade is starting to take over. Those 3 kills are the difference between the 2 teams, 40-36, and FaZe and Renegade has changed the game.
For a moment, you think you're watching a post-game highlight reel. No, this is just
oh my God!
Sequence, the same killing spree coming out of Renegade. They now lead 42-37.
Royal 2 gets another one as well, and FaZe look like they're locking in towards the end of this game. It's the biggest lead that we've had for the entirety of this second game. Trippy finally gives Optic something to sing about, as Deadzone will get another 4 kills the difference. It's a full team wipe though for Optic to tie this one up.
Oh, what a set of plays overall. Dead Zone stays alive at a very, very important time. Eventually the kills traded out, but what a sequence as 3 fall for Optic Gaming. And only 4 kills to go for FaZe in game number 2.
Well, there's going to be 1 kill picked up by Renegade. It's the easiest one we've seen from his point of view in the last few moments. And it now puts him within 3 kills of putting his team up 2-0 in this grand final. Snakebite will find 1. 2 more to go here for FaZe.
This is not what you want if you're an Optic Gaming player or fan. 48-42, Renegade still with Camo to play with as well. Looking to make a play off of some damage.
You get the feeling with the Camo in the hands of Renegade, it's not a case of if, it's when. Formal in the 1v1, Renegade wins it! He's perfect in that fight once more! And FaZe now just need 1.
You got to think that kill actually has a lot, this more than the sum of its parts there. A little bit of a mental game coming in there in the Renegade versus Formal battle. 1 kill to go.
Dead Zone's trapped, Frosty's pushing him. It's going to be Snakebite who gets credited with the final kill as FaZe now find themselves with a little bit of daylight in this grand final. They're up 2-0.
What a performance in the end, and what a set of plays from Renegade. How about you've been tied with Optic Gaming for the entirety of a Recharge Slayer, and Renegade out of nowhere puts together a killing spree like that to blow the game wide open. And once he got that lead, we never saw Optic Gaming get back into the game.
I mean, Wes always talks on the desk about superstars, right? Renegade is in that category, in that bracket of player. And if you needed an example of, what's a superstar, you show them that moment, you give them the context. And that is everything that you are looking for from your superstar player in a tight game, in a tight series. The double kill followed by the confidence to take on one of the best players ever in that 1v1 across map. Win that, grapple in off the back of it. Brilliance, just complete brilliance coming in from Renegade.
It really was. What a highlight reel set of plays in one single sequence. That was the stick that you saw on screen. It was an unbelievable one. And let's not forget, right, even though Optic Gaming ended up with a lead after that stick, if they end up with a 4 dead and Lucid still has Camo Shock, that could have been a very different opening to that game. So at the time, we didn't really know how big Snakebite hitting that cross-map stick on Lucid was. When you look at the final scoreline, you have to think that's a pretty big deal, because if Optic instead went up by 4, 5, 6 kills early on, it could have been a completely different trajectory to the game. This was the end of that spree from Renegade. And really, he didn't even end it there. Let's take a look at his total kills. He goes 17, 13, and 7. He leads in both kills and assists on the team in that game.
So a fantastic start to the grand final for FaZe. Of course, they only have to win the 1 series to call themselves champions here in London. But now we turn our attention to Oddball, and the biggest question mark maybe of the series when it comes to game types. FaZe have put a lot of work in. If anyone knew what the weakest game type was for FaZe, it was the FaZe members themselves. They have tried so hard to get this Oddball up to par with some of the other best teams in the world, but Optic Gaming, this is their best game type. The worry for them is this: if this game doesn't go their way, and they find themselves down 3-0, knowing that Oddball has been so good for them, where do they go from there?
That really is the question. We'll take a look at some brilliant objective play from these two. Not only having such a high percentage, take a look at that bottom category, really. The percentage of their team's oddball time, 40% for Snakebite, just under that for Trippy. To still be this positive on a 1.12 KD and a 1.14 KD when you are running that much objective is pretty brilliant. Optic Gaming going to need to dig deep, as you say. If we look at the records for this game type, FaZe is 2-0 in oddball streets. Optic Gaming is 3-1. So still pretty promising records for both sides, but worth noting that FaZe is also undefeated in this game type in London as well.
Impressive stuff from the side of FaZe, showing that hard work is starting to pay off. And if they can really hammer home their advantage here in this game number 3, then you have to question, what have Optic got left in the tank if they want to push this one to a second best of 7? FaZe looking dominant at the moment.
They really are. And if they pick up where they left off in that last game, they're going to continue steamrolling. Greenwall fans in the building, no doubt hoping they're going to find some life with Optic Gaming to really just bring this series back within reaching distance.
Well, here we go then. Game number 3 is live. You could argue it might be one of the most important games of the series for Optic Gaming here. If they go down 3-0, it's a long, long road back to try and take this grand final away from FaZe Clan. Renegade's going to find himself a stalker early on. Trippy's got that ball back to tower, but the kills are all going to FaZe.
Very interesting play here. Trippy's essentially your last player alive at back 8. Going to try to play it. He does get the play ball, and they get 10 seconds on the clock as well, and they hold despite being 2 players down for really the entirety of that.
Camera's up as well. FaZe are going to get that and the oddball. So by timing those kills, getting those kills at just the right moment, with where the oddball was played to, it means they can collect both on their way back. And now Royal 2, he's got Camo, he's got Bulldog. He's just looking for members to take down.
And Mark, how many times did we see it yesterday? If there's an objective responsibility and a power-up popping, FaZe has not missed that just yet. Royal 1 and the rest of the crew have been on top of it perfectly. Textbook control of the entire map, of the power-up, and the objective as well. And after the opening from Optic Gaming, FaZe will now go into a lead here at 18-10. Camo will dissipate.
I mean, all of this time has been scooped up in dead zone. Wow. Royal 2 takes him down as well as the shields are formal in that fight, and Snakebite is running this one back towards Renegade. And I wanted to say, the impressiveness there.
Oh my God.
It was coming in with the kills. Jeez. Well, forget about it, because Renegade's writing his own story.
I mean, this does not look like the normal pushes we'd see. Renegade just holding way too comfortably. They perfect rotate there to drive away, and Renegade just takes each opponent down one by one, almost trades on the fourth as well, but 34-10 already, a big lead for FaZe in round number 1.
Yeah, this tram holder is looking stifling at the moment. You can see that Deadzone's trying to fly in. He's got the Bulldog. And that's going to be the difference maker in that close range fight. That initial chunk damage just allowed him to re-peak and feel confident in that fight. Renegade, he should be dealt with as well. And finally, you're seeing Optic Gaming manage to win a couple of fights. It's going to be 3 dead here for FaZe. Last player alive isn't going to be near that oddball, and they don't manage to get it out of Tram as well. So Optic have a chance here to put a little bit of time on the board.
Frosty here in Commando. We'll see if Frosty can get a last ditch ever. He might wait for teammates based on his positioning and based on the respawn of his teammates who are going to make that push. Frosty, keep in mind on the kill feed. He is still around here somewhere. He has not been taken down. There he is, actually. Still on the Commando, and he manages to stay alive and take down Formal.
Renegade looking for the trade. Manages to find it himself. The oddball is not the point of contention right now for both teams. It's all about kills. It's all about finding space. Optic are closest to it. We'll be able to get touches on it if they need to. FaZe now find themselves down numbers momentarily as the spawns come in, and Formal with some great shots to give his team the advantage here. Oddball is going to be down once more, as are the shields of Royal 2. Trippy will finish that one off, and it looks like Optic may be thinking about picking the oddball up in just a few seconds. We'll get back into that game as soon as possible.
Players are still in game. You see Renegade just raises the eyes across the stage for just a second. It looks like we're getting word just before. Sounds like an in-game issue there, and I think our reaction is the same as the crowd, so we will get stage admins telling us exactly how many points were on the board at the time of an in-game incident. You could tell on the FaZe side, it wouldn't have been from their side based on how long they continued playing. Might have been something reported from the Optic side of the stage. We'll have to wait and see, but off of the opening, dominant control coming in from FaZe.
Yeah, it was a really good early hold from them in and around that tram. They did a good job of collecting that power up. The Stalker was put to use as well. But Optic did start to find just a few kills towards the end before we just had the little break in play here. Found a little bit of time on the board, a little bit of scrappy kind of, we like to use the term transitional setup, where it's a 2v2 and they're holding the ball away from those last 2 players. But Optic, some good signs just at the end there, and you can see what you can expect to come in this grand final as well. Your series layout, if you're just joining us, of course, FaZe find themselves 2 up. A crazy, crazy comeback on CTF Aquarius, down 4-2 to win it 5-2. And then Slay and Recharge, they took over just towards the end of the game, thanks to that man on your screen right there, Renegade.
Really also worth mentioning, as you say, in both of our games 1 and 2, trailing for a significant portion of the game, and then later. This event's been fantastic. You never know when a trumpet's going to blare and prompt a little bit of a chant here. FaZe Clan members, as you can see, taking a look over their shoulder, undoubtedly hearing from station referees and exactly what the ruling is on the stage and exactly what the score will be as we resume the game. At the time of the reset, FaZe Clan was outslaying very narrowly, 20-19 in total kills, and a little bit of a lead on the board as well.
So I was dancing. Can't help it. One of my favorite conversations that I've had on social media, by the way, throughout this weekend was with Lethal, talking about the trumpet player.
Yep.
And I said, hey, can you change your team name to, what was it? Sentinels Trumpet Diss Tracks?
Yeah, Trumpet Diss Tracks.
And then he said, yes, but only if the trumpet player can coach us.
Right.
And you responded.
I suggested, yeah, I think the easiest way to do that then would be the trumpeter honks twice. Now, we don't know if honks is the correct term for it.
But it is a funny word.
But it is a very funny word. So if an overshield is coming up, please honk twice or play your trumpet twice. We don't want to be offensive here. Been a great series so far. I have to say, for a lot of Optic Gaming fans in the room, you can kind of feel it, right? Got the wind sucked out of them after those games 1 and 2 because they've been so hyped throughout the entirety of game number 1. Optic is up 4-2, right? It looked like a promising game number 1. Somehow FaZe comes back with 3 straight flags. Similar story in game number 2. Optic Gaming is leading for a significant point of the game. Even at the midpoint, they were still leading 27-25. FaZe, though, brings that game back, and in the end, they close it out pretty convincingly in Slayer Recharge as well.
Yeah, well, wait to, of course, get back into this game number 3, and I think it's one of those, like, is it unforced break? It's not something that is meant to happen, but it could be a good thing for Optic here, just to collect the thoughts, just to take a few seconds, step away and go, hey, how are we approaching this series? What do we want to repeat as our fundamentals and what we believe is going to be key to success for us in this? Because it's been a little bit of a whirlwind, and I feel like when you go into a Slayer game number 2, having lost in the way that they did game number 1, it can sometimes just get away from you a little bit, right? You're kind of thinking you got the hangover from game number 1. What went wrong? And then before you know it, you're into game number 2, and then you're down 2 in the series. So these little breaks here just to give you a second to kind of reevaluate what you talked about beforehand. We've seen it. Step away from the stage can completely change things for teams, right? Look at SSG. We've seen it a few times from them throughout this season so far, and I think this is maybe not welcome by us or the fans who are waiting for some Halo, but certainly might be for Optic.
Yeah, I think you saw Renegade just kind of let out a big exhale because you could tell that man was firing on all cylinders, and undoubtedly in that round number 1 as well. I'm sure he was hitting every single shot that he wanted to. So certainly a tough series of events there, but we'll have to see. You know, both teams are going to be ready to get guns blazing again once again on Oddball Streets.
Yeah, I will say, by the way, I keep talking about it, but it really is a special moment to be here in London and have the HCS come back, because there's so many faces that the first time I've seen them in like 10 plus years, which is crazy. Just seeing them walking around and seeing, you know, how people have changed is always fascinating to watch as well. And I got to give a huge shout out to the EU community again. It's amazing that this entire room has been filled. You know, the people saying that the atmosphere yesterday in the SSG Quadrant Series was one of the best atmospheres they've ever had at a Halo event. It was very one-sided, I will say, but it's been special, hasn't it? It's been a real special feel in this room the whole weekend.
Yeah, you really do. You get the feeling that everyone, as you said, has been waiting a very long time. And whether it's for 6 years for Halo to come back to the UK, or whether it's simply been from fans who have been watching, so many fans just watching these players just year after year and now being able to be at their first LAN, it's been fantastic. But we do have a word from the stage. It's an audio issue on one of the sides of the stage. As that gets resolved, we'll go ahead and go to a quick break, and we'll come right back with game number 3 as soon as we can. Don't go anywhere. More grand finals after this.
Kicking things off at number 10 with Jaren over on the camouflage side, sniper rifle in hand, swinging a miss at the first, second one connects with the body, double kill with the DMR, repositions, lines up the camouflage player, his head gets ripped from his shoulders, is the overkill, lines up the kill tack, see you later fellas. In at number 9, Godzilla has climbed out of the sea to terrorize some players on live fire, gets a headshot for 1, dinner for 2, cancel, triple kill, locked in on that player over towards green, top middle, overkill, extermination, over to the man from San Antonio, Texas, Provoo, lands a pretty simple opener, spots the player over towards Nest, rips his face right off his shoulders, uses the lob wedge for the triple kill, connects with the body shot and a simple tap in for the overkill. In at number 7, on board with Mailman, through the eyes and ears, he's on Forbidden, capture the flag, lands the no-scope onto 1, lines up the second, body connects, double kill secured, triple kill, and the overkill, no-scope. Something tells me he's much like FedEx, he ships worldwide. In at number 6, it's Jaren back once again, this time with a little bit more quality. First kill, back tower, double kill, getting lined up, headshot onto Queen, lines up the triple kill, See you later, friend. Overkill extermination, and Jaren is the Money 8's menace. Number 5 now, and on board with Gambino. Let's see what he's whipping up as he kills the demon for 1. Double kill onto that player over towards Nest. The player in the hill, he's not safe either. Triple kill as he heads up towards Nest, and the overkill to the player over towards Dice. See you later, Killtacular. Number 4 now, and it's Monster on a new input, deciding to use emailing equipment as his preferred method of murder. Playing the keys though, locks in a very quick double kill, triple kill onto Spartan. And the overkill, is it going to come? The answer is yes. Locked in onto Strikey, into the podium places now. Same monster, different map. A little bit of poke damage onto 1. Lines up that player onto Sewer. Double kill, goes back for the player down low. He manages to evade for now, but only for now, as breaking shot. And the overkill onto June. Good night. In at number 2, on board with SLG the Frenchman, and this is definitely one from his archives as it's a battle rifle start. Gets in a pretty simple double kill, but the triple kill onto Rhino, the overkill onto Mental, absolutely sickening. What's that coming over the hill? It's Monster again, no scope on Argyle, caps the flag. Double kill lined up. Soaring in through the vent, triple kill for the latest victim, Sparty McFly in the ground. Overkill, good night, sweet dreams.
Party's over. Belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
Welcome back to HCS London, everybody. Welcome back to the grand finals. And good news, everybody. We've got the issue sorted. It looks like we're about to get back underway. Now, a little update on what the score is going to be. If you're just joining us, FaZe will be up 30-10 on the score, and the clock will be set at 5 minutes in this first round of oddballs. So a lot to play for, a little advantage here for FaZe. Understandably, they had that time on the board.
Yeah, they did. Of course, now being able to restart matches with those exact score lines is going to be very helpful for scenarios like this. 30-10 in favor of FaZe. And I got to say, very interesting opening strategy from Optic Gaming, and that very, very non-traditional. We saw them grab the ball, try to toss tower, despite only having 2 players alive. We'll see if it's a similar start. Very, very fast push here coming down driveway.
Yeah, look, 3 players from Optic Gaming absolutely fly down the arcade to try and take out Frosty, who was obviously going to go for that red gun potentially. Instead, it's going to be one of the members elsewhere who managed to pick it up. Renegade went for the Bulldog this time, so a little bit of a change of play. The oddball going to be picked up and scooped up as he's trying to force his way in towards Tram here. Oddball down on those stairs. A little bit of somewhat of a scrappy start here. Renegade does get that beat down though, and now Optic find himself 3 dead.
3 dead yet again. 2 dead for FaZe, so it will be a momentary 2v1. Lucid, the last player alive for Optic Gaming. We'll take a look at exactly where he is. It looks like still over at B. So now here comes the driveway push. Actually, garbage, excuse me, for Lucid. He's going to have help on driveway.
He certainly is. Good damage coming in from Renegade, though, but the flank from Trippy
has the ball.
will mean that the numbers start to fall for Optic here. That's going to be 2 dead as another player will fall. It'll be Snakebite who goes back to the respawn for a few seconds, and Frosty just got to kind of wait for spawns before trying to challenge for that oddball, but cleaning up kills his first port of call. 3 dead again for Optic here.
Back-to-back 3 deads. That brings FaZe Clan to a 9-7 slaying lead overall. And worth mentioning here, of course, if you're returning to Halo, welcome back. 3 rounds to win now in oddball. With the best of those 3 rounds, 100 points on the board for each round, 43-10 now in favor of FaZe.
3 dead, Royal 2 going to even the numbers up for just a few seconds though. Lucid knows he's here. Lucid's got that assault rifle. Lucid is spraying, but Renegade's grenade is going to take over that fight for a few seconds to give them the advantage. Renegade again turns 1 into 2. He's one of the best at doing that.
He really is, and it feels like he's just on a different level here. He's 5-2 in this game already. Finally, he's taken down, but every time we're on Renegade's POV, it looks like he has brought his A game to this grand final. All eyes now go to bottom middle. Camo spawning in just a few seconds.
Optic got that ball back as well. You see Trippy's managed to just scupper away a little bit and get it back towards Transformer with a double kill. It's perfectly timed for Lucid to now move in and grab that camo. Renegade will become his first kill of the game, and not only that, he's found the Bulldog as well off his body.
Big 4 dead there, as you said, and now it's finally perfectly timed. Take a look, Optic Gaming with signs of life and maybe a moment to breathe as well. They're about to turn the game over, and they still have a little bit of camo to make some damage as well.
Information being passed around as well. You can see that Lucid got that info. Lucid going to use that Bulldog and the Shroud to stay alive as well. Grenade comes in to take him down though, as we have a momentary 2v2 on the map. Formal still set up in the back of Tram here. Renegade with this cheeky little spot, bringing out all the tricks, but Formal, he won't be fooled.
Cheeky indeed. Renegade does get the kill back commando, but Formal also picks up 1, so momentary 2v2. There will be a lead change on your screen. Optic Gaming now in the lead, 59-43.
And they've rotated that ball away as well. Look at this. Trippy's now going to throw it out towards the front of Tram to make FaZe have to overextend for it. An overextension is going to be Renegade as he slides off with that Stalker to crack the skull of the player up on the balcony. 60-43 the score. Oddball is down still from the Tram.
And Renegade with a really big individual effort there to get it behind. The timing! He can get 1 back. The timing! Gonna maybe get another one as well. This will be huge. This will be continued points here for FaZe Clan. They get 2 dead. Let's get to a listening with FaZe.
Oh my god!
Enemy has the ball.
Be back, coming, bro. 2 tires on, 2 tires. He's weak too. 2 tires. Drive it, Matt, drive it. Mando weak, Mando half, Mando half. One behind me on shot. Him on 20, guys. Mando half. Weak top 8, Brad, or jump. I hear you, Matt. 15, guys. Mando, choosing on me. He's in the show. Probably in the shower. Shot. Livers for Mando. Absolutely Mando. Absolutely Mando. Camo, guys. Be on me, Trevor's B.
Ball drop.
Cam on 3. Anyone help me? Camo? No, I get out. Hold on. One tire, Jack, PD. One in, 2 PD weak. One in. Close to D, Nice try. Last guy, Matt. You're gonna spawn C, Matt. I'm bringing it back. Yo, Stalker, let's play B. I wanna play B. He's in B. I heard him. He's close. Stalker is up. Cut Sean. Go hit shot. You go, Brad. You go, Stalker's up. One in shot, you done. Matt's playing yourself. Yo, top 8. Come back. Another one. That's time. There's one more. You're dead?
Well, Renegade doing Renegade things during the listening, but the score is what we need to focus on. It's almost a tie game, but FaZe do have a moment of control. They did have that camo, but Royal 2 will be the first player to fall in that fight.
When we got into that listen, it was 60-43 in favor of Optic Gaming. FaZe has completely turned it around. However, just as quickly as we say that, they will now find themselves 3 dead. Optic Gaming will now go back into the lead.
And a little reminder here that FaZe had a 30-10 advantage at the start of this round from the restart, so you have to say maybe this has been a much better showing from Optic, much more dominant than what we saw at the start of that first one.
Absolutely. By the way, both teams are tied at 33 kills apiece, even at this moment.
80 points is going to be crossed. But if you know anything about FaZe and you've watched them throughout this weekend or throughout their entire roster history, you know you have to play until the last pixel. They will not give this one up until the round is done. A double kill here for Formal. He knows where Royal 2 is as well. Make it a triple for Formal.
Wow, 1v2 there, 93 on the board, 3 dead. This should be the round for Optic Gaming.
Should well be the round for Optic Gaming. 98 points of rising, and Optic will strike first. in game number 3. They're up 1-0 in rounds as we head into round number 2.
And looking down the line there, no time for any kind of celebration, not even any fist pounds. They're locked back in there, ready for this next round, because guess what? They've been there before, right? How many times in this grand final alone have we seen them in the lead? And FaZe with fantastic late game composure. Optic Gaming is 1 round away from closing out this game 3 of Oddball.
Formal starting to really heat up in this series as well. He's 15-8, leading the way not just for his team, but just 1 kill behind Renegade as well, who's positive 10, by the way, in this game.
16-6 in a game like this, in a grand final. Really unbelievable numbers, as we said. Shroud will go down, Camo will be popped. It's a very good trade, though, coming in from Optic Gaming. They brute force their way. They get right in the face of FaZe Clan to make sure that Renegade cannot continue his reign of terror with that shotgun camo combo. It was 3 dead for Optic Gaming momentarily.
You just see Trippy only had one thing on his mind, is get damage. Just hit him, find a way to make that camo player disappear off the map and not let it impact what's going to happen in the next 30 seconds or so. Optic have got the ball up on the pink street here. A couple players are going to be here. Snakebite gets taken down.
Very good pre-nades coming in there. I think we all have the same feeling that Snakebite is going to get away with something on benches, but not so fast. 3 dead. Royal 2 is your last player alive, and it's good time on the board for Optic Gaming.
Really is strong time. And one thing that may have been a little bit of a difference maker so far in the game is the control of the Stalker rifle, right? We saw Renegade having a lot of fun with it, understandably so, picking up kill after kill after kill. But now Lucid's got it. He had a little bit of a quieter start to this game. But with the Stalker in his hands, he might be able to change those statistics a little bit heavier over to the kills.
35-3 now. 2 do fall. Lucid needs to do everything he can to stay alive here, to make sure that they have some composure on the map. He's now last player alive. It won't be easy. 4 dead. It's a staggered spawn, but overall, most importantly, it's a clean wipe for FaZe Clan.
Halo proving it could be a horror game as well as he steps in and around that Shroud screen, but he's beaten down on his way through it. 35-11 though, as you say, is the score. So a really strong start to this round number 2 for Optic Gaming, continuing the momentum we saw from them at the end of round 1. Renegade at the moment just looking for bodies. Trippy is going to be the first one that he finds. Great damage coming in from him again. Frosty's got that oddball back here for FaZe, and they have a tram setup.
A little bit of deja vu, right? How many times we've seen Renegade there at Music, and then the ball being held at driveway and tram, and they're going to continue scoring now. So what was a 35-6 lead is now less than a 10-point lead as FaZe continues to climb back.
Ammo here for Royal 2, gets damage down but doesn't get kills. Optic 2 dead, FaZe 2 dead as well, but again, as we finish the sentence, those numbers change. Optic 3 dead, dead zone. Last alive bottom middle, and you can see that Frosty has that odd ball in his hands, and we are going to see an exchange of the lead. FaZe will go into the lead in round 2.
FaZe also starting to pull away in the Slayer category as well, but just as quickly as we say that based off the double kill, it's now 52-50 in favor of FaZe Clan in total kills.
3 dead here for FaZe, 4 dead here for FaZe as well, and a complete setup in the back of Tram is awarded to Optic Gaming. Snakebite got away with that Stalker rifle, I'm pretty sure, as well. We just saw those light projectiles flying in towards some of those respawners. Formal here, a little jiggle peek battle here with Renegade. Renegade's going to reach out. Formal's going to teach that lesson.
Here comes the push, might be a rotate here coming in from Optic Gaming. It's a heavy trap push coming in from FaZe Clan. It will be 2v2 on the map. Formal will eventually fall. Let's see if this ball continues to be rotated here to B.
Dead Zone's still a nuisance here at the back of Tram, though. He's looking for Royal 2, and Royal 2 does not know he's there. Or maybe he does. Oh, Dead Zone! Sees the poke from Frosty. And pokes back with the Bulldog himself. Oddball is still down, though. Optic do have a commanding lead in this round number 2.
Look at this battle between Royal 2 and Dead Zone. Neither of them want to give an inch. 61-39, though. What a run from Optic Gaming, and in the end, very good help comes in. 3 dead. Royal 2 is your last player alive on driveway. This should be more time on the board for Optic Gaming.
Not a lot of ammo left in this Stalker rifle as well, and certainly a lot of pressure coming in. The trade comes in immediately, and look at the objective efficiency. Kills fall the way of Optic Gaming, and that means immediately they have that oddball in their hands. Dead Zone's looking for spawners at the moment, looking for information. Trippy's got that ball back. Renegade trying to squeeze away with this camouflage. And looks like he might have just been able to do so.
Beautiful little tiptoeing there from Renegade to avoid both of those grenades perfectly. We'll see what he can do here. They have a 2-man advantage, 3-man advantage. This is big. All 4 dead. Lucid is your first spawner, and a big opportunity for FaZe to come right back into this game despite being down by 30.
Renegade still has time on this camo as well. However, gets spotted out. I tell you what, some of these players have got the most insane eyesight when it comes to spotting this camo out. Optic time the push off the back of the camo dissipating, so now they will not have to fight against Renegade, who they can't see.
And just like that, was a 40-point lead. It's only a 20-point lead. Shrinking spray and pray for Renegade. He's going to use all the tools in the arsenal to pick up another kill and add to his tally. He's 23 and 12.
23 and 12 is great, but they're still trailing in this game. They're one round down. They're down in round number 2 as well. As Royal 2 turns his attention back towards the oddball. Where are the spawns now coming in? You can see there are PD spawns here for FaZe, so it's a safe rotate for Royal 2 to bring the ball back to his teammates. Passes it off because he knows he's got that short-range weapon to play with. But 2 players have fallen elsewhere, and here comes the flood now from Optic.
Here comes the push, 1-man advantage, and now they're going to try to fly in. Shroud is down for Royal 2.
Lucid's going to poke. Royal 2 doesn't get a huge amount of damage, and Dead Zone will clean him up. Oddball's still down on the pink streak. Trippy gets yet another kill, and FaZe find themselves down 2 numbers again.
The push looks very good there. Eventually, Optic Gaming will make sure they get a kill traded out, but initially, the first pressure coming in on back A was very well done there. The Shroud maybe got Optic fans a bit nervous. They execute perfectly, but not that much time on the board. They'll continue scoring. It's a 3v3, and now Optic Gaming only 20 points away from closing out the game.
Really difficult decision here for FaZe as well. They have to push, but the camo's coming up in 5 seconds as well. FaZe will be trying to push, time this push around the camo, trying to make some distractions, but they forgot about Dead Zone. It's 3 dead for FaZe, and maybe that camo's not even going to be an issue for them.
They might rotate back A here. No, they keep PD. Doesn't matter. Only 3 seconds left.
He's got to get this hand, ball out of their hands, and he gets taken down. Optic will respond. They get their first game on the board in this grand final. And we've got a final on our hands.
And how important that Optic Gaming closes out that game in 2 rounds. We've seen it happen time and time again with a team like FaZe Clan. As the Let's Go Optic chant rages through the room, we've seen them steal those wins out from a team like Optic Gaming. However, they close out Oddball in 2 rounds. They deal FaZe Clan their first Oddball loss of the tournament, and we'll take a look at some highlights from a fantastic game for both sides.
Incredible game for both sides. I mean, it's superb stuff from Renegade in that game when it comes to kills, but the one thing maybe I'm kind of looking at, when FaZe start to get on a roll, do they get a little bit guilty of overkilling, overslaying in certain situations? It's been something we've talked about in the past. Maybe it's just about, again, reminding themselves of the fundamentals, what wins them games of Halo. Because Optic didn't make many mistakes in that oddball.
If you want a reminder there of just how close this series is, in the end of those 2 rounds, Optic only outslays 71 to 70 across both rounds. Only a 1 kill difference between the 2 teams, but as you said, it comes down to 2 rounds for Optic, clearly indicating objective efficiency in the game, even though only outslaying by just 1 kill.
And it's amazing how the pattern of this grand final has gone so far, right? We talked about how game number 1 was going to be a bloodbath, back and forth, crazy. It's been one of the most fun game types to watch these 2 teams throw down on, and it ends up being exactly that, right? It's a 5-4 crazy comeback. Game number 2, we said FaZe, this is their favorite Slayer. This is where they get the job done. That's exactly what happens. Game number 3, ends up with a oddball win for Optic, one of the game types that they've shown they're probably the best in the world at. The next one is a little bit more 50-50, you feel. Strongholds on live fire. This is a tough one, but maybe you start to favor FaZe a little bit.
You really would, especially here in London. They're coming in with a 3-0 record on this game type. Just besting Optic by a bit. Optic is 2-1 on Stronghold's live fire, so FaZe going to statistically have the advantage, but let's not forget they also had the statistical advantage in the last game as well. And you have to feel like Optic Gaming, they needed that win on the board. Maybe it's also the momentum that they needed to carry them through this first best of 7.
Well, the start of this game is going to be important for Optic to see if they can continue the momentum they just gathered in that previous game. FaZe are going to be a little bit shaken, but maybe not stirred, knowing that that isn't the game type that they really kind of have the excellence on that they would expect of themselves. This is more their home ground. This is what they're comfortable on. Game number 4 is live.
Here we go, underway in game number 4. We're getting right back into the action. If you're just joining us, welcome. It is an esports classic. FaZe Clan up against Optic Gaming. FaZe right now leading 2-1 in your first best of 7. Optic Gaming is on the board and they're looking for more.
Optic with an early AB hold here. And a few points on the board before they turn their attention towards the camo. Coming up in just a few seconds' time. The staggered spawn, of course, means the ability to grab a few strongholds before you even engage. And speaking of engaging, Renegade's going to do exactly that. B's going to be flipped. Where did that camo go? It looks like Optic will grab it.
Very nice job there. Lucid almost got away with a QT as well, which would have even added insult to injury on top of the camo grab. However, he does enough damage around the cuts, angles himself away for the initial battle, and paves the way for the team to grab it. Look at Formal.
Frosty knows he's here. Frosty knows he's here, and Frosty hunts him down. Not only is that Formal out of the game, it's camo, it's sniped, turned over. to FaZe. What a spot that was from Frosty.
Massive play. 1v1 right now. Dead zone versus Snakebite for just a moment.
B's going to be flipped here by Optic Gaming. And it's a BC hold for them now. So tower control in their hands. Snakebite with the sniper rifle has a chance to pierce a hole in the Optic setup around the map. But this is what they're so good at doing, Andy. It's the double cap. They are just stifling. They're so good at holding areas of the map. And it takes something special, like a play from Snakebite, to break Optic apart.
Wow, if that isn't a great representation of what this man brings to the game, I don't know what is. Hits a very difficult shot there. Quick scope follows it up against Formal, and then 180s to the hut. Cleans up that kill as well. That will be a continuation of scoring from FaZe with an AB hold.
AB hold, but the first time we've really seen them with any element of control. It's a 41 point to 17 and rising scoreline at the moment, but AB has been hold for quite some time. Trippy going to take this 1v. Snakebite going to win the 1v. Now they start to, with that number being picked up, with that kill going their side, they're thinking about a triple cap here, and look at the damage coming in from Snakebite. Surely it's just a case of Frosty moving in to clean it up. There's one more player in front of him. It's going to be Formal, and it's a little bit of a one-for-one trade, but Renegade will secure that kill.
2v2 at the moment here, and A is going to flip. That means Optic Gaming will continue scoring, and thanks to their early lead, they will now have a 10-point lead on the board. Renegade will QT out. Maybe QT back in a moment when the shields allow.
Camo coming up as well in 7 seconds. You can see that Optic have some presence over there. Renegade's trying to hunt at the moment, but he's going to have to do it on his own because he's got players in front of him. Gets a trade in that situation, which is pretty damn good. And Formal's going to get away with the camo and hope that Frosty doesn't spawn quite as easily this time.
That's right. Second, he can't shoot just yet. Frosty's coming for him already. In the end, though, look at the trip cap for the moment at Optic Gaming. A is going to start to flip, but Formal's going to pick up a triple.
3 times for triple kills. The triple cap is in here for Optic Gaming, and that camo worked out a lot better.
And how about it? Optic Gaming bouncing back after those first two. Looked like they might have been down and out. But it's a very different series, and Formal has the sniper rifle and a trip cap in hand.
Also has Frosty in front of him, doesn't need to deal with him because he's already going to be traded out. And we always talk about triple caps. They're great to have, and if you can trade while having the triple cap, you have such an element of control. You force your opponents to not trade, to get the kill without going down, to even wrestle one of those strongholds away.
Big fadeaway kill there from Snakebite. It might have been pretty dire circumstances if he doesn't hit that kill across the map, but keeps things a little bit interesting and going to allow him now to wrap around A, probably finish this and push out. They will continue scoring once again. It's a moment, an opportunity for them to get something going on the map.
Lucy trapped on the dummies at the moment, but using the dummies to his advantage and buying enough time for Formal to pick up another double kill. It's 3 dead here for FaZe, and Optic have turned their attention towards B once more. They have control. They are going to be scoring, and you can see that it's about to cross the 150-point mark, and FaZe still stuck on 42.
Now, as you say, over 100-point lead for Optic Gaming. Formal's just heating up. Let's get to a listening with Optic Gaming.
Big door, B.
Think of it back to A. Think of it back to A.
A flat. Okay. Spawning dummies mad, 2.
Go top.
I can aim C,
Yes.
We just need you to live right now.
Go on dummies, guys.
Hey, watch out, next bridge, absolute.
3 shots.
Nice one, nice red bar.
Here's that.
Too weak.
I'm playing this game.
Should be
Bottom tower, and Tires jumping up on you, Joey. Tires weak.
Okay, cross.
2 dead. 1 A, 1 C. One shot A.
Oh, he's 1 shot in A. He's 1 shot.
To where? Okay.
Big door.
Sorry.
They're gonna go B.
He's still big door. He's going back to rat. Is the end. He's 1 shot.
One shot big. He's gonna run out.
Going big door. Yeah, he ran big. Shots in T.
Getting in, guys. I'm looking.
On B.
Yo, big door as well, Joey. Back A weak. Big door, Joey. You guys A. Yo, A plat now. Going key door. Yo, spawn Dobby. Why? Yo, mid cut. Live, Tommy, live. Yeah, they got it. Getting A, Matt. Getting
out real quick.
Well, Optic's still in control here. FaZe had a little bit of a run there where a couple of kills got picked up, but I've got to say, this is the POV to watch right now because Formal is not making bad moves. He's not making bad decisions, and Optic now have a triple cap once again.
Once again, a triple cap. They have not looked back. They sounded so good during that listen in. Finally, Lucy's taken down, so it will be 4 dead, but not before Optic Gaming crosses the 200-point mark. It's an enormous lead, 202 to 63.
It's off the back of Renegade getting that camouflage. Now, FaZe, what have you got? We know that they will play to the last second, and they are more than capable of turning a lead like this around. Sometimes when we see the best teams in the world go up against each other on strongholds, it's a case of 150 holds, 200 holds, not just the 10 or 15 seconds that maybe you get in matchmaking. But for now, FaZe are making this a little bit of a war in and around B. They get the reset, they will continue scoring here.
Finally gonna have to do the work again. As you said, Optic able to get the reset. Roll2's gonna have to jump back in, buying them even more time. So Optic will just tick, 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 a few more points on the board. It is a sizable lead here, and you have to think in the Optic Gaming side of the stage, all they're thinking is, guys, 1 to 2 good pushes and 1 good hold, and this game is ours. Let's see what they can construct.
I love what Trippy's doing here, by the way. You can see he's just playing very slowly around the tower, protecting that 1 cap that they have, seeing if FaZe are going to overextend and try and make a play where he can get a free kill. Instead, now the move and the play has been called by Optic. Lucid with this sniper rifle as well has the ability to do special things, and that reaction time is ridiculous.
Beautiful awareness there. You saw Lucid did not want to drop down. He wanted to hold the angle. He was not visible from either side, and then he can perfectly time the pop there to Sandbags. It's about to be a trip cap again as A starts to flip for FaZe.
B going to be converted as well. The spawn's coming at A, and that's good news as well. You can see that Optic are not only going to get the information and the cap, they're going to be able to trap all of FaZe in and around A now. They have to force this. The clock and the points are only going one way, and it's all in the side of Optic Gaming.
Great peek shots there coming in from Renegade. You'll watch that battle every single day. Renegade versus Lucid, it's always a treat. But most importantly, it's 223 to 102. As we said, Optic Gaming knew they only needed to put together 1 push, and they had great patience. Now they're only 25 points away from closing out the game.
And the numbers game is starting to hurt FaZe. You can see just as they go for B and they get the flip, there's someone lurking in and around A, but Snakebite goes back and deals with him. And not only that, he gets the reset. Now, Trippy versus Snakebite will be a trade, but that's a great trade if you have control, as Optic find themselves 4 dead. FaZe are starting to warm up a little bit here.
Big now. They're going to get the trip cap on C as well. Now we'll see what Optic Gaming answers back with. Frosty has a really good opportunity to play spoiler here. They're already working on A and B as Optic. Frosty has to go now.
Somehow they got out and got B from a 4 dead situation, and 4 is doing great damage, and now the camo gets completely taken out. FaZe are 3 dead. They did nothing with the power.
That's going to be it. That's going to be it. Take a look at those scores. Triple cap in effect once again for Optic Gaming at the 240 mark.
Surely this is going to be the home stretch. FaZe are trapped in A. They have to convert 2 strongholds, but they might not even get 1. Optic Gaming will take control, and Optic Gaming will tie up the series.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I think you and I during that Optic Gaming listening were thinking the same thing. This shit's getting good. We are tied up 2-2 between these 2 teams, and we wouldn't have it any other way. How fitting. It's Optic and FaZe Clan. Despite an early FaZe 2-0 lead, only being 2 games away from closing it out, Optic Gaming comes roaring back, and they tie the series 2-2.
This is the series we wanted. This is the series we were hoping for. As now the players have an opportunity just to step away for a few moments to refresh before we go into the, we'll call it the business end of the series. Yeah. This is a huge moment in this series. I mean, it only feels like 5 minutes ago or so that we were saying FaZe are looking great, FaZe looking dominant, and well, now we're tied up at 2-2.
You really are, and you got to think, it was not easy, right? Let's not forget that it would have been very difficult for Optic Gaming to close these games out. Players are going to step away, as you said, for their optional player break. After this many games, early on, really great control from FaZe yet again, but Optic Gaming looking so strong as we take a look at some highlights from that last game. That was Formal's triple, beautiful shots with the last shot in the Bandit. Man, he was not missing it. You got the feeling during those trip caps that Optic Gaming is heating up in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance it was from Foreman in that game. I think it was a fantastic individual performance from him. That little run that he went on in the mid-game secured the first of a couple of triple caps that kept FaZe on a really stuck spawn together. The squad spawned in and around A a couple of times, and they were able to stifle them, not let them get out, and certainly not able to get near that B stronghold. Next up, though, Slayer. It's the story we talked about so much. FaZe won the first one, but Solitude Slayer, when you look at Optic Gaming, this is a map and a mode where I'm pretty sure they won a world championship.
And on top of that, we have very good news for Optic Gaming fans, both in the room and at home. Optic Gaming is 3-1 in this specific game type, Slayer Solitude. FaZe Clan is 1-2 this weekend. So maybe an opportunity for Optic Gaming to take another game to put another one on the board.
And then we go to King of the Hill, and we were talking about that, right? We were talking about Optic's record on that. And Andy, if you've got the stats, I mean, just remind us, because it was quite the record. It was the standout when we looked at the comparison.
It really is. That is the game that we hoped we would get to. And guess what? Based on those series layouts so far, we are guaranteed to get there. Let's take a look at the stats so far in this series, though, between these two All-Stars. Formal right now, 76 and 61 for a 1.25. Renegade just behind him with a 1.20.
And I would say those two players probably came into this event feeling they had a point to prove, right? It's crazy to say it, but we mentioned, Renegade will be disappointed not to be winning tournaments every single time. Formal, I think it's a little bit more of a nuanced story because the way that Optic lost that Slayer, his stat line at the end of it, that's going to hurt, man. Like, he's going to look back on that one and say, hey, I don't want to be the player who's putting those stats up in a game which decides which way a tournament went. And Formal is looking like he is out for blood here. That performance in that Strongholds, that's the Formal you want.
It really is, and I feel like we could say the same thing about Renegade's early games as well. And that's what you want. When you have world-class all-stars like these two on stage, you want to see them at their best possible kind of ceiling, right? The way that they're playing, and it feels like we're getting both of that with both of these players.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think it's so far nobody is really laying their side down, right? Everybody's playing some extremely high level Halo, and I think it's just going to get better and better. The question is, are we going to see more of it? Is there going to be a second series to look forward to? Are Optic going to be able to close out this series? Because this is an opportunity for them. If they can win this next game type, the King of the Hill is a big moment for them.
Yeah, it really is. We can maybe take a look at the series layout while we wait for the players to get back on the stage as well, just because I do want to get back to talking about that King of Hill recharge. As we said earlier, and just in case you missed it, that really is the standout, the highlight game of this entire series. Recharge King of the Hill is going to be a 4-0 record for Optic Gaming and a 5-0 record for FaZe. That will be a bloodbath, and based on the series layout so far, we are guaranteed to get there.
We can see that FaZe aren't leaving. They are staying there. And they are making sure they are nice
and even staying warm, yeah.
Staying warm. They're making sure that their shots are crispy for when we get back on that main stage. I mean, talk to me about your feeling, your gut feeling when we move on to this next game, right? Slayer Solitude, because I've seen Optic win this a lot.
Yeah.
Whereas FaZe, there's like, I don't have the memorable moments in the same way that I do for Optic.
Exactly, especially in London, right? We have a really big positive 3-1 record against for Optic against a negative record for FaZe, and I think it's interesting here that you do see, I mean, there's even just what we see on the stage right now. Let's not forget, Optic Gaming wins back-to-back. They, though, opt to take the optional player break here, and FaZe is actually the one who just lost the 2 games, but they stay on the stage and they stay warm. It's kind of an interesting just dynamic there in between the two on the stage.
I think it's a call of like, hey, we've just won 2. Let's let FaZe think about that for a few minutes.
Might be. It's quite.
Maybe one of them just really needs the bathroom.
It could also be that, as we now see the players coming right back onto the stage, and as we said, FaZe players just kind of in a warm up there, staying warm, but will be an opportunity for both teams to lock back in, and man, would not have it any other way. Tied up 2-2. You thought you might be heading home early. That is not the case. This one, at least in the first series, is going to go the distance. These two teams now tied up 2-2.
You can see Optic Gaming all back on the main stage. Formal holding court at the moment. And when that man speaks, you listen.
Yeah. The amount of experience that he brings to this team, it really cannot be overstated. So many main stage matches for him across multiple FBS titles, and goes without saying, but many championships as well. Undoubtedly talking about what they need to do and what they want to do in this Slayer Solitude, especially on these openings, just because whenever you're around these players, if you catch them in the hotel in the evenings, they are watching gameplay from the past tournament. They want to know the exact opening strats that each team has ran for each game type. FaZe will know exactly what Optic is doing in this opening, and we'll see who can counter and get the early lead on Slayer Solitude, which we know, man, early leads on this map specifically can be very, very, very important.
Yeah, of course. You get that camo, you get that shock. It's not a case of 1 or 2 kills going your way. It can be 5, 10, maybe even 15 if you play some very, very high level Halo. So difficult to get out of that spawn trap at times, but one thing you can say, without the objective, it gives you a little bit of time, maybe just to reset, just to get players back on the map, which is why sometimes you see a little bit more of a standoffy game than the high pace than what we're used to in some of the Slayers. Like, for example, we saw between Quadrant and SSG yesterday. It felt like they were just running at each other until one of them hit 50 first. But just a reminder, that's what it's about, right? It's not the car. It's they're not going to get to take that home, but that trophy is something that's the intangible, right? There's prize money, of course, to play for, but calling yourself the best in the world, being able to add another trophy to the collection, that's why they're here.
Especially for FaZe Clan, right? Let's not forget, Optic Gaming is coming off of a Grand Finals appearance in Arlington. They were going to come out of that event with their head held pretty high. FaZe, though, needed to remind everyone that they are the defending world champions. So far, they have done that, but there is still work to be done to hoist that trophy and remind everyone just how good they are.
Well, fist bumps are going down, and that only means one thing in esports. Actually, it means 2. It's either we won the game or about to start another one. Let's see who's going to come out on top of this one. Optic and FaZe never disappoints, and at the moment, it is living up to the hype.
It Really has been. The players locking in now, and guess what? It is time for our next game in the series. Game number 5, Slayer Solitude. Optic, Gaming, and FaZe Clan are tied 2-2. This will be the go-ahead game in the series.
And the pressure on these opening strategies is going to be immense. If you can get the advantage, you get the upper hand off the rip here, then maybe you can grab that shock rifle that you see in front of you right now. Maybe you can get control of that camo and you can establish that lead that puts all of the pressure back onto your opponents. Formal the man we're going to watch off the rip.
And here we go. We're underway in game number 5, a game 5 Slayer. And as we said, this will be the one that really sets the pace in terms of where this series might go. No kills exchanged just yet. Here's Formal moving across dip.
Love this. He's responding to the call out. He'll find one. Snakebite keep looking at him. And that should be a second one. The Frost is there. Doesn't quite get the kill. Snakebite will escape, but Frosty won't. The kill prioritization there from Formal is immense.
They call him a turret for a reason. No matter where you put him on the map, he's going to hit those shots. Nice little toss of the shock, by the way, to the camo player. Comes in, and it's an early 4-2 lead and power up and power weapon control for Optic Gaming. This is exactly what we talked about.
Well, Snakebite finally gets taken down. He was the player who had that thrust, and now you can see that FaZe don't really have any toys to play with. It's dead zone with camo snipe. They don't have the thrust like I mentioned, and FaZe is going to have to play this one slow and look for some trades.
Ooh, good damage coming in here. Snakebite trying to also play spoiler to this hotel play.
Oh!
Comes in and disrupts that party. And no hotel parties around here. Snakebite shuts it down and he keeps the game within reason. It's now 7-6. They're only down by 1.
No hotel parties yet.
Later though.
The night is young. Formal going to be challenging Snakebite. Can't quite connect with the headshot for now, but his teammate Royal 2 is going to make sure that this game gets tied up. It was a hot start for Optic, but look at what's happening to the score right now. Optic 2 dead. Snakebite with a shock. And the score just by 1. But 1 could be the difference when we get to the end of the game. Snakebite extends that lead by another 1. It's 2. Now the advantage to FaZe.
Not done yet.
Sweet.
Absolutely eliminates Formal with a beautiful string of kills. And how about Snakebite going cafe, going hotel? Individual effort, once again, we talked about at this level, it really comes down to the players that are able to make those hero individual efforts, and now they're up by 4.
And look at where all of Optic are spawning. They are trapped. They are absolutely trapped to the bottom of Snipe. They don't know how to get out, and that means mid-map control is going to be all in the favor of FaZe. And why is that important? Why does that matter? The camo's coming up as well, but Optic have somehow managed to at least force them away. But Renegade now moving in to take some of that damage, and look at this. It's 2 dead, and it might be 3, maybe even 4 in a few seconds. The camo you would expect surely to go to FaZe here.
Trippy with very good cover for a moment, but Royal 2 drops down for the dead zone kill as well. A lot of pressure from Loop here from Optic Gaming.
But Trippy got away with the camo. The question is, will he be able to survive with this camouflage? And the answer is yes. It's a 6 kill difference between the two teams, but this is the chance now for maybe Optic to get that first kill.
Really big, as you said. He might be able to get this one as well. He gets the help. Trippy staying alive, and Luke, not only did he keep Dead Zone alive for a minute, but as you said, he keeps them in this game by stealing camo and staying alive.
Renegade should be taken down here as well, but can't quite connect with that headshot. And Renegade survives, and with that shock rifle coming up, it might just be a little stall. It means Optic have to reset. The shot is still up. Did anyone collect it? The answer is no. Frosty, he's got his eyes on it.
Frosty does well to first pick up that kill on Truck, and now, as you say, has his eyes on the sniper rifle. Still a 6-kill lead here, so they don't have to rush this right away.
2 dead for Optic. Now Frosty can finally get not just his eyes on the shock rifle, but his hands on it as well. 22-16 is the score as the game completely goes to a standstill.
And you know that Optic does not want to show for Frosty. They're going to make sure they get the right timing push here. Let's not forget, power up bottom mid here in 25 seconds. They're likely going to wait for that for the push.
Formal's going to challenge. Formal's going to put pressure onto Frosty. Formal will get a kill onto Renegade somehow as well. Snakebite will trade it out. Frosty will stay alive long enough to maybe re-engage with this shock rifle. Camo coming up in 10 seconds. Optic want to play around this, but FaZe by trading means that they're going to have to show if they want to get that camo. Good damage onto Frosty. Great damage onto Frosty means the shock is down, and this is Optic's chance to push.
Very good damage. We'll see if Formal can stay alive. That'll be pretty big. Eventually he drops down and avoids that grenade somehow. Does not get taken down by the splash of the grenade. He must have just wrapped around the Geo of top mid, and just like that is a 3-kill game.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm as surprised as anyone that Formal was still alive with his camo. It looked like that nade was perfect from Snakebite, but obviously it wasn't. And when we're talking about battles in this game, it's all about being perfect between these two teams, and Optic, by getting this camo, they're back in this game. It's just a 3-kill difference, make it 4, as Royal 2 slows things down.
Ooh, look at them. They're all just blind fighting. Royal 2 is shooting Hotel, and you have other players just shooting here at bottom S1, and they eagle-eye the camo by just isolating in a 4v1, and they sniff Formal out. The camo will not be a factor, and as a result, FaZe still up by 5.
Back to where we were a few moments ago. Instead of Frosty up on S3 now, it's going to be Renegade who's top. Snipe looking down, looking over his teammates, looking to clean up any damage that comes in that they can capitalize on. It's a 6-kill advantage still. Snakebite will get another one. And now Renegade sees the option to push. Deadzone will get a kill. Question is, will it be cleaned up? He's going to re-challenge here, Deadzone, by the looks of things, but knowing that he's got shields and he's got time, Deadzone will stay alive, and Renegade decides, hey, I need some shields before I take this fight.
Yeah, Renegade's going to wait for help that comes in Cafe here. Gets taken down in the end. But still quite a bit of a lead here. We'll go back over to the side of FaZe and get to a listening with FaZe Clan.
Nice, man. LR from one shot, LR. Stop goalie run ERP. Go camo and 10 guys. Yo, they're gonna go drive it. They're gonna go drive it. Yo, camo guys. Look around. Yo, top golden loop. Yo, behind you guys, fires. Yeah, I'm already dead, guys. I see I got one. Nice. Camo shock. Look, class, BJ, class. Hey, man. Yo, so does stairs. They're gonna get camo down. One shot, U-turn, Ben. Got him! One shot, camo. He's one shot desert camo. He's one shot desert camo. Camo, absolute solo. Red bar.
Here. Let this shit sink. We're all stuck here. Yo, U-turn camo on the boxes. Harder. Yo, there's one down there. Yo, U-turn, red, he's U-turn camo 2. 2 shot on my ping. On you, PD, on you. Right, jumping. I'll kill him, he's scammed. Top of the camo, he just jumped up. Yeah, I'm one of you guys. He's on the break. Yo, he's challenging, he's on the break.
Still a 4-kill difference between the two teams here. Optic and FaZe going blow for blow at the moment in this game, but not for the first time we saw Optic get away with a camo that you felt maybe they shouldn't have.
You have to wonder if that's going to add up, because now guess what? Just a 3-kill game. Optic trailing by just a few, but it's traded out. FaZe grabs another one.
Snakebite might have some pressure on him in a second. He's going to have to hit some shots. The last thing you want to do when you're just ahead by a slim margin is give a precision weapon like the shot rifle over to the likes of Formal. And any member of Optic Gaming, Formal gets another kill. And now you can see that things are starting to get a little bit dicey here. Formal is jiggle picking. Trippy's going to be there. He buys so much time, and Formal's still alive bottom middle.
You got the feeling that Formal had to have known help was coming there. There's no reason you stay on Soda for that long, but also a few more kills do come in for FaZe. So Optic Gaming was 3 dead. That brings us now to 44-41.
Lucid last alive. He's going to go down as well, and FaZe now have all of Optic trapped once again. Everybody spawning within seconds of each other means that FaZe can collapse, FaZe can sandwich, and maybe FaZe will be able to go into the lead in this series. It's 3 to go now for FaZe.
Deadzone's in trouble down there as well. He'll get taken down right away. Now only 2 kills to go, 48-41.
Royal 2's going hunting. Will be taken down by Lucid, but was it enough damage for Frosty to capitalize on? There's another one here for Renegade. Snakebite gets the final one, and FaZe will answer back again. They will now be up 3-2 in this series and closing in on another major title.
That is the second time in this series that Optic Gaming came in with a winning record over FaZe's losing record, and they managed to turn that around. And despite the statistics, win a game type that on paper they really should not have won. They will steal game number 5. They will now take a 3-2 series lead and be 1 game away from closing out the entire tournament.
Now we go to King of the Hill. The game type that neither team has lost, which is fascinating at this tournament, right? You're looking across some of the stats from that last game as well. On the FaZe side, there's not really anyone who's had a shocker. Is everybody just kind of scraping into the positive? The outlier, you would say, is Snakebite, 13-8 for him in the big games. That's where PJ usually turns up and does his best work, and he's doing it again here in the grand final.
He really is, and as we said, both teams undefeated on this specific game type. Also worth noting, we do have 1 loss overall in King of the Hill from Optic on the weekend. So you wonder, is that undefeated record on the side of FaZe going to win then the tournament? Or will we throw the statistics out the window again? That's the question.
So FaZe 1 game away from calling London their own. And for Optic, it's about winning back-to-back to send us to a second best of 7. I'm kind of nervous, like, talking about this, you know what I mean? That's what they're feeling up on that stage.
Nothing like a bit of trumpet to just quell the nerves or otherwise on the main stage. As we said, getting the hill recharge will be your next game here, game 6 in the series. It's been an unbelievable back and forth, and the series layout really tells that story perfectly. FaZe with a hot start, Optic Gaming an answer back in a big way, but a pretty big win there. 50-42 at this level of play is quite a large margin when you look at that Slayer Solitude.
Yeah, there's a few moments of that Slayer Solitude as we take some a look at some of the Renegade stats. Renegade, as he's listed here on the graphic. You can see in kill deaths in grand finals. He's not doing too badly when it comes to most of the game. So Stronghold's a little bit off, but I'm sure we'll be looking to put that right. And he's been the difference maker, I think, in a lot of those big plays. But I want to talk about the big plays from that last game, because there was 2 occasions that you felt FaZe just timed all of their kills. They got 3 or 4 dead, and with their map control and how they block spawns, they got all of Optic spawning in and around S1. And you're looking at the final score, you're looking at the difference in final kills and deaths, and that could have been the difference making, right? Not just getting the kills and the timing of them, but the blocking of spawns to send them all down to S1. It's brilliance from FaZe. The question is, will the brilliance continue, or will Optic send us all the way to a game 7?
That's the question. Once again, in that game, you saw Snakebite, for example, cafe spawn, and they have Camo and Shock in the hotel. He flies right in and he takes that 1v1. We're going to continue to look for that for both sides in this game. Which players are able to step up, fly in, win those 1v2s, and get away with the power weapons? We are underway in game number 6.
Well, game number 6 is live. You can see it on your screens, and it might be the last one here in London. If FaZe can close things out for Optic, they have the chance to send us the distance to game 7. Off the rip, though, it's going to be FaZe who find themselves 3 dead. Frosty, however, he got away with the count.
See what he can do here. Going to try to just get a little bit of damage for his spawning teammates. A lot of time, though. They all kind of fell together, so now finally he has a few teammates on the way, and eventually the help does come.
Battle for Pipes control is going to be huge here. Formal with the shock rifle is certainly going to make that a little bit easier. All of Optic Pipes. And Formal turns around and just blows his head off with that shock rifle. 2 dead on either side at the moment. Trippy looking to hold off the last push coming in from Optic alongside Dead Zone. Nobody really stepped in that hill as yet. It's just a constant battle for Pipes.
And Bat Legend Pipes with this matchup here with Optic and FaZe and Formal and Frosty is just the gift that keeps on giving. But talk about Frosty staying alive so long with that camo. You could tell Optic knew it was a threat. They were not able to get any control. In the end, though, they do win the Battle of Pipes. They do win the shock. And now Trippy with a very nice grapple out hits that perfect 180 to stay alive, and they will continue scoring.
Yeah, really, really good stuff here from Optic Gaming. Great control. FaZe just trying to take their time to get the kills that they need to break that hill. Snakebite will kill the player inside of the hill. Now has to turn his attention maybe towards Trippy, who's going to try and poke him with his shock rifle. Shots come in, but Snakebite stays alive long enough with a little shoulder peek, a little jiggle peek for Renegade to come in and clean up that damage. FaZe now control the hill.
A lot of
no. You can't do that.
That is devastating. Look at the bottom of your scoreboard. Optic Gaming was up by 50% of your first hill, but a double kill, cluster luck, nade shot, almost too many medals to list from Renegade is going to really play spoiler to that. They're about to close this out, and he is just completely behind Lucid there. In the end, that's closed out. Still 2 dead for Optic. This should be FaZe's hill.
Well, the camo was up, and I'm interested to see where it went to, because it's a 2v1 on the map at the moment, and through the scrapping through the war, it's going to be Frosty who gets away with it. And by winning that final fight, you can see Snakebite. He's inside of the hill, and this might be the first hill now going to FaZe.
This will be FaZe's hill, without a doubt. Moments away. The first point goes on the board. FaZe Clan scores, and they inch closer to a Grand Finals championship.
To blue we go. So underpass we go for the next hill. Royal 2 already set up at the back of blue. Trippy. Well, he's going to be last alive alongside Formal on your screen right now here for Optic. They're going to try and break through gold before they push. This is such a smart play. Taking this extra step is vital to breaking the FaZe setup.
Very good damage here. They also forced Renegade all the way down there. I'm not sure if Renegade knew he had a little bit of cover in Hydro. He gets taken down right away. So the kills will be exchanged 1 apiece. As you said, though, FaZe prioritizes gold here.
Now they're going to try and flood to the front as well. Trippy's going to be down there. Trippy with a little bit of help from Dead Zone is going to get some kills, and FaZe at least will be flushed out of blue for now. Optic done step 1 in this process, and Trippy's going to get another. Now, can they get inside of that hill? Can they get some time on the board with the momentary control they have?
Well, it's a momentary 2v2 for just a second here. Optic Gaming scoring yet again. That's a big kill to make sure they continue to hold at least a man advantage here. That means FaZe is likely going to wait here on the push. They're not going to try to fly through after losing World 2 very early on in that last push.
Yeah, FaZe know that they're not going to be able to push without numbers here. They're waiting for 4 alive, waiting for damage to try and play off of. Waiting to know that one player has to back down to get those shields and the damage. Well, Snakebite played off of it and he got that kill, but Lucid immediately manages to trade it out. Look at the score though, look at the progression on this next hill. Lucid picking up kills in and around the hill onto every member of FaZe, and Optic looked like they were locking this one down.
And manages to stay alive as well. Look at that fadeaway. He knew it wasn't worth challenging.
Catch that one, Royal 2. Catch that one, Royal 2. Twickenham Stadium is a rugby stadium, and let me tell you, I've seen some pretty good takes in my time.
A very, very good toss there now, and that's going to be it. This hill's going to go as long as he can step right back in. A lot of pressure, though, coming here on the front of the tunnel.
Yeah, where's Formal in this situation? That's the question. Is he in a position to help Lucid stay alive here? FaZe are going to break. FaZe are going to flood. FaZe are going to make sure that Lucid does not get that final tick on the hill. And here we are again. FaZe down on a hill, but still alive inside of it. Optic's so close, but so close is never good enough.
Surprised to see them not try to force that there. If they back off, they wait for the help. Gonna have to see if it bites them. If Formal falls here, that's devastating. This could be a heartbreak finish on the second hill.
It's happening again here. FaZe do not know how to give things up. They will fight.
Oh no.
They will claw, and they will win the second hill. They turn things around, and Optic, that has to be a body blow for them.
That is unbelievable. You can't even imagine, even amongst the veteran players of Optic Gaming, for that to slip out from underneath you and to be stolen like that with a beautiful stacks push from FaZe. That is heartbreaking. And now FaZe Clan finds himself up 2-0 in what could be the final game of our grand final.
If you could bottle FaZe's ice and sell it, you would be a very, very rich man. Optic Gaming are controlling the next hill though, inside a turbine. They do have a setup in and around pipes. They have a great perimeter on the map here for this setup, but I think they'll be questioning themselves right now. Are they able to hold?
Are they able to keep it together? You know, even mentally, psychologically, that is tough in a grand final. To know you had that hill done, you had that hill dusted. 2v2 on the map.
Lucid going back to try and block those elevator spawns. He knows the Snakebite's on the pipe, so he does not know that he's been stuck by Royal 2 until it's too late though. Shock Rifle also is in the hands of Snakebite. He's just picked up 2, and now Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead.
Dead zone, last player alive. As you can see, holding down pipes, Luce is going to have a gold spawn, so they're going to now need to construct a push. They were leading in this hill once again, but that is becoming a tale as old as time. Perfect grapple distance coming in from Snakebite. He knows exactly where 24 meters is there, and he hits that perfect grapple and flies right back up to continue on for a killing spree.
It's another killing spree for Snakebite. He's 12-10 in this game. He can guarantee he's got some objective time as well, and he's adding yet another kill to what might be an MVP-style performance.
Unbelievable place for him, not just in this grand final, but all weekend long. 2 still dead. They will continue scoring here, 1v1 in the back of the elevator.
With the way that he's playing, the way that he's shooting, you always knew that Snakebite was going to win that fight. Optic are starting to look a little bit ragged here, a little bit desperate, as FaZe will not give this hill up.
Making it look way too easy. They get the first pick as well. Here comes more pressure coming in from Needles. He's not done! He's not done! You cannot push this man. He is not going down.
Seen some complaints about the lack of sources on food in London World. All the sauce you need to see is on your screen. Snakebite is feeling saucy right now. Snakebite is taking over, and FaZe are 1 hill away from being your champions.
This is a team on a mission. What did we say? They would come into this event very, very ticked off, very upset with the performance and the disrespect coming out of Arlington. Guess what? They are here to prove a point, and they are now 1 hill away from closing it out.
The only thing here for Optic to hold on to is the amount of time left in the game. The game clock is not against them. FaZe have been so good at converting the hills, but there is still a very slim chance for Optic to come back. They're going to need all the energy of the crowd. They're going to need to believe themselves, though, because you saw in that last hill, it almost felt like there was a bit of a white flag being raised.
Big progress once again from Optic Gaming. This is the best they've looked on a hill so far. We'll see if they can continue holding. Here comes the push into 3v3.
Renegade should be taken down. It's a trade. 2v2 on the map, left alive here, and it's going to be Formal. So even though Optic are great, even though Optic are brilliant, for the first 2/3, surprise, surprise, you don't win the hill.
FaZe's breaks are too strong, and their holds thereafter are too strong as well. He's done them so well in this game, and Snakebite doing so much damage yet again here from the bat ledge.
Got the grapple as well to play with, so if he has a call out that he needs to capitalize on, you know he's going to be able to make it. Here it is, flies in towards Turbine, turns back towards Lucid. and turns him into yet another kill to add to his tally. He's 16
Look at him.
and 11, and now he's stepping in the hill as well.
3 dead. Formal was your last player. No, he's a spawner in the back of Ellie. And they're going to continue, maybe letting the time tick down. Take a look, they are not in the hill. With a 3-0 lead, they are going to let the game clock tick down.
They are making a point here. And they are systematically, one by one, taking Optic Gaming apart. Dead Zone is last alive, and Snakebite knows exactly where he is.
This might just be a victory lap for them. As we said, not stepping in the hill. They want that timer to go to 0.
Team kill comes in as well, making life even easier. As Snakebite gets yet another kill. It's 19 for him. Renegade alongside him with 19. It was 4 dead for Optic, and FaZe are standing tall.
Standing tall and no interest in stepping in that hill. Just like that, it's less than 35 seconds left on the clock, and they will continue waiting, and they will continue baiting.
Lucid steps in. Renegade takes him out. Formal, you're next. Dead Zone, you might be the next one to add to the collection. It's a double kill for Renegade. It's not going to be the triple because Royal 2 has it. And with 18 seconds left on the game clock, and Optic Gaming with 3 in the respawn screen, surely this is another FaZe championship.
And what a way to end it here. 60 seconds of slaying destruction, defensive destruction, 5 seconds to go.
Trippy is alive. Renegade is telling him, no, no, no. London belongs to FaZe Clan. A championship caliber performance from a championship caliber team. They came into this event hungry, Andy, and they never really looked like they were going to lose it.
They really did not. They will now end this event, of course, undefeated in this tournament. Series win after series win. And we said this team would not have appreciated the disrespect coming out of Arlington. They did not appreciate a 3rd place finish at that event, and they flew here across the world to remind everyone that they are the best team in the world. They are your HCS London major champions.
Incredible performance from FaZe, an amazing grand final from them as well. Optic gave it their all, but it just wasn't enough. And as you can see here, the 4 members, plus of course Royal 1 at the end there, make their way here towards the trophy. This is their moment, London, to call themselves champs.
And what a way to do it there. For a moment, you thought maybe Optic Gaming was going to bounce back, steal that series, but no, it's, as you said, the ice in game number 5. The ice in game number 6 allows them to now stand next to this trophy.
Well, there you go, gentlemen. It is your moment. Raise that trophy. London belongs to FaZe Clan.
Man, oh man, what a series this was. Once again, London, give it up for FaZe Clan, your HCS London champions. You know, Royalty, let me talk to you first. Back on top, okay? How does it feel to get your first win here for the season after everything that's been happening?
Honestly, feels great. We put in a lot of work, you know, going to the first event. We were kind of looking, you know, not too sharp, and I just don't think we just had the right mindset and the game plans. But I think we worked super hard going to London, and it showed.
It definitely did show, okay? Make some noise for Royal 2, everybody. Let me head on over here towards the middle. Renegade absolutely slaying out there. When it came down to these Key Slayer games, you almost had about 50% of the kills. Talk to me about how does this win feel to shut up all the haters and come away as a champion again?
I mean, I think no one really thought we were going to win this event. I mean, obviously we won Worlds, so we were still like a solid team. But I like that no one thought we were going to win. We proved everyone wrong. We had really good practice, and I'm just happy we won.
And that's exactly what they did. Captain, boy, you played absolutely phenomenal in that series. Did Snakebite play well, everybody? Definitely did. Talk to me about how does it feel to get this win?
Yeah, it feels great. Going to Arlington, we felt really confident, but we just came out really flat and realized a few holes in our game overall. So really just bunkered down and just went over a lot of fundamentals, small little things that we know we need to do, and it feels great to execute like everyone's saying and just come out and play the way we know we can.
And it definitely did show, okay? That was some prime time FaZe gameplay in y'all flow state. I'm gonna slide on over here to talk to the Iceman, okay? I gotta talk to Snipe God Frosty. You were locked in this whole tournament. You saw everything that they were talking about you, and you said, you know what, let me just go out here and do what I do. How does this feel?
It feels great. I mean, all the work that we put in from last event until now, we hit the lab and we were hungry to win this one, and we pulled out the dub.
Definitely did. Pulled out the dub, okay? Make some noise for Frosty, everybody. Now, slide on in here, Coach, okay? You've watched these boys through thick and thin, through the toughest situations and everything in which they've done to prepare for this moment. Talk to me about watching it from your POV and what you're proud of when it comes down to this team.
I'm really proud of our resilience. I think everybody discounted us going to this tournament. You know, we're world champions. People didn't treat us like it going into this, and we just had to remind everyone.
Yeah, definitely did. I think they reminded everybody. All right, you know what? I'm going to let y'all bask in the celebration a little bit more. But London, one more time, make some noise for your champions, FaZe Clan!
FaZe are your HCS London Major champions. They are back on top once again, and it only took one event, one little slip up for them to be right back on the top and taking that trophy home with them. What an incredible journey this team have had, and a clean one to say the least. They denied a bracket reset. They didn't let Optic get back in, and they were formidable. Clutch, talk to me about these young men.
Unbelievable performance this weekend. These guys came in here with an extra chip on their shoulder. It's hard to do with all the accolades that these guys have put together. But the disrespect on FaZe Clan had to stop, because you know what was next. FaZe Clan was going to be extra motivated to come in here and show the world who the #1 team is right now. And they dominated the competition, going through winners bracket and mostly 3-0s. Optic gave them one hell of a fight there towards the start, but you saw the better team come out throughout the series here, and that King of the Hill game was everything you needed to see from the weekend of FaZe's dominance.
It truly was excellent, and there were so many moments that FaZe just seemed to have the number of Optic. I will say though, the Green Wall, they did rally back. There were 2 maps here. We're looking at one of them where I've got to say, Halo picture perfect wise was played by that roster. Optic Gaming at one point looked like they could have reset this bracket, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. Obviously, their bread and butter being on oddball, but then going into that game 4, FOMO had a standout game.